A Calamity of Souls. Written by David Baldacci. Read by McLeod Andrews, Cece Aisha Johnson, Carrie Height, and Kiri Sandy. Author's note written and read by David Baldacci.
To librarians and teachers, the shining stars of my universe. I started writing this novel well over a decade ago, by hand, in a journal like the one my mother gave me as a child to jot down my stories. Then I set the manuscript aside to work on other projects, but something kept pulling me back to the story, and it has to do with my past. I grew up in the 60s and 70s in Richmond, Virginia, the old capital of the Confederacy, home to all those statues of rebel elites on Monument Avenue. I was not born into economic privilege, and I grew up with an ethnic surname in a world steeped in the history of the Old South, where the names Lee, Jackson, Stewart, and Davis were revered by many. Thinking back, I believe I would not have become a writer had I not been born in that place and at that time. I was observant and curious, and I remember much from my youth. Where I grew up, the black-white divide was so ingrained that despite the efforts of the Civil Rights Movement and the Warren Court, life was not so very different from many decades before. The old ways were intractable and accepted to such an extent that most people never even thought about it, at least people who looked like me. And while I was the observer of racial bigotry and hatred, I was never the target. To borrow a line from Mark Twain, that is truly the difference between the lightning bug and the lightning. There are many autobiographical elements in this story, from how Jack grew up, although decades earlier than I did, to the thoughts, questions, and misgivings he had about the world in which he lived. How books played an important role in forming his outlook on life. The sometimes confusing and conflicting relationships with family and friends, and the uneasy coexistence of black and white worlds, for they were distinct, separate entities. Like Jack, I delivered the morning paper, and I grew up to be a trial lawyer. My mechanic father fixed up an old Fiat that I drove for a period of time. And there is a Tuxedo Boulevard in Richmond, and yes, to the best of my recollection, the county dump was at the end of the all-black neighborhood. My sixth-grade class was one of the first in Virginia to be bused to a black school, finally realizing Brown v. Board's ruling, albeit nearly 20 years late. It was an emotionally and mentally bewildering time for all the students, which I look back on for quite a while as traumatizing. However, as I grew older, I came to understand that it had been necessary to allow children from different walks of life to finally be together after having been separated for centuries for purely toxic reasons. When writing a novel dealing with race in America, the subject of the N-word usually comes up. I cannot think of another term that even approaches the heinous connotations of hatred and evil that stand next to it. However, to create a story set in 1968 that takes on issues of race and fails to use it in some form would be criticized, and justly so, as inauthentic at best, cowardly at worst. Thus, I have deployed it sparingly and in a hybrid form that may not satisfy some, but was the one I chose after much deliberation. Though distinct elements of self-governance date back as far as ancient Greece, if not further, democracies were a thoroughly unproven and unpopular form of governance when America came into being. At that time, the most powerful nations were organized under autocratic systems, usually monarchies, and individual freedom was an oxymoron. Although there were other legitimate claimants to the title, the United States of America is arguably the world's oldest nation with a continuously surviving democratic government. It is certainly the best-known example. However, having only been around for less than 250 years, we are an infant in the annals of history, and our existence has been, at times, uncomfortably turbulent. There were multiple instances in our past when we were at each other's throats, and where a decisive breakup seemed imminent. We ultimately fought a costly civil war to end slavery and keep the Union intact. Clearly, Enough people believed the American experiment of freedom and self-governance was worth the blood shed on all those battlefields. However, none of us should ever take that sentiment for granted, lest our system of elected representation disappears from under our distracted gaze, taking our hard-won rights along with it. Finally, I wanted to make this a story of two people from divergent life experiences who come together to tackle a problem as difficult as any America has ever confronted. I wanted it to be an unwieldy, fractious partnership, like the one experienced by those sixth graders decades ago. I wanted each to learn from the other, and for them to eventually find mutual respect and empathy for one another. In the end, what can we strive for that is more vital for all of us?
Not in utopia, subterranean fields, or some secreted island heaven knows where, but in the very world which is the world of all of us, the place where in the end we find our happiness, or not at all. William Wordsworth. Chapter 1. On any other day, the dead quiet coming from this room would have concerned no one, because the elderly couple usually napped peacefully, sat stationary as cats, or read their twin King James Bibles in silence, aged fingers turning pages replete with wisdom, tranquility, and violence. The latter was on embellished display, for the man was sprawled on the floor on his back, while the woman was draped across a finely upholstered chair. Life had been rent from them with a grim certainty of purpose. They were not remarkable in any way that mattered to most. What was memorable was the grand upheaval that would define and qualify the full measure of their deaths. It would fuel a calamitous surge of energy, like that of a sawed-off shotgun randomly discharged into an unsuspecting crowd. Their violent end would be gossiped about in Freeman County, Virginia, for decades. "You got the right to remain silent. You hear me, boy?" the first lawman said to the only suspect in the room. That suspect was on his knees, his hands shackled behind him, the cuffs cutting deeply into flesh. The only signs of his granular fear were the trembling of fingers and the quick exhalations of breath. "This coon don't look like he can talk even if he wanted to," countered the second deputy. He was 6 feet, cattail lean, with a soft jaw and eyes that resembled creased bullet holes. A policeman's hat was tipped far back on his head. The debilitating humidity, wicked off the nearby McHenry River, spread everywhere, like mustard gas weaving through the war trenches. The sweat dripped off the deputies' faces, darkened their starched shirts, and, like gnats flitting around nostrils and eyes, added annoyance to their rage. The first deputy continued to read off the little white card he'd drawn from his pocket. He was short and squat as a tree stump. He had just arrived at the part about an attorney being provided if the accused couldn't afford one, when his partner, clearly troubled by these new legal rights, interrupted once more. "You tell me what lawyer in his right mind would represent this here colored boy, Leroy, 'cause I sure as hell would like to know the answer." Raymond Leroy ignored this and continued to read off the card, because he hadn't yet memorized the words. He actually doubted he ever would. The will was just not in him. He had no idea who this Miranda fellow was, but Leroy knew that the legalese upon the paper was designed to help those people who had committed crimes, usually against white folks, and that transformed every word, which he was compelled to read by the decision of 9 robed men hundreds of miles away, into bleach on his tongue. "You understand what I just read to you?" said Leroy. "I apparently got to hear your answer according to those sons of bitches in Washington, D.C. His partner gripped the butt of his holstered .38 Smith & Wesson. "Why don't you just take off them iron cufflinks and tell him to run for it? Save the good folks of this fine county paying for his trip down to Richmond in the chair." "They ain't doing executions no more, Gene. Say it's cruel and unusual." Gene Taliaferro bristled. "And what the hell has he just done to them, Leroy?" In one corner, an overturned table had upset the items that had long rested upon it, chiefly a photograph taken over 50 years ago of the couple in their courting days. He with his slouch hat in hand, along with a pair of brooding eyes, she with a bonnet resting on her small, delicate head, the hair parted in the middle, making her resemble a child. They were framed by an arch of fragrant honeysuckle and jasmine that was hosting both bees and butterflies, tiny whirring apparitions trapped by the flash pop and shutterbug. Now the photo lay on the floor, its front glass shattered, a cut across the picture bisecting the woman's face and reaching to the man's left eye. Leroy said, "We ain't gonna shoot him, Gene. Boy's in custody." "He's only a GD nigger," exclaimed Gene. "I know," bellowed an out-of-his-depth Leroy. "Do I got me 2 eyes or what?" "Well then," demanded Gene. "Ain't be the first time we done it." "Well, it's not like that no more, is it?" countered a disappointed Leroy. 100 years ago, where was the capital of the Confederacy? Gene pointed to the floor. "It was right here in Virginia, and nothing can change that. Granddaddy 4 times removed owned boys just like this one." He stabbed his finger in the direction of the kneeling man. "Owned them! I got me a picture. They ought to fry his ass." "Then let 'em," muttered Leroy. "But I ain't having a bunch of Negro lawyers coming after me. And now that Dr. King got himself killed down in Tennessee, coloreds are rioting all over the damn country." Gene snorted. "He weren't no real doctor." "Gonna let my son take up the cause. We gotta keep fighting. 100 years, 1,000 years, it don't matter." Gene sucked in a long breath and let it go. The gesture seemed to sap the core of his fury like cold mist on a candle's flame. But then the lawman's expression grew cagey. He squatted down on his haunches next to the only suspect in the room and slipped a wooden billy club from his belt. Along the wood were cut a dozen horizontal notches. "I don't remember telling you to get on your knees, boy. Now stand up." Before the prisoner could move, Gene struck him full in the gut with the head of the billy club, propelling the man to the floor. Gene rose. "I told you to get up. Now fall on your damn face. Now get your ass up, boy, right now. Now, or you get some more of the wood." Slowly the prisoner managed to come once more to rest on his haunches. Gene knelt next to him and said in a near whisper, "Now who told you to get your ass off that floor?" He battered the prisoner on the back of the head with the club, sending him down once more, now bleeding from his scalp. Gene stood up and said, "Jesus, you ain't too smart. And here you want to be equal to the white man? Now get up. Get up." He jabbed the prisoner fiercely in the ribs with the club. "I ain't telling you again, boy. Up." The prisoner, inch by tremulous inch, levered himself back onto his knees. Gene knelt down again. Good boy." He grinned at his partner. "Who says you can't teach critters new tricks, Leroy, huh?" He turned back to the bleeding, woozy prisoner and eyed the band on the man's finger. "Hey, now, you got yourself a woman?" Gene walloped the suspect with the club on the side of his head. "I asked you a question. You ain't got no choice except to answer me."
Yes.
"Yes, what?"
Yes, sir.
He leaned in closer. Good. Bet she's pretty. She pretty, boy?" The prisoner nodded, which got him another clubbing to the head. "You speak, boy. You don't never nod at no white man. It's disrespectful." His eyes closed, the man said,
She real pretty, sir.
Good. Now you got you kids?
Yes, sir.
Fine, that's fine. How many babies you got?
3, sir.
3! Gene looked at his partner. Boy say he got him 3 colored babies. He turned back to the prisoner. Okay, now after they fry your ass over in Richmond, I'm gonna go see your pretty wife and your babies with some friends of mine. Now let me tell you what we gonna do to all them after we finish having some fun with her. He leaned close and whispered in the prisoner's ear. The man roared in rage, knocking Gene down with his maddened, gyrating bulk. The deputy slid across the floor, grinning. He took off his hat, swiped back his hair, and gripped his billy club extra firm. He rose and headed back to the only suspect in the room, who was now sprawled helplessly on the floor. Gene said triumphantly, "Resisting arrest, plain as day. You seen it, Leroy." And he raised the club. Chapter 2. John Robert Lee, who went by Jack to all but his mother, finished pumping Esso gas into his ancient four-door Fiat pillarless saloon car. The front doors opened regularly, back to front, but the rear doors opened front to back. It had a long hood terminating in a fancy grille with silver-cased headlights that sprouted from the front slim fenders like incandescent daisies. Its four-cylinder engine could hit 53 miles an hour with a decent tailwind. He paid over a crisp single and 2 dull quarters to the attendant, who was studying the funny-looking car with interest. "What the hell is that thing?" he asked. "It's a Fiat," answered Jack. "A Fiat?" "It's Italian-made." "Italian? Ain't that where the Pope's from?" Jack nodded. "That's right." "You Catholic?" "No, I'm agnostic," said Jack. The man screwed up his face. "What's that? Like Presbyterian or Methodist?" "It's actually a skeptical man's faith," replied Jack. He climbed into the Fiat that his father had gotten from a car cemetery and resurrected back to the road. It was a gift from his parents when he'd graduated from law school. It was not a prestigious law school like the mighty University of Virginia, or Richmond's, or William and Mary's illustrious legal institutions. However, he had passed the Virginia State Bar exam on his first attempt, while he knew some from the glorified universities who had failed to do so. They still got the jobs in the big firms because that was where their daddies labored too, selling their professional lives in hour increments for handsome compensation, prestigious homes, and golf memberships at the country club. They also married lovely, elegant women with fine pedigrees and firm skin who ended up drinking too much or betting the gardener or the pool boy because of all the extra time on their hands. Jack was a white man, 32 years old, at least for a bit longer, and 8 years out of law school. He was just getting by and still unmarried, much to his mother's chagrin. As the 1970s approached, men were wearing their hair far longer, but his was as short as when he'd been in the Boy Scouts, though he was starting to grow out his sideburns. He was 2 inches over 6 feet, broad-shouldered and slim-hipped, and a bit too lean. He had never earned enough from his law practice to eat all that well. A 6-pack of peanut butter crackers and an RC Cola was often his end-of-day repast. The Second World War had made everyone underfed and overworked. Then the 50s had ushered in a roaring economy with a chicken in every pot and a Ford or GM loitering in every driveway. Then the 60s had come along and proceeded to upend all that dollars and cents progress. It had also foisted stark changes upon society at large that were far too swift for many. He drove over to his parents' modest house in a working-class neighborhood where the husbands primarily used their muscle to earn their daily bread, and their wives handled everything else. He had been born there, in the main-floor bedroom, and he was fairly certain both his parents would die there, barring something unforeseen. No fuss and no muss. That was the Lee way. He pulled into the gravel drive. All the homes here had been carved out of a plantation that more than a century ago had grown tobacco as a cash crop. Nearly all the residences looked the same: brittle asbestos siding, high-pitched roofs with black asphalt shingles, 1 front door and 1 in the rear. 3 bedrooms total along with 1 bath, set on a 1/4 acre of solid red clay with a grass veneer. At his parents' house there was an aging weeping willow tree out front, and an apple tree in the back that had never been honestly pruned, and consequently sagged with the weight of the coming harvest. There was also a detached garage sitting where the gravel drive ceased. At the very rear of the property was the grave of the dog that had been Jack's faithful companion as a child. A black and white Belgian shepherd as loyal and good as God ever made canines. He'd toppled over one morning in his 9th year of life and hadn't lived a day. Jack and his younger brother had cried like they'd just lost their best friend, and in some important ways of little boys, they had. The Lees also had a second bathroom upstairs, thanks to their father, who was quite talented at creating useful things from cast-offs. Then there was a galley-sized kitchen, an 8x10 dining space bleeding off that, a small living room, and a TV den containing a faux wood Motorola with 2 dials big as saucers on its face. Jack climbed out of the Fiat and put on his suit jacket. He could smell through the front screen door chicken breasts and legs popping in a frying pan of sizzling Crisco. And he imagined the potato salad resting in the small almond-white Frigidaire, and the heated pots on the electric stove top, the coils red hot and holding pans of simmering green beans and stewed tomatoes his mother had harvested and then preserved from the kitchen garden. The meal would be concluded with chocolate sheet cake and Maxwell House coffee purchased from the A&P. The dinner tonight was to commemorate Jack's 33rd year on Earth. At 7:10 p.m. on this day in 1935, he had emerged headfirst into a world still devastated by an economic collapse. His birth had occurred in the downstairs bedroom, while his nervous father had prowled the hall outside, smoking his American blend Camels. After a spank on the ass, Jack had given his first cry and hadn't stopped for 4 years, according to his mother. He'd grown up to play myriad sports, loved to debate folks, and was an avid reader from a young age. And every morning from the age of 12 until his junior year of high school, he'd risen long before the crack of dawn to deliver the Virginia Times-Dispatch. Many of the parents from his childhood still lived in the neighborhood. Their children, like him, had moved on. Most, unlike him, had married and now had their own swelling broods. He'd seen them occasionally disgorging a passel of kids from battered station wagons to go visit grandparents who were getting more fragile and forgetful by the day. Yet sometimes the natural cycle of life was broken and children remained closer than Mom and Dad might desire. And didn't Jack's parents know that? He opened the screen door. "Hello," he called out. "Birthday boy's here." He'd seen his father's tan GMC pickup by the garage. It was their only vehicle because his mother didn't drive. "Hello?" he said again. His sister edged around the corner from the dining room where he could see the dinner plates laid out on the small table purchased years ago on layaway. There was a balloon tethered to a closet door handle, the words, "Happy Birthday," stenciled upon it. "Hey, Lucy girl," said Jack. His elder sister rushed over and gave him a hug that nearly cracked his back. She'd always been strong, and he'd always believed it was nature's way of balancing out what was missing upstairs. It had begun with his mother's trip to the dentist to remove a painfully impacted wisdom tooth. She'd been given laughing gas as a sedative, a term Jack had later learned was for the compound nitrous oxide. Only she hadn't known she was with child at the time. 8 months later, his sister had been born. And a year after that, when Lucy was not developing as she should, some specialists had diagnosed her with severe and irreversible mental retardation, or so his daddy had told him years later when Jack had questions about his sister. She was now 37, a grown, if physically stunted woman, with the innocent mind of a child. Her blonde bangs hung right above eyes so extraordinarily blue, it was the first thing folks noted about her. Jack had the same eyes that she did, only with something of a different sort behind them. He kissed the top of Lucy's head and said her dress was very pretty. It was light brown with vivid blue dots that nearly matched her eye color and had puffy sleeves that hung down to the crooks of her delicate elbows. His birthday was probably the only thing that she had talked about all day.
"Mama, Daddy, it be Jack,"
Lucy bellowed over her shoulder. She pulled him over to the balloon, poked it, and laughed as it oscillated on the end of its tether. Jack laughed too, but there was a definite hollowness to it. He'd often wondered what his sister would have grown up to be if the dental visit had never occurred. Perhaps Lucy Lee would have been the lawyer in the family. His mother had never forgiven herself for her daughter's fate, though there was no fault in her ignorance. She had had 2 more children, Jack and his 1-year younger brother Jefferson, who went by Jeff to all but his mother, who always referred to him by his full name. His mother had employed a midwife and taken no drugs for her son's deliveries, preferring to endure the unique pain of childbirth as, perhaps, penance for the daughter who had never been allowed to truly grow up because of the mother's bad tooth. And ever since, she had refused any and all medication, including aspirin, though she was susceptible to migraines that sometimes forced her to lie in agony for hours in the dark. "Mama!" he called out expectantly. And he heard the woman coming. Chapter 3. Hilda Lee, known to all as Hilly, appeared dressed in a crisp white t-shirt, faded Wrangler jeans, and flat canvas shoes, with an olive green apron tied around her middle. It was a tomboy foundation comfortably twined with a domestic facade. She was quite tall and sinewy lean, and her short hair was light brown with a reddish tint attributable to her Scottish ancestry. It was also now liberally laced with gray. Her nose was straight as a razor blade. Her calm, pale green eyes gave the impression that no matter the challenge, not only would she persevere, Hilly Lee would also conquer all comers with grit to spare. The woman's veined, wiry, tanned forearms were festooned with sunspots because she liked the outdoors. However, when she was outside, Hilly moved with force and had some purpose, tending the kitchen garden, mowing the grass, helping her husband to reshingle the roof, felling a dead tree, or repainting the backyard wire fence. She had been raised on a mountain ridge on the far western edge of the state that to this day had no electricity or running water. His mother rarely spoke of her hard-scrabble time there, and that in itself articulated volumes. Hilly wiped her hands on the apron and gave her oldest boy a hug.
10 minutes to go, Robert.
She had never called him anything other than Robert.
John was your father's idea. Robert was mine. So Robert it will be, at least for me.
And they had left it at that. With his mother, he had left many things at that. If she'd had her way, he would have officially been Robert E. Lee after the gallant Confederate general who had sacrificed all to carry the mantle of the Army of Northern Virginia against his birth country in defense of states' rights. Or so the old story went. But they were not those Lees. No first families of Virginia lived on this street, or even in this blue-collar parcel of Freeman County. The homes weren't big enough, and neither were the opportunities. "Yes, ma'am," he said back. Her expression turned somber.
I still can't believe they killed JFK's brother.
"I know," he replied. A little over a week before, America had had another Kennedy running for president. Now they simply had another Kennedy to mourn.
And Dr. King just 2 months ago. What is this darn country coming to where we have to settle things with guns?
World is a troubled place. Look at Vietnam. He shouldn't have brought that up because of his brother, but perhaps it had slipped out intentionally, Jack thought. He'd had that sort of verbal sparring relationship with his mother from an early age. She usually seemed to relish the jousting, and he had always found it bewildering that she venerated a long-dead Confederate general at the same time she shed tears for the recent deaths of 2 men who held views diametrically opposed to all the Confederacy had stood for. But then he had found much about his mother to be irreconcilable.
Walter Cronkite said it was a man with the same 2 names who did it.
Sirhan, Jack told her. She said,
What kind of name is that?
He's from Palestine.
How did his kind get close to Bobby Kennedy, of all people?
They say Kennedy was walking through the kitchen at a hotel in Los Angeles and the man was waiting and shot him.
This Sirhan will probably hire himself a fancy lawyer like you and get off.
He smiled at her. He would never be a fancy lawyer. Doubtful.
Well, you're the attorney in the family, Robert,
she said. Hilly's gaze flitted to her daughter, who was still poking the balloon and giggling each time it moved in response to her jab. In his mother's eyes, Jack could read the unspoken thought.
The family I have left. You seeing any girls I don't know about?
She asked, turning back to him. You'd know. The gossip chain in Freeman is top-notch. Where's Daddy?
He'll be in shortly.
She gripped his arm.
Miss Jessup came by today.
Miss Jessup? What did she want?
What she wanted was you, but didn't say why. She didn't look good at all, Robert.
She added hastily.
Not that I ever had much contact with her, obviously.
You think she's sick?
You're not a doctor.
She have family around? Jack asked.
Yes. Her husband's long dead, but she has children and now grandchildren. Maybe great-grandchildren.
She added ruefully, making Jack sense his mother was thinking that she had none of those future generations lined up. Jack went over to the door and stared up the street to the only house in the neighborhood that didn't look like all the others. A retired lawyer by the name of Ashby owned it, and he'd added to it over the years, usually when he'd gotten a big client or made a few bucks in the stock market. Thus, it was rambling and had oddly mitered wings and loose joints. Jack had read that there had been nearly 100 slaves on the sprawling plantation once situated here. They and their progeny had labored all their lives for not one penny in return to make their wealthy owners richer still. Almost nothing had been recorded about them other than their actual numbers, and that reportage was apparently solely done for the benefit of their master's ego. Ashby had 6 children, all long grown now and with their own families to run. His wife had died many years ago, but not of illness. Well, Jack supposed it was a sickness to go to your garage, stuff a towel in the tailpipe of your Plymouth, lie across the front seat dressed in your finest cocktail dress, and, sipping on a mason jar of old-fashioned, start the engine, and stay there until you were dead. Ashby had reputedly focused his final years on imbibing as many bottles of Rebel Yell bourbon whiskey as he possibly could. Miss Jessup was Ashby's maid, cook, and nurse. Jack had never known her first name. Years before Jack had been born, she had gone to work for the lawyer and his family. Now she was probably single-handedly keeping the old man alive. Growing up, Jack and all the other children in the neighborhood always called the woman Miss Jessup. The only sign of respect she probably ever received on the western side of Freeman County, and the only attention, too, unless items went missing and someone was needed to blame or indict. She was the only black person who ever came around here, which lent her a certain novelty, at least in the eyes of the white youngsters. He flicked his gaze back to his mother. What did she say other than she wanted to talk to me? Hilly deftly pulled a heavy glass vase from Lucy's clutching fingers before saying,
Nothing. She walked right in the front door without a by your leave and just asked for you. But she was upset, so I made allowances.
It's not like Miss Jessup's a stranger. We've known her a long time.
We don't really know her kind.
Times are changing, he said, not really wanting to go there on his birthday. She pursed her lips.
I'm sure she'd feel the same way if I barged into her house. Tell all her friends about that crazy white woman and how she came barging into her house.
So what did you tell her then?
That you'd be here for dinner and that I didn't appreciate her intruding. Scared poor Lucy half to death. Took me forever to calm her down.
She reached out and hugged placid Lucy to her bosom. Okay, but how did you leave it with her? Jack asked patiently.
I didn't leave it any which way with her. I just asked her to leave.
Just like that? He said, clearly annoyed. His mother checked her slim Timex.
You were born 1 minute ago, Robert. Happy birthday, son.
Chapter 4. Coming home from delivering the morning paper, Jack would sometimes see Miss Jessup get off the bus that stopped at the corner. She always exited from the rear. He wondered why that was so until, as a teenager, he rode the bus one day into the city with his brother and found that all the blacks congregated in the back, while all the whites gathered in the front. Each group seemed to willingly accept this arrangement as fine, and thus so did he and his brother. Jack would wave to her as he sailed past on his Schwinn bike, and she would wave back. Some mornings she looked tired and spent, as though the mere act of living had done her in, while other times she looked full of fire, her eyes searching for a fight. He would think about this as he rode home, and then his mind would turn to other things, and Miss Jessup's meager place there was always crowded out until next he saw her. Occasionally she would call out to him,
"How you doing, honey?"
or as he got older,
"You looking more like your daddy every day. Move like he do, too. With a swagger,"
she added, smiling, which made him smile in return. Sometimes she would ask if he had a spare newspaper. She would tuck it away in her bag and always thank him profusely. "You're certainly welcome, Miss Jessup," he would say back, because his parents had taught him to be unfailingly polite to all. "Rich, poor, colored, white," his father would say, "we're all God's children. We all deserve kindness and respect. We may not break bread with colored folks, but we don't break bread with rich folks either. Did little colored children have a say where they were born? No, they did not. You don't have to marry one or have a meal with them to respect the fact that they're people too. You remember that, boys, and pass it on." "Yes, sir, Daddy, I sure will," Jack and Jeff Lee had each dutifully said back, but now also starkly aware of differences between blacks and whites, and rich and poor. Miss Jessup would wear her maid's uniform, starched and crisp, on even the hottest summer days. Her wide feet were squeezed into uncomfortable black lace-ups. Her hips were broad and grew wider still over the years. He could remember going over to play with the youngest Ashby boy and some other children from the neighborhood, and having Miss Jessup bring out glasses of lemonade with little chips of ice. She would also have some cookies and paper napkins with designs on them. This was how Jack knew the Ashbys were rich. They had napkins and lemonade and cookies on a platter in the afternoon, and a colored maid to carry it all right to them. He would watch as Miss Jessup trudged back inside, her hands slipping to the cookies left on the platter, and several of them would disappear into her apron pocket. He never begrudged the woman any of that. They weren't his cookies, after all, and the Ashbys had plenty more. The rich always had plenty more. He hadn't really thought of the woman that much since he'd become an adult. That is, until he had seen her about 3 months ago when he'd come to his parents' house early one morning to pick up some papers he needed for court, and had mistakenly left there the previous night. She was just getting off the bus, her hair still wavy and abundant, but also all gray now. The driver had closed the door so fast it clipped her in the rear end, and he sped off with such velocity that she got a lungful of exhaust fumes to start her workday. Jack could imagine the driver thinking what a good deed he had done putting a black woman in her place, although ever since Rosa Parks and the others had come along, Miss Jessup could ride anywhere on the bus she wanted. Yet Jack knew legal rulings were one thing. Making folks live in accordance with them was quite another. This made him remember something. When he was a little boy, he had once heard Miss Jessup talking to Ashby's wife. There seemed to have been a disagreement between the two women, for Mrs. Ashby looked upset and Miss Jessup was saying,
"I got me my place, and you got you your place, and there's oil, and there's water, and they just don't mix. For sure they do not mix, ma'am."
A flustered and teary-eyed Mrs. Ashby had quickly gone on her way, while Miss Jessup had just stood there, hands on hips, shaking her head and looking, at least to Jack, like she'd just finished dressing down a youngster for doing something foolish. "Hello, son," said a familiar voice. Chapter 5. Jack turned to see his father wiping his hands off on a work rag. His daddy was a union mechanic at Old Dixie Transport. As a young boy, Jack had little reason to dwell on what his father did for a living until an accident involving one of the company's trucks. A semi hauling Hostess products had overturned on a rain-slickened road. His father had gone out at near midnight to remedy the problem. In return, he had been given first dibs on the ruined cargo. The Lees had, for years afterward, been knee-deep in cupcakes and Twinkies off that one doomed shipment. And during each of those years, Jack had desperately wanted to grow up to be a union mechanic. "Hey, Daddy," said Jack. Francis Lee was known to everyone as Frank, except his wife, who thought the name too juvenile. She always called him Francis. He was an inch short of his oldest son's height, but he was more heavily built in the shoulders, arms, and chest. Pulling wrenches for a living had made his forearms as broad as the widest part of his Remington 12-gauge's wooden stock. He still had on his work uniform, light blue long-sleeved shirt with a white t-shirt underneath, and dark blue pants. His salt and pepper hair was cut as close to his scalp as a soldier's, which he had once been, performing his patriotic duty in World War II, much of it in the Pacific Theater. Frank Lee never talked about the war, but sometimes Jack had caught him sitting in the TV den, a beer in hand, just staring off, his unblinking gaze dead on the far wall. Maybe seeing through the cheap wood veneers directly back to Guadalcanal, Luzon, or the Battle of Okinawa, where the Americans suffered 50,000 casualties in less than 3 months. Jack had only learned about some of his father's military career when he discovered a cigar box in the back of a closet that contained medals and ribbons, photos, commendation letters, and official discharge papers. That was when he'd read the names of these Japanese outposts that American soldiers had had to take one by one with appalling losses at each island stop. He'd later been told by his mother that after a particularly vicious battle, his father had been the only survivor of his rifle squad. He'd heard his father screaming at night a few months after coming home. That was when his 2 Smith & Wesson revolvers and the Remington over-under shotgun had disappeared from his parents' bedroom. "Happy birthday," Frank Lee said after crushing his boy's hand in his and flicking his brown-eyed gaze over his son. "You're way older than I was when we had you. Now you just go ahead and think about that." His father added a hard slap on the shoulder to the bruising handshake. Preambles over, they sat down to their meal after saying grace, which was given by Lucy, who stumbled over some of the words but otherwise did fine. She slipped in an ad hoc prayer for her youngest brother and hoped he was okay wherever he was, while her mother and father gazed stoically at their food. A half an hour later, the cake and coffee consumed, Jack looked at his father. Mama said Miss Jessup came by looking troubled. His mother said sharply,
"And I told her she never should have stepped foot in this house. I was very clear on that point with her."
"Nobody talking to you, Hilly, would ever come away not knowing where they stood," observed her husband.
Being wishy-washy never leads to a positive end, Francis.
"Miss Jessup's a good woman."
She could be the Queen of England, and it'd be the same principle.
"Uh-huh," said her husband. "Only maybe the Queen of England wouldn't want you to step foot in her house."
Well, I can see this will get us nowhere fast,
retorted Hilly. It was a line she was using with increasing frequency, Jack had noted, especially with his father. She started clearing the dishes. The Lees did not do presents anymore for celebrations like this. Money was tight, and the meal was deemed sufficient. His father put down his cup, pried at something between his teeth with his axle-greased fingernail, and then rubbed the freed bit of fried chicken skin onto the perimeter of his plate. A hunched Lucy rose and stood in front of the GE window air conditioner, twirling her hair and letting the cool air waft over her. Frank eyed her and said, "Let's head on out to the garage, son. Lucy, girl, you keep the air conditioner and your mama company, honey." They walked out to the garage, where Jack leaned against a workbench he and his brother had built for their father nearly 20 years ago. Half the driven nails were bent, and where board met board, the edges were so badly mitered they appeared not to even be joined together. It was so unlevel that if you put a marble on the workbench's top, it would roll right off. But their daddy had thanked them for the honest, heartfelt effort, and he had begun virtually every task undertaken in his garage, right there. Frank took a socket wrench from his rolling toolbox and started loosening the bolts on a Ford straight-six engine block he was rebuilding for a neighbor for cash. "Your sister thinks the air conditioner can talk to her. Did you know that?" No, I didn't, said Jack. His father broke loose a stubborn bolt and nodded. She stands in front of it and just jabbers away, and she likes the way it blows her hair. Apparently General Electric and Lucy are good friends. He wiped some crud off the socket and leaned against the metal stand the engine block sat on. When your mama and me are gone, she's going to be your responsibility, Jack. You ready for that? We're not getting any younger, and my lungs are getting worse every dang year. As he said this, Frank lighted up a Camel, sucked on it, and flicked ash into an old paint can, which hung on a nail half driven into a wall stud. He held up the pack of smoke, showing off the Surgeon General's dire warning on the spine. He grinned. Now they tell me these damn things are no good for you. Day late and a dollar short, I say. Jack drew a dirty penny from a coffee can full of nuts, bolts, and loose coins. You can always quit. Don't smoke in the house, just out here or in the truck. Can't smoke at work. Too many flammable products around. You got some of those in here, too, said Jack, eyeing a shelf full of gas cans and a quart of 40-weight motor oil. Yeah, but it's my garage, so my rules. The words were uttered in a joking manner. Jack had long noted that his father's mood improved considerably when he removed himself from the tactical confines of the house. There was also an old recliner with its stuffing coming out set in the corner, and a boxy 12-inch black and white TV with crooked rabbit ears perched on a stack of cinder blocks, its power plug spliced into an overhead light. That setup was new, he noted. You're not sleeping out here, are you, Daddy? His father flicked away more ash as he worked the socket wrench on another bolt with his free hand. He squinted at Jack through the Camel's smoke. Not yet, but tomorrow's a new day. Jack stared down at the penny and gave it a flip. He caught the coin and turned it over. A grim-faced Abe Lincoln came up to greet him. Jackie, you ready for that, son? Your sister, I'm talking. How am I supposed to be ready for something like that? You just do what you gotta. I love that girl, but it ain't been easy. I know that. I grew up with her. His father shook his head. She just flat wears you out. It's why we waited a few years before we had you and then your brother. We wanted kids that, well, you know. He gave the wrench another hard tug and the bolt came free. She was trying to stick the end of a hanger in the wall socket the other day. Sometimes I think I'll come home from work and find them both stretched out on the floor dead. Lucy from electrocution and your mama from the guilt of letting her do it. I know, Daddy. I know. No, I'm not sure you do. Legally, she's not your responsibility. Hell, you're a lawyer, you know that. Now, we can put her in a state-run nursing home, but that's surely not your mama's first choice. He drew all the remaining juice out of his cigarette and then crushed the remains on the concrete floor with the heel of his steel-toed work shoe. Jack said, Look, if I can take care of her, I will. But some days it seems I can't even take care of myself. You're 33 today, Jack. Long past time you figured things out, son. Yes, sir, said Jack, because he could think of nothing else to say. His father went back to his bolts and his features relaxed. Jack understood this change. Engines his old man knew intimately. But dealing with people on such sensitive subjects was probably like being back on Okinawa, all foreign and incomprehensible. Did you see Miss Jessup? Asked Jack. Saw the back of her. She didn't look so good. Maybe she has some legal trouble since she wanted to see me. Don't know what that might be. She's a God-fearing, church-going woman. Those people sing up a storm. And dancing. Seen 'em come out onto the street doing it when I was heading to work on the Sabbath. More fun than I ever had in church, which is why I stopped going. That and our preacher knocking up the choir director's wife. I'd like to know what she wanted. So why don't you go ask her? You think she's still at Ashby's? Asked Jack. No, and anyway, Ashby won't let her talk to you on his dime. That man's got more money than anybody else around here, but he don't let one damn dollar get away without a fight. But you can go see Miss Jessup at her place." "I don't know where she lives." His father broke another bolt loose, winked at him, and grinned. "I do." "How?" "Because I've given her rides home when the bus wouldn't stop for her." "But the bus brings her here." "Different driver. One's fair, the other's a maggot. Now, I'm no fan of this integration crap, chiefly because I don't like people telling me who I got to associate with. But you don't get in the way of anybody trying to earn an honest living. Somebody wouldn't pick my ass up because my ancestors come from Africa? I'd pull him out that bus and beat the living shit out of him." "So where does she live?" His father went over to a mud sink and began washing off his hands. "Do you want better? I'll show you. Happy damn birthday, son." Chapter 6. They drove over in Jack's Fiat. He had watched as his father had taken his .38 revolver from a locked drawer in his tool cabinet and placed it inside the car's glove box. Now Jack knew what had happened to at least one of his father's weapons. "Where the hell is this place that you need a gun?" "Where white people don't ever go lest they're lost or lost their mind or they got stuff to get rid of," his father answered cryptically and refused to say more. Jack knew that Freeman County was roughly divided into halves, with 2 quadrants in each half. Northwest and southwest were the white side and northeast and southeast the black side. The rich whites primarily lived in the northwest sector, and the rest of the whites lived in the southwest. Carter City was located like an egg in a nest in the southeastern part of the pie. It had been white-dominated until the Civil Rights era. Then they had left it to the blacks. The McHenry River ran roughly north to south, serving as a stark geographic barrier between the races before it hooked east and eventually emptied into the Chesapeake Bay. The Stonewall-Jackson Bridge bisected the racial worlds, though neither side used it to casually visit the other. Blacks, almost all women, would only cross it in a bus to get to their jobs on the white side and then back home. Otherwise, the bridge was simply a means to get over the water and onto somewhere else. Though the recently opened interstate highway the Lees were now on provided an alternative to the bridge route. In the distance, they saw the low-rise, blunt-faced skyline of downtown Carter City, where a bank building's neon sign would change color depending on the weather. They passed small acreages of peanut and soybean fields after exiting the interstate, rural remnants among the modern concrete and rebar. The sun was creeping away, with the horizon just about to swallow it whole when his father gave him final directions. They had to double back because the highway had been built right through the community they were now in, cutting off easy access to both the interstate and the surface streets. Jack noted this and said, "How do these folks get anywhere?" "Probably their own 2 feet, if they manage to get out. Some never do." "Tuxedo Boulevard?" commented Jack a few minutes later, looking at the mangled street sign where his father had just told him to hang a left. "Yep." "What's that smell?" asked Jack. The foul odor had flooded the Fiat. "County dump. It's at the end of the street." "The county dump is at the end of Tuxedo Boulevard?" "Somebody's idea of a joke, I guess," replied his unsmiling father. Jack observed that the homes dated back to the previous century and were cheaply and poorly built. The street was also in wretched shape. The tiny Fiat encountered potholes that seemed capable of ingesting it. A skinny, snow-white cat darted in front of them, followed eagerly by a mangy, burly brown dog. Jack tapped the brakes to avoid striking them. He observed that people were sitting on many of the porches, no doubt trying to snag a breeze. And to a person, they were watching the Fiat. They were mostly rigid-faced black men, although there were some women in their midst who gazed at them suspiciously, as though this was an invasion of sorts into their small bit of the world. Shirtless boys ran up and down the small patches of brown, wiry grass, probably trying and failing to outrun the mosquitoes. But even they halted to watch them. It was obvious why. There were white men on Tuxedo Boulevard riding in a car that looked like one from which circus clowns would eventually emerge. Frank Lee put one hand on the dash near the glove box and the gun. "It's that one up there, on the left with the brown shutters," he said tersely. Jack glanced that way and saw a small square wood-clad house that had mismatched rocking chairs on the sagging porch. There were lights on inside. "Pull on up there," said his father crisply. Father and son unwound their long legs from the diminutive car and headed to the house. There were 4 beer-drinking men staring at them from the porch of the house next door. 2 of them wore army jackets. One of them had his sleeve pinned to his shoulder, marking the location of his missing limb. The largest of them took a cigarette out of his mouth and called out,
Y'all need something?
"Here to see Miss Jessup," replied Frank, his voice tight, his demeanor the same. Jack had noticed that his father had slipped the .38 into the back of his waistband.
Why?
The man stood, showing that he was far bigger than either of the Lees. "We're friends of hers," said Jack. When the men confronted the Lees as they neared the house, the big fellow looked Jack up and down, taking in the suit, tie, and the froth of whiteness.
You look like the man. You the man?
"I don't know what you mean by that," said Jack. "Miss Jessup came looking for me, but I wasn't there, so now I've come by to see her."
What'd she want with you?
Frank said, "We don't want no trouble. If Miss Jessup don't want to see us, we'll just get back in our car and leave you to it." The big man said,
Ain't no trouble on Tuxedo Boulevard, man. We a fancy-ass place, ain't you see that?
It might have been meant partially as a joke, Jack thought, but no one was laughing, least of all him. Frank said, "I've been here before."
To dump shit?
The big man pointed to his left at the end of the street where the road ended and the chain-link gates sat fronting the county dump. Beyond the gates were enormous humps of dirt, thin membranes over the catacombs of decaying husks below, the noxious smells of garbage wrapped in red clay hugging all their lungs. "No, to give Miss Jessup a ride home when the bus wouldn't stop for her."
Why you want that old woman in your car?
Said another man, smaller, thinner, but with hard muscles showing through his t-shirt. His bearded face made no attempt to hide his contempt for Frank. He had a dead eye, creamy whitewash with veins of red and a black, useless pinpoint in the middle.
You want to mess with that old nigga?
Your mama hear you talk like that, Louis Sherman? You getting a frying pan upside your thick head. And there ain't a darn thing you gonna do about it, 'cause your mama is 3 times your size and 4 times as tough as you ever thought of being, even with that filthy mouth you got on you.
They turned to see Miss Jessup standing by her screen door. Jack had never seen the woman out of domestic uniform. She wore a long black skirt that hid both her thick, wrinkled knees and her swollen calves, soft bedroom slippers that allowed her pinched feet to spread as far as they wanted, and a white blouse with sleeves that stopped right above her calcified elbows. Her hair was tied up in the back and off her shoulders like she wore it at Ashby's. She held a glass of iced tea in one hand and a look of deep disgust on her face. This was the inflamed Miss Jessup looking for a fight, conceding no ground that Jack had witnessed before as a boy.
You hear me, Louis Sherman?
She said, staring at the muscled, one-eyed man with the beard and that world of contempt clutched tight in his features, like a squirrel with a nut it didn't know what to do with, hide, chuck, or eat. Frank watched Sherman nervously, no doubt wondering whether the .38 would eventually be required. Sherman turned and went back up on the porch and picked up his beer can and stared off at the darkness with his one eye.
Mr. Lees,
said Miss Jessup.
What y'all be doing here?
You know them?
Said the big man.
Whether I know them or don't know them ain't your business, is it, Daniel? Do I ask you who's these other fellas all sitting on your daddy's porch tonight drinking his beer? No, I do not. Why? 'Cause it ain't my business. That's between you and your daddy when he finds out, which won't be from me. And God, too, when you heading on out this world. And you ain't been going to church, so you need to sit down and have a good long talk with God about where it is you heading.
What's God ever done for me?
Countered Daniel.
You still alive, ain't you? He didn't let a war or the white man take you, did he? Yet. You think on that.
After this cascade of blunt words, Daniel turned and went back to his porch. The other men followed, and Frank removed his hand from the small of his back. Miss Jessup beckoned to them.
Mr. Lees, come on in here. Y'all do it right quick.
Jack and his father sped up the steps, and she held open the screen door for them. Chapter 7. She led them to a small front parlor which held 4 wooden chairs and a small table in the middle, and faded gray carpet under it all. There were pictures of people from young to old affixed to a wall, and on another wall were 2 framed photos, one of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the other of Robert Kennedy. Jack noted that both pictures had a gauzy black crepe around the perimeters as a show of respect after their deaths. She indicated 2 chairs, and they sat. Miss Jessup said,
Y'all want some sweet tea? Just made it. Nice and cold.
Jack said no, but his father nodded yes, and she hurried away to fetch it. While she was gone, Jack noted the stacks of the Virginia Times-Dispatch on the floor. He looked at the one on top. The date was recent. She might have the paper boy in the neighborhood giving her some of his extras, or maybe she had her own subscription now, he thought. He turned to his father. How does she stand living here with that smell? Live with something long enough, you just forget it's even there. You really believe that? Better than that, I've done it, son, said his father offhandedly. Mama will be wondering where we are, he said. Depends. What do you mean by that? You don't live there, Jackie. Things have changed. How? Miss Jessup came back into the room with a tall glass of sweet tea and handed it to Frank. She sat down across from them, picked up a dog-eared Look magazine, and started fanning herself.
Lord have mercy. Heat and skeeter's awful bad tonight.
Jack said, Heard you came by looking for me, Miss Jessup. He thought for a moment to ask the woman what her Christian name was, but decided to let it pass. She would always be Miss Jessup to him regardless. She put the magazine in her lap and gazed at him.
Your mama was so mad? Why, I'm surprised you 2 here.
Hilly can be a little sensitive. Frank sipped his tea and smacked his lips. Mighty fine. Nice aftertaste. She gazed impishly at him.
Now you know that there's the little splash of rye.
You were looking for me? Jack said again, while giving his father a curious glance. Miss Jessup nodded.
My middle daughter, Maggie, she got a daughter, Pearl. Now, Pearl got a husband named Jerome. He need a lawyer, and I thought of you.
What does he need a lawyer for? Asked Jack.
Police arrested him for killing some folks.
A startled Jack said, Who did he kill?
Allegedly kill. That what Mr. Ashby said I should say. Asked him in the morning. After about 11 o'clock, that man ain't good for nothing except a chaser.
She held up her hands.
But sweet Jesus, don't tell him I said so.
Okay, so who did Jerome allegedly kill? Asked Jack.
Some folks, like I said.
So more than one?
2.
She said, holding up the requisite number of fingers. She looked him over in an appraising manner. Jack suddenly felt like he was back in high school and the teacher had picked him to humiliate that day.
You a good lawyer, ain't you?
She asked cautiously. He's the finest damn lawyer in all of Freeman County, answered his father.
Now, Mr. Lee, every daddy and mama think their child is the prettiest and sweetest and smartest in the whole wide world. But I got to know what I knows. This Pearl's young man.
She turned back to Jack.
So is you good or not?
I'm a good lawyer. I've been practicing 8 years.
You win your law cases.
Most of them, yes. Nobody wins them all.
And you take on folks been accused of killing other folks?
Pretty much my entire practice is criminal law, replied Jack, without actually answering the question.
Mr. Ashby said he done tax law before he retired.
I've never been much good with numbers.
You lawyered for colored folks?
She asked, her scrutinizing look deepening. Jack swallowed nervously. No, but that doesn't matter to me. She snorted.
Well, it gonna sure matter to Jerome.
Are you saying he doesn't want a white lawyer?
Course he do. Besides, I ain't know any colored lawyers. But my point being, any lawyer can get a white man off for anything, especially if he got him some money. And he done something to a colored man. But you got to be as good as the Lord God above to get a colored man off, especially for killing white folks. For that, you need a white lawyer.
She looked at him doubtfully.
Thought everybody knew that.
So he's accused of killing white people? Jack asked.
Didn't I say that before?
She said, her eyes wide and probing. No, you somehow left that out.
Well, it ain't important 'cause he didn't do it. But you got to make the law see that. And for folk with my skin, that ain't easy to do. No, sir.
The law is supposed to be colorblind, Jack pointed out.
Law is blind if you colored, honey. It don't see us, nohow, no way. That's why Jerome need your help. Lord, he need it more than anybody you know, Mr. Lee.
Jack looked at his father, who was still sipping on the tea and splash of rye and following all of this closely. Okay, what can you tell me about Jerome? Jack asked.
He's never had a lick of trouble before this.
So no prior arrests?
No. He a fine man. Been real good to Pearl and the children.
Your great-grandchildren, Frank pointed out. Her heavy face crinkled.
Sweet, sweet babies.
Where is Jerome now? Jack asked. The crinkles transformed to a scowl.
In the county jail, with about a dozen white deputies wanting to kill him before he gets himself in front of a darn jury.
When did the murders happen?
Last Friday.
Where?
Madison Heights.
Jack and his father exchanged a worried glance. Madison Heights was in the northwest part of Freeman County and was home to the area's richest citizens. And why did they arrest Jerome? Asked Jack.
'Cause he was there when the police come and found the dead white folks.
Jack flinched at the far-reaching possibilities of her statement. Why was he there? She took a sip of tea and said,
You best hear all that from Jerome. Me telling it secondhand and all won't do you no good. Lawyer means being precise. Judges, they like things just so. That what Mr. Ashby say. Just so.
Well, I haven't decided to take the case yet, said Jack. I came here to find out what you wanted me for.
Well, now you know, honey. But Jerome needs your help, Mr. Lee. Real bad. Ain't that what lawyers do? Help folks?
His father nudged his arm. Won't hurt to see what the man has to say. Then you can make up your mind. He finished off the tea. That sound good, Miss Jessup?
Not as good if your boy had just said yes, but guess it'll have to do.
The Lees rose. Jack said, Look, if I take the case, I can't do it pro bono.
What's that mean?
She said fiercely as though he had cursed at her. It means I can't do it for free.
Jerome got a job? Well, he had one. And Pearl works herself to the bone. So they got money, and I can help out too.
I don't want to take your money, Miss Jessup. She held up a finger and waggled it back and forth.
Good, 'cause I ain't offering you no money, but I can do your laundry.
She pointed to his neck.
You got your shirt collars messed up with the iron 'cause you a man and don't know better. I can do some cooking. You too skinny. Always have been. Deep fryer and Crisco take care of that. And cleaning. Bet wherever you live ain't too clean. Not with no woman round to take care of it. And you.
How do you know I'm not married? She gave him a patronizing look.
If there's a ring on that finger, it's gone invisible, Mr. Lee.
I'll get back to you after I've seen Jerome.
You go see him tonight?
She said eagerly, fanning herself with the magazine. He glanced at his watch and said, I thought maybe in the morning.
Shoot. Why waste time? He ain't got nothing to do sitting in that darn cell.
Has he been arraigned?
Ask him, honey. Can't wrap my head round all that. But do it tonight. Please, Lord, please.
All right, tonight then. She graced him with a satisfied smile.
You a sweet boy. Always thought you might grow up to be something. Just had that way with you when you was a little thing.
Thank you for the libation, Miss Jessup, said his father. A minute later, after they climbed back into the Fiat, Jack turned to his father. One question, Daddy. Thought you'd have a lot more than that after all we just heard. Didn't expect a murder with Miss Jessup's kin. And Madison Heights, holy Lord, the poorest man there is worth 100 to me. I meant a question aimed squarely at you. Frank looked over at his son and said, Fire away. How does Miss Jessup know you like rye whiskey in your iced tea? Now his father studied his watch. Best get on, boy. Sounds like this Jerome needs himself one hell of a lawyer. As Jack drove, he said, I've never handled a murder case before. It's the ultimate challenge for a criminal defense attorney. Colored man accused of killing rich white folks in Freeman County? I'd say that will be some challenge, all right. Some might say impossible. You don't think I'm up to it? You are a damn good lawyer, Jackie. Now, you don't know this, but I got off work and went to see you in court a few times. You got a nice style. Handle yourself real good, seemed to me. Why didn't you tell me you were there? Figured you'd get all tongue-tied with your old man in the crowd. The suddenly panicked Jack looked at his father. We need to call Miss Jessup. I can stop at a payphone. You have her number? Or maybe she's in the phone book? You see any phone lines strung on her street? And why you need to talk to her? She didn't tell me Jerome's last name. I'll need that to get in to see him. His father gaped. How many colored men named Jerome you reckon they got in a cell for killing 2 white people in Madison Heights last Friday? If it's more than one, I'll give up my damn smokes. I guess you're right. Now just calm down and let's go do this. You're coming? Hell yes, I am. Why? 'Cause it looks to me like you need somebody with you. And your mama will likely still be up. Chapter 8. Jack and his father pulled up to the Freeman County Jail, which had been built nearly a century before. There had been no notable improvements since that time. The walls were brick, tall and thick and topped by rolls of studded barbed wire, with guard towers set at the corners, where grim, uniformed riflemen perched with orders to shoot dead any prisoner trying to escape. The far smaller building next door was the jail for women. There were no riflemen on the walls there. Jack knew the thinking was no woman would try to escape, but if they did, the sharpshooters at the men's prison could easily pick them off. A guard leaned toward the Fiat's window and shined his light in the car. What's your business here? He asked. I'm a lawyer here to see a client, said Jack. Visiting hours over a long time ago. I'm not a visitor. I'm a lawyer. And the accused has a right to see his lawyer at any time of the day or night. Jack knew this was not a hard and fast rule, but his voice was firm and his eyes held steady on the man's now wavering gaze. He added, "And denying the right to counsel can damage the prosecution's case. You want to be responsible for that?" The wavering look collapsed into a full retreat. "Let me see some ID and your state bar card." Jack produced these while his father grinned appreciatively at his son's artful maneuvering. Jack saw this and whispered, "Save your applause. That was the easy part." The guard handed back the ID and card and said, "Which prisoner?" "He's accused of killing 2 people in Madison Heights last Friday. Jerome?" "Hell, Jerome Washington, you mean?" "That's right, Jerome Washington," said Jack, shooting another look at his father. The guard sneered. "He don't need no lawyer. He needs Helen Keller." "What?" said a confused Jack. "A miracle worker, man." The guard gut laughed. That was actually Helen Keller's teacher. She was the miracle worker. The man stopped his laughing. "You think I give a shit? Go on in and see your client, what good it'll do you, or him." Jack passed through the front gate and parked the Fiat in an empty space near the main entrance. He grabbed his briefcase and looked at his father. "You can't come with me." Frank Lee's jaw went slack. "Why the hell not?" "I'll be speaking with a potential client. Anything he says to me is confidential, but if you're there, it breaks the attorney-client privilege." "Why didn't you tell me that before?" "You never asked. And for God's sake, keep your gun out of sight." Inside, Jack was searched by a man with a few wisps of hair left on his head. His rolled-up uniform sleeves revealed a green mermaid tattoo on his right forearm. "Navy?" asked Jack, pointing at the mark. The man nodded. "Submariner, Pacific, the big one." "My father was there, too." When Jack told the jailer which prisoner he wanted to see, the guard said, "Every colored comes in this place got Washington or Jefferson as their last name. Know why?" "No, I don't," said Jack dully. "'Cause they don't know who their daddy is and they just pick themselves a president." He grinned crookedly, showing off 2 teeth stuffed with gold. "Just take me to him," Jack said brusquely. As they walked along, he asked, "Has he been in front of a judge yet?" "Arraigned, formally charged, case turned over for trial, and no bail was set. Your boy's here for the duration." "Did the grand jury return an indictment?" "Don't know nothing about that." They stopped at a cell door. "Here he is," said the jailer after opening the door with a dramatic flourish. "President Washington." Chapter 9. In the cell there was one barred window, a rickety wooden chair, a short narrow bunk, a stained commode, a cracked porcelain sink, and him. "What happened to you?" asked Jack as the door clanged shut behind him. Jerome Washington was sitting on the bunk, staring at the wall. The fact that his head was wrapped in a blood-soaked bandage and his face was bruised had prompted Jack's question. Instead of a jail-issued garment, he apparently had on the same clothes he'd been arrested in. Denim, sweat-stained long-sleeved work shirt, worn dungarees, and old boots with the edges curled, like the man was melting from the bottom up. He was large and robustly built, and in his mid-20s. He was several inches taller than Jack and carried 80 more pounds. His hair was short, and a trim beard covered his jutting jaw and curved over his top lip. Jack sat in the one chair and put his briefcase on his lap. "I'm Jack Lee," he said. "Miss Jessup asked me to see you. I'm an attorney." Jerome moved slightly when Jack mentioned the woman, but he remained mute. Jack unbuckled his briefcase straps and took out a legal pad and a pen. With his other clients, Jack had not taken notes during their first encounter. It could be intimidating, and he wanted the folks to tell their story in their own time and in their own way. But this was different, since he wasn't even sure he was going to take the case. Despite what he had told Miss Jessup, he had never represented a black client. "You up for a few questions, Mr. Washington?" For that, he got not even a glance or a twitch. "I've been told that you were arrested for murdering 2 people in Madison Heights, and that you've been before a judge and that no bail was set. Is that right?" Jack waited a moment. "How did you plead before the judge?" When Jerome still didn't answer, he said, "Did a lawyer go with you?" All Jack heard was the screech of katydids outside the window. He glanced that way and saw the wink of a firefly right outside the bars. An insect far freer than this man.
What you be doing here?
When Jack glanced back, the prisoner had leveled a darkly suspicious gaze on him. "Miss Jessup said you needed a lawyer. Do you need a lawyer, Mr. Washington?" Jerome made a show of looking around his cell.
What you think?
"What happened to your head?"
Cop busted open.
"Why? Were you resisting arrest?"
Nah,
"Why did he beat you up then?" asked Jack.
bumped into him.
"Bumped? Why?"
'Cause man say he gonna do things to my wife.
"What sort of things?" asked a puzzled Jack. Jerome looked directly at him.
Ain't gonna say. But they all be bad, real bad.
"So you bumped into a cop?"
Before that, he kept hitting me with that damn club when I ain't do nothing. And they already done cuffed me and I was on my knees. So why they keep hitting me?
"So he provoked you into doing something and then beat you badly while you were already in custody?" said Jack.
Yes, sir, he did.
"Okay, I'll make inquiries about that and see what I can do." He looked Jerome over. "Why has no one come to take your clothes and issue you a prisoner's outfit?"
They say they ain't have my size. They still looking.
"I understand you were arrested by the officers because they had a reasonable belief that you had committed a crime?"
Guess 'cause I be there.
"And I also understand that you went before a judge or magistrate and that no bail was granted. Did a lawyer go with you?" He nodded.
Some white man. Don't remember his name.
"Was he a public defender?" Jerome shrugged.
Don't know.
"What did he say to you?"
He say, you got money for a lawyer? And I think he mean right then, so I says no. Then we went to the courthouse and they asked me
"How you plead?"
Yeah. And I say, I didn't do nothing to nobody.
"Did your lawyer request bail?"
He ain't say nothing about that. But the judge say I gotta go to jail.
"Did the Commonwealth's attorney mention an indictment?" Jerome shook his head.
I ain't never hear that word.
"What did the man who went with you to court look like?"
Skinny, short, got red hair, loud voice.
"George Connolly? That ring any bells?"
Yeah. You know him?
"Yes. I'll talk to him to get more details. Has he been here to see you?"
Nah.
Jack wrote down a few things. "Did they take any bodily fluids from you, like a urine sample?" Jerome looked offended.
Nah, why they want to do that?
"To see if you might have been intoxicated or on drugs."
I ain't either one.
"Have you ever used narcotics?" Jerome fidgeted and glanced nervously away. Jack said, "If I'm your lawyer, everything you tell me is confidential. I can't reveal it to anyone."
Took drugs in Nam. Army gave 'em to everybody.
Jack thought of his brother. "I've heard that."
But I ain't never take nothing since I've been back.
"How long were you in Vietnam?" asked Jack.
2 years. Feel like 20.
"Were you questioned by the police after you were arrested?"
2 white dudes in suits got me in a little room. Say I killed them people, and if I don't want to die in the chair, I better tell them how and why I done it.
"And what did you say?"
I ain't say nothing. They started screaming at me, pushing me, smacking me and such. But I just looked at the wall and pretend I ain't where I am. Finally, they got tied out and put me in here.
Jack noted how stiffly Jerome was keeping his left leg. "Did the police hurt your leg, too?"
Happened in Nam. Got shot there. Ain't much good. Hurts all the time. But at least I'm alive.
"You got a Purple Heart, then?" he said.
I got me lots of medals, so what?
"Now, why were you at that house when the people were killed?"
I worked there.
replied Jerome.
Drove 'em round in the car. Worked in the yard, the garage, the house. Fixed stuff needed fixing.
So, like a handyman. How long had you worked there?
About a year now. Big property. Got lots to do keeping it going. But Mr. Leslie wanted to keep it all going good.
Jack glanced up sharply from his notes. Mr. Leslie?
Yeah, Mr. Leslie and his wife, Miss Ann.
Jack felt his skin grow cold despite the stifling heat of the room. Leslie and Ann Randolph?
Yes, sir, good people. At least they was.
He lowered his troubled gaze to the floor. Jack didn't personally know the Randolphs, but he certainly knew of them. They were one of the most prominent families around, and he did know their youngest child, Christine. And this man was accused of ending their lives. It must have been in the local news, but he hadn't read a newspaper or watched TV because he'd been shut up in his office over the weekend working on various cases. His parents hadn't mentioned it, and he wondered why not. He composed himself and said, "Can you tell me what happened?" Jerome lifted his gaze.
You say Miss Jessup sent you. But maybe you with the cops getting me to say stuff so's I end up in the chair.
Jack handed his business card to Jerome. "I'm a lawyer in private practice. My office is on Marshall Street, and despite what the police told you, Virginia has stopped executing people for now. There hasn't been one done in 5 years." Jerome stared uncertainly at the card.
Where it say where you is?
Jack pointed at the address. "Right there, Marshall Street." He paused, something occurring to him. Can you read, Jerome?" Jerome stuffed the card into his shirt pocket.
What you want to know?
"Let's get the big one out first. Did you kill them? You can tell me, and I can never reveal it."
No, sir, I didn't.
"It would be helpful if we can provide evidence absolving you of the crime." He frowned.
What that mean?
"To show you couldn't have killed them, and then they'll have to let you go." Jerome snorted.
Let me go? What drugs you on?
"The state has to prove your guilt."
Uh-huh, sure they do.
Jerome replied bitterly, looking away. "You're a citizen with rights." Jerome stared at Jack, and his look was withering.
No. I'm a nick to every white person walking down the street looking at me like I don't belong here. Did they fight for this country? Did they get shot up? I did. I was. And this still ain't my country for why? I don't know.
Finished, he dropped his gaze and studied the floor. Jack waited for a few moments to break the silence. He knew every word Jerome had spoken was the absolute truth, and he also knew it would not help his case in the slightest. "So tell me about that day at the Randolphs." His head slowly swinging back and forth, Jerome said,
I was in the garage cleaning the car. They got them a big old Buick. Mr. Leslie like it spick and span.
"Okay, then what?"
I done finished cleaning it, then time for me to get on home.
"What time was that?"
Clock on the car say 6. Remember the hands pointing up and down.
"So you finished up, and then what?"
Went to the house, get my money. They pay on Friday. $40 cash for the week. Good money, good money.
"So you went to the house, and then what?" Jack asked patiently.
I knocked on the back door, but ain't nobody answer. I knock again, ain't hear nothing. Then I see the door open a little bit. I poke my head in and say it's me.
"And no answer?"
Nah,
"Did they sometimes go out?"
just for a walk. But it real hot that day and they stay inside. But they real good about payday, so I think maybe they ain't hear me.
"So you poked your head in and called out?"
Yes, sir, but nobody answer me. So as I walk on in, I don't like being in the house like that, but I don't know what else to do 'cause I need my money. Pearl be expecting it. I look round for him in the kitchen, front room, and then the eating room.
"But you did find them? And they were—" Jerome looked up into Jack's face, and his lips trembled.
He be on the floor, Miss Ann too. Blood every damn place and all over them.
Jack nodded. What did you do? When Jerome next spoke, his voice cracked.
I'm pretty sure they did, but I still want to help him. I tried to get Mr. Leslie off the floor, but he too heavy. I'm real strong, but I got the bad leg, and Mr. Leslie is a big man who like his food all right.
He stopped.
Leastways he did.
And Miss Anne?
Oh, she right small. So I done set her upright in the chair. She a fine lady. She ain't got no use being on the floor like that.
You did all that, but you don't have any blood on your clothes? Jerome looked down.
No, sir. Blood all dried up when I get there.
Jack made a note of this. And when did the police arrive?
About same time I put Miss Ann in the chair. Got the guns out and tell me to get away from her and to get on the floor.
Did they read you your rights? To remain silent? Right to an attorney?
Man say stuff off a little card. I ain't understand none of it.
Did you give them a statement? Talk to them? He shook his head.
My mama always told me, colored man talk to the police, they won't never find him again. That why I ain't talked to none of them.
Do you know what killed them?
Knife, most likely. They all cut up.
Did you see a knife?
No, sir.
Miss Jessup said you're married to Pearl? He nodded.
Got us 3 kids, 2 girls and a boy. Elijah, Kayla, and Darla Jean be the baby.
A wobbly tear suddenly bloomed in his right eye.
I ain't never gonna see him again, am I?
You'll see them, Jerome. I can arrange a visit here if you want. Jerome shook his head fiercely.
No, not with me all locked up like some piece of trash. I don't want him to see me that way.
Okay. We can talk about that later. Now, do you own the place where you live? Jerome looked at him funny.
No. Why?
Just for purposes of posting bail.
What'd that do?
It means you might get out of jail pending your trial. I'll look into it, even though the court initially denied it.
Okay.
You ever been arrested before?
No, sir. Never.
Good. I'm also going to look at the arrest report and find out what I can. Then I'll be back to see you again, hopefully tomorrow. Now, I'll need a retainer.
What's that?
He said suspiciously. My fee to represent you.
You talk to Pearl. She handled the money. She real smart with all that.
Okay. But I need to know how it was left with the other lawyer, George Connolly. You said he hasn't been here. Have you heard from him at all?
Last thing man say to me is I better get me another lawyer, 'cause he ain't mine no more.
Jack thought, what the hell is going on? I'll talk to Pearl, but do you officially retain me as your attorney?
How much you cost?
My rate is $5 an hour.
$5? An hour?
He exclaimed. It's the going rate, Jerome, but I will pack a lot into those hours, I promise.
How long you reckon it take?
Asked Jerome anxiously. If I were a public defender, the rate for a felony trial for murder would be about $250.
Sweet Jesus!
Exclaimed Jerome. And depending on the facts, there may be nothing I can do for you, Jerome. I won't sugarcoat this. It wouldn't be fair to you.
Damn,
he said, as tears formed in his reddened eyes.
Okay, if you want to be my lawyer, I hire you, sir.
You can call me Jack.
What's your last name again?
Lee.
I'll call you Mr. Lee.
Jack nodded as he slipped a paper from his briefcase. Okay, if that makes you more comfortable. I have this document for you to sign saying that you agree that I'm to be your lawyer. He handed the paper and a pen to Jerome.
Where I got to sign?
Jack indicated the line, and Jerome carefully made an X on the signature line. Without looking at Jack, he handed the pen and paper back. That's fine, Jerome. Thank you. Now, you are to say nothing to anyone except me. Not the police, or the jailers, or another prisoner. Do you understand? Nothing. Jerome nodded. My phone number is on that card I gave you. The police have to let you call me. Don't let them tell you that you can't. All right?
Okay, Mr. Lee.
Jack rose and Jerome stared at the wall again, the tears trickling down his face and his big hands balling and unballing, his huge chest swelling and then emptying of air. The jailer came at Jack's call and led him back down the hall. "You know the Randolphs?" asked the jailer. "I certainly know of them." "Old Virginia stock, back to Jefferson himself," said the jailer proudly, as though the Randolphs were part of his family. "And that colored man killed them." "He's accused of killing them. Nothing has been proven yet." The jailer looked at him like Jack was speaking in tongues. Outside, Frank Lee was standing next to the Fiat, smoking. "How'd it go, Jackie?" "Just get in the car, Daddy." Frank Lee stamped out his Camel and climbed in. Jack put the Fiat in gear and they drove off. "Well," said Frank, "why didn't you tell me that Leslie and Ann Randolph were murdered on Friday?" "What?" exclaimed Frank. "They're the ones Jerome is accused of killing. You say you didn't know?" "No. Your mama and me took Lucy to that special doctor over in Richmond. Left Friday night after I got off work, and got back late Sunday night. Didn't see the TV or read a paper." "Murdered?" "The Randolphs." "Yes, the Randolphs." "So what do you think after meeting with him?" "I think I have a better chance of becoming President of the United States than Jerome Washington has of ever walking out a free man from this." Chapter 10. It was after midnight and Jack was still not in bed. He had just made the most critical decision in the 33 years he had been alive, and now deep uncertainty had crept in. And with that, the desire for sleep had vanished. He was in his office, which was also his home, with a bedroom and shower upstairs, and an office and a toilet downstairs, along with a small kitchen. It was located in a 1.5-story clapboard dwelling in Carter City, the sovereign seat of Freeman County. It was within walking distance of the county courthouse where Jerome Washington would be tried for his alleged crimes, and, in all probability, imprisoned for life for those crimes, whether he had committed them or not. The cavernous brick structure next to Jack's had once been used as a tobacco warehouse, and his building was where the warehouse manager had once lived. Like Jack's setup, it had also served as the manager's office. The residual smells of the curing leaves were still pungent all these decades later. He didn't know how folks could have endured working there when the place actually contained the leafy plants, but tobacco growing was synonymous with Virginia. All the majestic plantations around here could trace their origins to that sole cash crop. He stared out the open window onto the lighted street below. Before the Supreme Court had recently changed the rules, most poor whites and all blacks went through the legal system without the aid of counsel, which meant they represented themselves, or pro se. Jack knew that was a Latin term that basically meant, you lose. He didn't know any white lawyer who had ever represented a black person in Freeman County for two simple reasons. You weren't going to win, and you weren't going to get paid much. He was actually stunned that George Connolly had stepped in to represent Jerome, even at his arraignment. He continued to stare down onto the streets of Carter City, hoping for a breeze that never came. The city was named after Robert King Carter, one of the wealthiest American colonists, mostly by virtue of being Englishman Lord Fairfax's land agent. When Carter died, he had left behind 300,000 acres, an immense fortune in British pounds, and over 1,000 slaves. Carter had also been one of the most successful slave brokers in the colonies, making several fortunes off buying and selling men, women, and children. When Lord Fairfax read of this enormous wealth in Carter's obituary, he had his cousin board a ship to Virginia to be his new colonial agent. Apparently, the exalted lord was shocked that his former representative had become so wealthy, and he didn't want a repeat performance by another ambitious Virginian. Jack lived in a world that had been sliced into halves that were termed separate but equal. However, even to an ignorant or shameless eye, those halves never came within shouting distance of parity. Whether it was buses or bathrooms or water fountains or places of learning or praying, or where you'd raise your knife and fork, there was us and there was them. and the lines were drawn starkly, if not in any way purely. The U.S. Supreme Court had started to break those walls down in the 1950s, but justice ran slow when it had to churn through people. Many of the major changes were still percolating, like water bubbling up to a desert floor. What you often got was nothing more than a mouthful of damp, gritty sand, if not an outright illusion of transformation. Because of the passage of the Civil Rights Act in 1964, the whites and coloreds only signs on water fountains, bathrooms, shops, and eateries had now come down for the most part as a result of federal decrees and the presence of armed U.S. Marshals in southern climes. It had occurred at the cost of the southern states fleeing the LBJ-led Democratic Party and hitching their allegiances to the Republican grand old party of Lincoln, which was irony beyond irony, thought Jack. However, despite the law, on a bus when a black sat down in the front, the whites moved to the rear. When a black came into a store that used to be off-limits to his race, the whites gawked until he left. Jack wasn't speculating about this. He'd moved. He'd gawked. And he'd never once spoken out against others who had done so as well. Yet his upbringing had been different, at least in some respects. His mother had taken her children to the library every Saturday, and he had read books that allowed him to see far beyond the stark boundaries of Freeman County. One day when he was 13 and checking out his stack as usual, the librarian, a fussy old woman named Mrs. Gooch, had picked up one of the tomes and said,
"What in the world are you doing reading this, Jack Lee? I didn't even know we had this trash on the shelves. We ought to ban lies like this. Or better yet, burn 'em."
The novel was Uncle Tom's Cabin. The thing was, Jack had not put it in his stack. He was about to tell her so when his mother had come up and said,
"The more books read, the better. Right, Mrs. Gooch?"
And Jack had taken the book home and read it. He hadn't found it particularly well written, and the main characters seemed exaggerated in many respects, all good or all evil, without nuance. But what bothered Jack the most about the novel was the fact that the principal reason it seemed to have been written was to warn people of the dangers and cruelty of slavery. Jack, even as a young teenager, wondered why anyone needed to be told that enslavement of humans was wrong. When he'd later asked his mother why she had placed it in his book pile, she'd said,
"The world does not all look like we do, Robert. And if you want to live in that world, you need to understand what all of it looks like, not just our piece of the pie."
Again, he had been mystified by the seeming incoherence in his mother's wanting him to read books like that, despite her firm belief that the races should be kept separate. But as a boy, he did not have the maturity or intellectual development to muddle through to any particular conclusion, and he dared not push his mother on it. Even as an adult, it continued to puzzle him. And it wasn't just about books. As a little boy, he had gone with his mother and father to bring needed food and medicine to the families of the black men that Frank Lee worked with at Old Dixie Transport. He had watched his mother dutifully nurse back to health men, women, and their children. She had done so with the skills and knowledge she had acquired surviving largely by herself on that remote mountain ridge in southwest Virginia, or so his father had told him. He would watch his mother concocting a strong-smelling plaster to rub onto the chest of a wheezing baby, or spooning homemade soup into an ill mother's mouth, or cleverly breaking the fever of a man who was not paid if he was too sick to work. When he had asked his mother about this, she had said it was just folks helping other folks that needed it. There was never mention of the race of the people being helped, although Jack remembered the stares of people in neighboring homes as his father pulled his pickup truck to a stop, and they all clambered out with their bulky bags and pale skin. His extracurricular reading also prompted him to think about things he apparently wasn't to question during his formal schooling. American history had been taught a peculiar way in Virginia, Jack had found. They had reached the 3-day Battle of Gettysburg with the South mostly victorious up to that point, but the tide about to dramatically turn in favor of the Union, when the next thing Jack knew they were studying World War I. When he'd asked his teacher about the other years of the Titanic-American conflict, she had told him firmly that he had learned all he needed to about the War of Northern Aggression. Later, in college, he read works that powerfully chronicled the struggles of non-whites in a white-dominated society. Collectively, they had set Jack's mind to thinking in different ways and directions. And yet, despite that enlightenment, he had never protested against Jim Crow, or used his legal skills to do so, or sought political office where he could address racism head-on. Apparently, books alone did not inspire bravery, although they could certainly be a catalyst to action. Yet he believed that one day the equal treatment of all would be both the law of the land and the strong preference of its population. And now? Could this be the moment when all that reading and reflection, coupled with simply observing the unfair plight of others, was transformed into his actually doing something to further the cause of racial equality? But you're not a risk-taker, Jack Lee. Not really. But what if you were? Just this once. He picked up his pen and made a list on a piece of paper. 1. Formalize his representation of Jerome at the court. 2. Obtain the police record. 3. Visit the crime scene. 4. Interview the arresting officers who had beaten his client. 5. Meet with the Commonwealth's attorney prosecuting the case. 6. Go to church and pray. Despite his agnosticism, that last to-do item might be the most vital. He stopped there, marshaling his thoughts. If Jerome was telling the truth and hadn't killed the Randolphs, then who had? They lived in affluent Madison Heights. It could have been a robbery. Were things missing? Had the police even checked? But why would they have? They had their man. In Freeman County, it didn't get much easier than convicting a black man in a court of law, particularly one who had been so obliging as to be at the scene of the crime. Jack went upstairs to his bathroom, put his head in the sink, and opened the tap. He let the cold water wash over him and then toweled his hair dry. He gripped the edges of the sink and stared in the mirror. 33 years old. Way older than his father when Jack had been born. And now there was Lucy, and as they got older, Jack might have to care for his parents, too. So maybe this is not the right time to be taking on a case like this. And while Jerome said he wasn't guilty, he could easily be lying. The Randolphs paid on Fridays. That meant they had cash in the house. Maybe Jerome wanted more than they were willing to pay him. His wife, Pearl, was expecting money. Maybe Jerome hadn't even worked that day, or possibly the entire week, but he still needed his money. Motive was right there. But if he had stolen the money, why was he there when the police showed up? And who had called the police in the first place? He mentally kicked himself. He hadn't asked Jerome about that. Had he called the police? If so, that would cut against Jerome being the killer. Then his thoughts drifted to a splash of rye in the sweet tea. How had Miss Jessup known his father liked it that way? He glanced out the bedroom window, where in the far distance the McHenry River flowed under the Penny Bridge, so named because that had once been the toll to pass over it. The Penny had closed over 3 decades before, its ancient and brittle supports crumbling too fast for saving. The regal Stonewall Jackson Bridge, about a quarter mile away from the Penny, had taken its place with great fanfare and a visit by the governor, who cut the ribbon and was driven across the span of concrete and steel before anyone else. As young teens, Jack and his brother would venture on their bikes at night to the closed Penny Bridge. They would lie on their backs on one of the little walking paths on either side of the bridge and gaze at the stars. They always hoped to spy a shooter, but were also content with counting the ones that stayed motionless. Back then, Jack had wanted to be an Army Air Corps pilot, with the dream that one day, when folks went into outer space, he would be one of the first to climb to the stars. His younger brother was content to keep his feet on the ground and travel the country by boxcar looking for adventure. Neither one had realized their childhood ambition. One night they had seen some boys about their age at the black end of the bridge. These boys had lit a stick fire on the span and grilled hot dogs over the flames. The smells of the cooking meat wafted over the penny to the Lee boys. Their bellies rumbling, Jack and his brother had looked over at the fire long enough that one of the black boys brought over 2 dogs housed in fluffy white buns with mustard smeared on top. The Lees had thanked the boy, who said he was called Homer, named after a great poet from long ago. Jack had not learned who Homer was until college, but that hot dog was the best he'd ever had. The 2 groups then came together and sat around swapping tales of adventure and other matters important to boys of all backgrounds, until a police car had approached. The black boys and all remnants of the fire were gone by the time the police car arrived and stopped at the white end of the span. The Lee boys had glibly lied to the cop who asked if they'd seen a gang of young Nick. "They stole some hot dogs and buns from our side," he said. The officer had admonished the Lees to stick to their side of the bridge and added, "You go over there, you're going to catch some disease from Africa they all got. You hear me?" Both boys said they did. Jack's heart was beating so fast he thought he might throw up the remains of his hot dog into the McHenry, which would be proof positive of his perjury. Jack had not slept a wink that night, convinced that God would strike him deaf, dumb, and perhaps dead for committing the sin of lying to a lawman to protect colored boys with hot dogs stolen from white people. The river held another, far more pleasant memory for him. When he and Jeff were in high school, their daddy would bring home truck tire inner tubes as big as a table when inflated. Father and sons would spend lazy summer weekends floating in them down the McHenry when the water level wasn't too low. They would push off the huge boulders that sat in the water like submerged hippos. The gentle current and soft eddies, which nibbled at the underbellies of the boulders like bluegills on toes, combined to propel one downriver at a pace that was good for daydreaming or dozing. And his father would always bring along a 6-pack of Pabst, and Jack and his brother would have a bottle apiece, and keep the secret from their mother, who remained on the shore downriver with Lucy, preparing the simple feast that would follow. Later, they would lie in the sun and dry off and eat sandwiches filled with Smithfield ham and fat tomato slices, and chew bread and butter pickles and devour homemade potato salad with thick slices of onion. The cold lemonade would soothe the parching of their throats caused by the summer sun. They would lift up Lucy and take her to the McHenry and dip her feet in the water until she became more scared than amused. The ride home would have the exhausted children dead asleep in the back and the mother in the front seat the same, while Frank Lee thoughtfully puffed on his camels and watched the summer sun smolder into the vast cradle of the western horizon. Those were fine times, Jack knew. It had now drifted away like a tide that had no intention of ever returning. He made up his mind. Someone else would have to represent Jerome, although he doubted there was a white lawyer within 100 miles that would touch it. He heard the phone ringing from his downstairs office. He checked his watch. At this late hour, it was most likely his parents, and that was not good. He took the steps 2 at a time and snatched up the receiver. "Hello?" The screech he heard on the other end of the line momentarily deafened him. "Who the hell is this?" he yelled into the phone, his ears still smarting. He heard the 2 words, drawn out and ugly. He put the receiver down, went over to his file cabinet and took out the .32 Colt revolver he kept there. It didn't have a lot of power, but if Jack shot someone, they would know it. And Jack was an excellent marksman, having been taught by his late grandfather and then his veteran father. And he and his brother had fired hundreds of rounds over the years working on their aim, especially after Jeff Lee had joined the Army. He went back upstairs and stared out the window. Nick Lover. Those had been the 2 spoken words on the phone, drawn out so long that the caller had run out of breath and coughed with the effort. It had to be one of the prison guards, he figured. Maybe the one with the mermaid tattoo, who thought the Randolphs were Southern royalty. During Jack's childhood, when bullies had come after him and his brother, they had absorbed a beating, afraid to hit back, or else run like rabbits while the older boys laughed their guts out. The reason for the bullying had been Lucy Lee. The boys had called her names, cruel, awful names. And Jack's father had hollered at them and complained to their parents. These boys had subsequently decided to exact their revenge on the man's sons. One day, Hilly Lee had intervened in one of these tense encounters and told her oldest son exactly what he needed to do to break the grip of such an adversary. So while his mother silently watched, Jack had marched right up to the biggest of the bullies and punched him as hard as he could right in the nose. It had nearly broken his hand, but blood had burst from both of the boys' nostrils like the violent discharge from a double barrel. And they had never been bothered again, as word had spread that Jack Lee did not take shit from anyone and would break your damn face if you messed with him or his brother. Jack breathed in the moist, humid air that had collected all around him. And that was when he decided that bullies over the phone were worse than the variety that stood in front of you. They tried to scare and intimidate from a perch of anonymity with no guts and no accountability. He was ready to break another nose and watch the blood gush. Jerome Washington needed a legal advocate more than anyone he knew. I guess it might as well be me. And after 33 years plus around 5 hours, it's probably about damn time. Chapter 11. The next day, Jack walked over to the Matthias W. Bedford Courthouse, which had been built around 1800 and originally named for a judge from that era. In 1880, it had been renamed for Bedford, a major general who had fought in the Civil War. He had not worn Union blue. On the other side of the courthouse stood the bronze statue of a solitary Confederate soldier resolutely facing due south. Jack had always been told this was because the silent sentry did not want to miss the Confederacy rising again.
"Morning, Jack,"
said Sally Reeves. She was the clerk of the court for Freeman County. In her early 40s, Reeves wore her brunette hair long, letting the row of curls drape her shoulders. Her face was pleasantly angular, and the cheeks rode high on it. Her black glasses were settled right at the center of her slender nose. She was always polite and professional and, as an assistant clerk, had been helpful to Jack when he was just starting out and learning the ropes. Back then, she knew far more about the legal process than he had. Maybe she still did, he thought. "Morning, Sally." She shuffled some papers on her desk and slid her gaze down her official ledger.
"Don't see you on the court docket today."
"Just filing an appearance, and here to pick up some documents." He handed her the legal form in triplicate that he had typed up earlier. She read down it.
"Jerome Washington?"
"Yes. I also need a copy of his arraignment. It seems no bail request was made, and I need to think about asking for a preliminary hearing as well, of course. Don't want to waive that by not timely raising it."
"He's already been indicted, Jack. That preempts the accused's right to a prelim."
"He's already been indicted? When?"
"Monday morning."
she replied. "But wasn't he arrested before the indictment was handed down?"
"They didn't have much choice since he was found with 2 dead people."
"But if he was arrested before an indictment was returned, I still get to ask for a preliminary hearing."
George Connolly waived it at the arraignment, and he didn't request bail.
"He isn't representing Mr. Washington any longer. I am."
Which apparently makes him smarter than you.
"Well, I'm going to find Connolly and chew his ass out."
"You can't. He went on vacation. Mexico, so's I heard."
It was malpractice for him to waive the prelim.
That would have just pissed Justin Reed off. You'll need to stay in his good graces if he'll even listen to a plea deal. So you're really filing to be his lawyer?
Her deliberate speech made the question seem twice as long as it actually was. Otherwise, I'd be wasting your time, wouldn't I? She closed the ledger and looked at him.
Have you talked to anybody about this?
Her tone was now cool and distantly judgmental. Who exactly would I talk to?
Anybody who would tell you not to do this, which would be pretty much everybody you and I know.
Folks are entitled to representation, Sally. Law says that now.
Their law, not ours.
Well, actually, it's just one big law that stretches from sea to shining sea.
You won that burglary case just last week. I watched some of it. You were real good in front of the jury, a natural.
I've currently got 4 clients to do work for, and the most challenging one involves a bar fight resulting in a simple assault charge.
And you think representing that animal will help your career?
Can you just stamp the form and enter me as his counsel? I'd appreciate it. And I'll need a copy of the indictment. And do you have a record of his arraignment? She looked through the files and made copies of the documents, and she handed them, along with a stamped copy of his appearance filing, to Jack.
It's your funeral,
she said. He shot her a glance. Figuratively speaking, you mean? She didn't answer him. He walked out of the courthouse with the documents in his briefcase. It felt as though it now equaled the weight of the world. Jack knew he had crossed the Rubicon with this exchange of official paper. In college, he had learned that Julius Caesar had done this very thing by leading a single legion of soldiers into Rome. This broke the law of imperium and subjected Caesar and all his legionnaires to a capital punishment. Well, Jerome Washington had pierced the rule of imperium perhaps by virtue of being a black man in a white world. Whatever the truth, alia jacta est. The die was indeed cast for both of them. Jack sat on the Fiat's thin seat, which was already starting to bake with the rising temperature, and looked at the other documents Reeves had given him. An indictment for the first-degree murder of 2 people had been handed down by the sitting grand jury of Freeman County. Connolly had not asked for bail, and the Commonwealth's attorney on the case, Justin Reed, had argued against any being set. Jerome had pled not guilty, and that had been duly entered into the record. Jack looked at the last piece of paper. Connolly had submitted his withdrawal from the case right after the arraignment, citing a conflict in schedule and doubt as to whether Jerome was truly indigent and thus entitled to a public defender. Right, thought Jack. The man just didn't want to get shot. He looked at his watch and pondered next steps. The law did not move slowly in Freeman County, especially when a black man accused of a violent crime against the white race was attached to one end of it. Which means I don't have much time either. Chapter 12. The Freeman County Sheriff's Office was housed in a dully painted cinder block building that rose 3 stories toward a heat-filled sky, starting to cloud over with the prospect of rain. Jack parked next to a deputy sheriff's patrol car. A racked shotgun pointed vertically rested in the rear caged seat, like a single finger lifted in warning. He entered the building, where he was immediately greeted by the commingling of sweat, cigarette smoke, and gun oil. A sign on the wall indicated the colored waiting room was in the rear. He pulled down the now illegal placard and threw it in the trash. Before last night, he would have never thought to do such a thing. He checked in with the front desk sergeant. I need to pick up an arrest report. You already got the one for the assault at the bar, Jack? Got a new client. The man hooked his calloused thumb to the left. Then have at it. In room 103, Jack found a uniformed man with black specs whom he didn't know. He produced his bar card and the copy of his stamped appearance filing. Washington Jerome, the man said. That's right. The man consulted a metal cabinet from which he pulled out a slender file. Inside were 4 pages of indifferent-looking official paper in the requisite triplicate. Defense counsel gets the pink copy, said the man. It's also the least legible. Doesn't seem fair when a man's liberty's at stake, noted Jack. I don't make the rules, son. I just do the filing and the fetching. He had Jack sign for them and then handed the pink pages over. "And the arresting officers, Jean Taliaferro and Raymond Leroy? I'll need to speak with them. Leave me your business card and I'll tell them you need to talk." Jack did so and drove back to the courthouse where the Commonwealth Attorney's office was located on the second floor. He made his inquiry and the woman at the front desk had him wait while she made a call.
"It'll just be a moment, Mr. Lee,"
she said after cradling the phone. A half-hour later, a door opened and Justin Reed, the Commonwealth's attorney for Freeman County, dressed in a seersucker suit with a yellow bow tie, appeared. A smoky cigarette was clenched between two beefy knuckles. The man's stern expression and stiffened posture gave Jack pause, for while the men were legal adversaries, they had known each other for years. "This way, Jack," said Reed. Jack was led into a cluttered office reeking of smoke and sat down opposite the man he would likely be facing in court. "What's your business with Jerome Washington?" said Reed, flicking ash into a bowl engraved with the state's motto, Sic semper tyrannis, thus always to tyrants. "I'm his lawyer." "Connolly withdrew, I understand." "And then fled the country, apparently." "Maybe you should, too." "I'm not going to do that. And don't ask me why," said Jack. "So you're handling the case for the Commonwealth?" Reed jabbed his cigarette with two hard strikes into the bowl. "There's actually some debate going on about who the prosecutor will be on this." "You fellows fighting over what looks to be an easy win?" Reed lit up another smoke. "Fact is, we might be talking Richmond." Jack felt his gut seize. "Heavyweights coming in." "Gotta make a stand somewhere. Hell, they're right now trying to integrate our schools." "Which the Supreme Court ordered take place 14 years ago." Reed chuckled. "That's right, isn't it?" "Wheels of justice move slow, but they are moving now." "Look, what the hell are you trying to do here, Jack? Kiss a colored's ass?" "I'm just a lawyer with a client charged with 2 murders. Now walk me through the arraignment. Why no bail? And why did Connolly waive the preliminary hearing?" "I'm not letting a cold-blooded killer loose on the streets. The magistrate agreed, and so did George." "Funny that George even signed on for this." "Magistrate appointed him when we thought Washington was indigent. George just happened to be around." "Did anyone ask Mr. Washington if he was indigent? There's a procedure for that." Reed said disdainfully, "Come on, how many coloreds have any money?" "So you're telling me that George didn't really want to represent him and pissed away valuable rights of Mr. Washington that he could have asserted—" "Mr. Washington," sneered Reed. "Listen to yourself, for Christ's sakes." "What would you call him?" "You probably don't want to hear." "So George didn't raise legal issues he should have, but I can tell you that I will. And I'm going to fight for every last one of them so long as I'm on this case." "Might be your last case. Who can say?" The two lawyers eyeballed each other across the span of the desk. "Is that a threat, Justin?" "Parts of this country started out different and stayed that way. Got an election coming up that could be the deciding factor. Might end up with 2 countries. "Well, for some that would be the easy way out. But what does that have to do with my case?" Reed looked at him quizzically. "Do you really have no clue as to the hurricane you're walking right into?" Jack sat back. "Maybe not." "Well, you sure as hell will. And sooner than you probably want." Chapter 13. 2 boxes were checked. Now Jack headed on to the 3rd, the crime scene, and for good reason. He had as much faith in the lawmen of Freeman County to conduct a fair and thorough investigation with a black man standing accused of killing 2 white people as he did in medicine's ability to make his sister whole again. He drove toward the northwest part of the county, where the air held none of the stench of Tuxedo Boulevard, and the lifestyles of the privileged few were enviable and emphatically cloistered. Stately manors carved from the dirt hides of once far-flung tobacco plantations sat on substantial property and represented the moneyed class that always seemed to land on its feet. Jack glimpsed black maids and nannies watching over their white wards and front yards, or else pushing them down the sidewalks in elegant perambulators passed down from generation to generation. White men with rakes, wheelbarrows, and pruning shears labored over immaculate landscapes. Jack knew black men were routinely considered unpredictably dangerous, and thus unwelcome here in any occupation, which consequently made Jerome's presence stand out. Compact Mercedes-Benzes and lengthy Cadillacs sat in pristine driveways. The quiet was broken when a lovely woman, her hair done up and her costly dress tailored to her slim figure, fired up a convertible to travel perhaps to a luncheon or tennis. There was a deputy sheriff looking hot and riled as he fended off reporters at the impressive gates leading up to the Randolphs' home. Jack saw a news truck and a TV anchor he recognized confronting the deputy, while two other men, probably from the local papers, peppered the lawman like pecking crows with their own queries about the crime. A sulky-looking photographer stood by idly popping pictures of the scene. A bored TV cameraman, his bulky machine dangling in front of him like a dormant mechanical arm, watched all of this while he listlessly smoked a cigarette. When Jack pulled up, the deputy wheeled around to the Fiat, spoiling for a fight. He bellowed hoarsely, "Now you just turn whatever the hell that thing is around and head right on out of here." Jack held up his bar card and official court document. "Jack Lee for the defense. I'm here to examine the crime scene." "You can't do that," said the deputy, barely looking at the card or paper, so intent was his angry focus. "Go check with your boss. You don't want this case dismissed because you wouldn't let defense counsel exercise the accused's constitutional rights, do you?" That remark hit the target, just as Jack knew it would. The flustered deputy called in another lawman to guard the gate, and then stormed to the house on foot. The TV anchor and newspaper reporters swarmed the Fiat. Jack locked the door and rolled up the window. Although sweating, he stared placidly out the windshield while ignoring their shouts and poundings on the car's metal. The deputy came back a minute later and said, "Okay, you can go on up." Jack headed along the wide pea-gravel drive to the house. The lawn was bracketed by robust flower beds and punctured by stands of mature oaks, pines, maples, and multitudes of dogwoods, the state tree. And the spring bloom, legend had it, the dogwood carried the blood of Jesus' crucifixion wounds on each of its 4 white petals, representing the 4 sides of the cross. Jack had never believed that, even when he'd been a churchgoer. 2 sheriff's cars were parked out in front. The cruisers faced each other like 2 rams about to duel. There was also a black sedan with official Commonwealth plates. This captured Jack's full attention, and now he knew that the decision on the prosecutor who would oppose him in court had been made. And with that revelation, he felt his anxiety spiking. He got out and looked around. The Randolph estate was 2 streets over from the Willow Oaks Country Club, which rivaled Richmond's storied Country Club of Virginia in its pedigreed members list. It was all white and Gentiles only, and women were allowed when accompanied by their husbands. Other than that, all were welcome there. "You look like you got a lot on your mind, son," said the smiling man waiting for him at the front door. He was tall and well-nourished, his skin thin as an onion's, his head mostly bald on top, his age difficult to tell. His suit was coroner black and somber, but with a tie that was blood red. Jack held out his hand. "I'm Jack Lee, counsel for Jerome Washington, Mr. Battle." So I heard, said Battle, shaking Jack's hand a bit too energetically. Up close, the man's aftershave got in Jack's nostrils and made them twitch. Battle glanced at the black sedan. "Guess my official state license plate gave me away." It did. Edmund Battle was the Attorney General of Virginia, the 3rd-ranking politician in all the Commonwealth. A native of Richmond, he'd been a litigation partner in a suitably prestigious law firm, and then became a circuit judge before throwing his hat in the ring for the AG slot, which he won by a country mile. And then, to add insult to injury to the same foe, He did it all over again 4 years later. "Come on in, see what you need to see. There's not much, I warn you. Medical examiner has the bodies." He shook his head. So tragic. Jack walked in and looked around at an opulence one would have imagined being in a place such as this, but very little that was to his taste, and not much that dated after 1940. Battle led him down a long hall. Arriving in the room in question, the man said, "Mrs. Ann Randolph was in the chair over there with all the blood, and Mr. Leslie Randolph on the floor right there. Can tell by the blood as well. Looks more like a damn butcher's shop than a home." "How did they die?" "Waiting on the report." "Surely you can tell that without a medical examiner's official tally." Battle pulled out a cigarette pack, lit up a Pall Mall, and studied Jack through the haze. "How many murder cases have you handled, Mr. Lee? Be honest now." "Counting this one? 1. But as a lawyer, I've tried just about everything else. And every defense lawyer has a first murder case, don't they?" Battle shook his broad head. "Not as sole counsel, they don't. And everything else doesn't come close when you're talking a man's life. There are public defenders in Freeman who have a lot of experience in such matters." "He has money and doesn't need a public defender. And you said a man's life. Virginia doesn't execute people anymore." "Virginia still has its death penalty statute intact, and legally, there is no reason it cannot be immediately reinstated. And I can tell you firsthand there is talk in Richmond of the government doing exactly that." He paused and eyed Jack in a tactical manner. "And if it is reinstated, the Commonwealth will seek it against Mr. Washington." "Good to know. You got the murder weapon? Anything taken? Anybody break in?" "Whoa, son, you're firing off questions like a machine gun does bullets." "Just trying to get the facts right." Battle sucked on his smoke. "Oh, we got the facts all right. And we'll give you what's required under the law, but focus on the fact that your client was found right here with 2 dead bodies." "He worked here, so no surprise about that." "Granted, he did, but that gives him no right to come in the house and kill his employers." He tapped ash into a glass ashtray, sat on a table, and said, "Hell, people around here were already on edge." "Why was that?" "You heard about that colored man in Faulkner's Woods, right next to here?" "Somebody shot him while he was walking down the street." "He was up to no good." "On the contrary, there was no proof he was doing anything other than walking." "There was no lawful reason for that man to be there. Only coloreds around there are the maids, nannies, and cooks. He was clearly casing homes, looking for wives without their husbands or children without their parents, a back door ajar, keys in a car. Somebody stopped him before he could set out to do what he was certainly going to do. Rape, robbery, kidnapping, who the hell knows?" "I take it there will be no investigation or criminal charges filed?" said Jack. "The Negro's dead. How would prosecuting him make sense?" "I was referring to the man who killed him." "You being funny? Might give him a medal." Battle looked around the room. "Too bad somebody didn't stop your client before he did what he did here." "Now, I understand that there was no bail asked for." "Oh, you don't want bail for your client, Mr. Lee. He's safer in jail. You let that man out, someone's liable to do him harm." "I'll take that under advisement. The indictment was handed down very quickly." "You have a problem with the law acting with alacrity?" retorted Battle. "I just don't want it to act so fast that an innocent man gets railroaded." "No chance of that here, since there's no innocent man involved." "And he was arrested before the indictment was handed down, so I still have the right to request a preliminary hearing." Battle shook his head. "That right was waived at the arraignment." "By prior counsel who I believe acted without regard for my client's interests." "A preliminary hearing? You just want to peek at the prosecution's case, right? Well, let me tell you something. We have uncovered so much evidence and built such a strong case that the grand jury had no problem returning that indictment. Hell, I'm ready to go to trial pretty much right now. I hope you are too. So what use will a hearing be?" "A lot of firepower for this one case. I wonder why." "And you can keep right on wondering." Who called the police? Jack asked. Good Samaritan, I imagine. Seeing a colored man around here, what was he supposed to do? He worked here, as I said, and you conceded. And I imagine the neighbors were used to seeing him around and thus would have had no cause to call the police. I'll know what a jury will think about a Negro man being in this house, retorted Battle. He pointed at the blood on the rug. And your boy was a real monster. So he murdered 2 people and then hung around until the deputies showed up? No, son, they got here in time to prevent his escape. He gave Jack another empathetic look. You real sure about this? Jack pulled a small brownie camera from his pocket. You mind? Snap away. Jack took pictures of the blood marks, the overturned furniture, the damaged photo of the Randolphs, and anything else that looked important. He noted the footprints in the blood. There were a few that looked like they could be Jerome's. He saw something curious by the chair where Anne Randolph had been found, and took multiple pictures of the carpet while Battle looked on without a lick of interest. After Jack finished, Battle tapped him on the arm. Can I make an observation? Help yourself, said Jack as he placed the camera back in his pocket. You are scared to death. Oh, you believe so? Replied Jack. You're wondering why the hell you pulled the trigger on this, and you're hoping there's a way out. Well, there is. You just say the magic words, I withdraw as counsel. For never having met me, you seem to think you know me better than my mama and daddy do. I've seen an army of fresh-faced lawyers just itching to take their shot. And do you know what usually happens to them? I'm sure you'll tell me. They lose everything they care about. And you got a lot to lose, like your whole damn race, son. He paused for dramatic effect. You think on that. Can I look around while I think on that? Sure. I'll have a deputy go with you while you're thinking on it. But don't take too long, Mr. Lee. I'm thinking this whole case is going to go real quick. And it's going to end with a barbecue in the electric chair at the state pen in Richmond, if the governor and the General Assembly do their damn jobs. Chapter 14. Later, as Jack was leaving the house, a couple walked up to the front entrance. The woman was around Jack's age and the man with her a few years older. She was blonde, lovely, seemed fragile as ice chips in August, and was dressed all in morning black. The man was around 5'10", trim, and wore a tailored light beige summer suit. His expression was a commingling of confidence and concern. The woman was pressing a tissue against her reddened eyes, while the man had his arm draped protectively around her. Are you with the police? The man asked in a voice well used to obedience. Jack said, No, I'm not. But Mr. Battle is inside with some deputies. I'm Gordon Hanover. This is my wife, Christine Hanover. Damn, thought Jack. The Randolphs' youngest child, Christine. He knew there had been 4 children. The oldest was Sam Randolph. The 2 middle children had died decades ago, he recalled. He hadn't seen Christine in nearly 15 years. She focused on him with a pair of light gray eyes that matched a bundle of somber clouds directly overhead. A sense of revelation spread over her features.
Jack Lee? Is that really you?
Yes, it is. He looked at her husband. My brother Jeff used to date Christine. In high school, he quickly added. Christine had attended a private school, but that had not stopped her from asking out Jeff Lee after a football game where the Lee brothers had led Jeb Stuart High School to a thorough trouncing of the team from her elite institution. They had dated until Jeff had joined the Army, and Christine headed off to a women's college.
It's been ages since I've seen you. What are you doing here?
She asked. I was just meeting with Mr. Battle and seeing things. I'm a lawyer now.
Oh, that's right. I knew that.
I'm so very sorry for your loss, Christine, he said.
Thank you.
He stood aside so they could pass by. Gordon looked at him and said in a low voice, Is it as bad as? No need to let her into the room where it happened. He gave Jack an appreciative pat on the shoulder, and they headed into the house. Jack was heading back to his Fiat when a brand-new four-door Lincoln Continental pulled up at the gate. The capped and uniformed black driver got out and held open the door for the sole passenger. A tall, pale man wearing an expensive suit and fingering a half-smoked, chunky cigar. He was around 50 with graying hair, a long, full face, and a pair of dark, analytical eyes. Unlike Gordon Hanover, there was no concern in his features, only reams of confidence. As Jack watched, the TV anchor and the other reporters hurried over and began assaulting the man with questions. He started talking animatedly, seemingly taking control of the media with a well-rehearsed performance. The clearly engaged photographer snapped away and the cameraman did likewise on film. Jack noted that the man's driver stood next to the Lincoln staring off at a bird fluttering around. He heard the crunch of gravel and turned to see Battle striding up to him. "Who is that man?" Jack asked, pointing at the gate. Battle took a look and came away obviously impressed. "That is Howard Pickett. Heard he might show up today." "And who is Howard Pickett?" "You don't follow politics?" "Not if I can help it," replied Jack. "Howard Pickett is a millionaire many times over. He built up a highly successful coal mining business over in West Virginia." "Okay, but what is he doing here?" "He is one of George Wallace's principal backers. Been raising support and dollars for him all over the country. Flies him around on his private plane. Badly wants to see him in the White House." "Lord help us if George Wallace ever sees the inside of that place," said Jack. "I disagree. He's a man of the people, of the working class. They get a raw deal from all those high and mighty elites with all their fancy education." "If I remember correctly, you went to Dartmouth for college and Harvard Law, Mr. Battle. So you're one of those high and mighty elites you just denounced." "Well, I sure don't see myself that way, son. I came up middle class." "Uh-huh. And again, why is that man here, do you think?" "I believe Mr. Pickett senses an opportunity with this case." "What sort of opportunity?" "Oh, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Now I gotta get back inside and comfort Mrs. Hanover. Terrible thing your client did, robbing the lady of her parents." Battle hurried back into the house while Jack drove toward the gate. As he approached, the TV anchor saw him and the man said something to Pickett. The coal millionaire turned and stood in the way, forcing Jack to stop the Fiat. Pickett came around to the driver's side and motioned Jack to roll down his window. He smiled and said, "I'm Howard Pickett, Mr. Lee. Nice to meet you." "Hello," said Jack as he looked at the cameraman filming this encounter. "You're a nice-looking white man, law degree and everything, I've been told. So what the hell are you doing representing a Negro who killed some fine elderly white people in their own home?" "And you're a millionaire many times over, and you get chauffeured around in a big fancy car. You have your own plane that you fly George Wallace around in, and have somehow convinced the common man you're just like him." The smile grew wider. "I grew up with nothing, son." "So did I, and that's pretty much what I still have." "Maybe it's because you associate with the wrong color of folks." "Or maybe it's because I don't have any coal mines," retorted Jack. "I like your attitude, son. I think we'll be seeing a lot of each other." "Really? Are you a lawyer too?" "No, but I hire 'em by the dozen," said Pickett. "Would that include Mr. Battle, by chance?" "Oh, you best not go there, son. That could be considered slander." "I'll be heading on. Got a lot of work to do," noted Jack. "You got a lot of thinking to do. Make sure you come to the right conclusion." "Which is?" asked Jack. "Be loyal to your race. And don't be no long hair either." "Long hair," said Jack. "Hippies, potheads. And don't be no pointy head," added Pickett. "You'll have to define that one for me, too." "Academic types. You know, Ivy Leaguers who don't know their ass from a hole in the ground and look down on ordinary folks." "So You didn't go to college then? For the first time, the smile disappeared, and Pickett glanced at the reporters gathered around, pens poised over paper. What the hell does that matter? I thought that was sort of the point of your argument, but I'm a sworn officer of the court. Everyone, regardless of race, deserves a proper defense. Well, that thinking is only going to get you so far. How far do you reckon? Asked Jack. 6 feet, but not in the direction you want to go, replied Pickett. Let's forget about slander and go directly to the law against death threats. I never make threats. Threats mean nothing. As opposed to what, exactly? Pickett waved at the cameraman, did a thumbs up to the lens, and said, Come November, vote for George Wallace, the only man capable of taking this country back to where it belongs. He walked off, got into his big Lincoln, and was driven away by a black man who had never once looked at his employer. Jack watched them go while all the reporters stared at him, like Jack had only a few breaths of life left. Chapter 15. Jack drove back to his office and was just closing the car door when 2 women approached. One Jack knew, and one he didn't, though she seemed familiar to him. Miss Jessup said,
We seen Jerome, and he showed us this here address on your card. This is Pearl, my granddaughter.
Jerome's wife, yes. You two favor each other. Pearl was petite and appeared to Jack to be tightly wound. Her sharply edged features held pain, no doubt due to her husband's dire situation. He led them to his office and got them seated at his small work table. Pearl looked around the unimpressive space before her shrewd gaze settled on him.
You ain't got you no secretary or nothing? And no law books on the shelf? How you get your work done, Mr. Lee?
He tried to smile reassuringly. I'm a good typist, and I have an answering service. When I need help, I can get it, and the court's law library has all the books I need. Saves me space and money. He noted that Miss Jessup held her purse on her lap with both hands and gazed at him with a sharpness that he could feel against his chest. Pearl sat straight and compact and formidable. He noted the etched lines around her eyes and mouth, each probably with a history all its own to recount. The woman's brown eyes did not seem to miss a single thing going on around her. He guessed her age to be around 25, but in her hardened features there was a tale of a challenging life that likely doubled that number of natural years.
Jerome say you his lawyer now,
she said. Yes, I've filed my appearance as his counsel and have also been to the Randolphs' home. He chose not to tell them that the state's top prosecutor would be personally handling this case.
And?
Said Miss Jessup.
How does it look?
The Commonwealth believes they have their man. He was watching Pearl closely as he said this. Her face did not crumple. The large eyes did not fill with tears. But the woman looked like she might be sick.
She
began. One hand went to her mouth.
Oh, my.
She shuddered. Do you need the bathroom? Jack said quickly. It's right over there.
No, Mr. Lee. But maybe some water?
He hurried over to a credenza that held a pitcher of water and some glasses. He poured her out one and rushed back with it. She drank it down thirstily and then handed back the glass, looking embarrassed.
Thank you. So hot today. But I'm better now. So what you gonna do about the situation?
Miss Jessup asked Jack firmly. I've taken some pictures of the scene and made notes. I'll interview the arresting officers. I have to find out who called the police because they might have seen something helpful for us, and I need to know who benefited from the Randolphs' deaths.
You think it might be one of their own that done it?
Suggested Miss Jessup. His mind's eye held the image of the grieving Christine Hanover. Children have killed their parents for money as long as there have been families, replied Jack. But we would have to find some evidence. He turned to Pearl. Jerome said he'd worked for the Randolphs for about a year. But he was in Vietnam before that?
He got drafted. Then, with his leg all shot up, they said he couldn't fight no more. I'm real glad. Jerome stay in the army. He gonna die for sure.
He got drafted even though he has young children? Said Jack.
Yeah. They say you ain't in no college. You got to go. Kids or no kids. And they say if we want to fight it, we need a lawyer. And it'll cost a bunch of money. So Jerome went.
Jack shook his head, knowing that none of that was true. And how did he end up working for the Randolphs?
My uncle used to work for them. He told the Randolphs Jerome could do just as good as he done.
Did Jerome ever go inside the house?
Not unless they needed something fixed. Jerome can fix just about anything. He just got that way about him. Like your daddy, Mr. Lee,
Interjected Miss Jessup. The image of the sweet tea and rye whiskey briefly entered his thoughts. Do you know if the Randolphs kept money in the house? He asked. Pearl nodded.
They must, 'cause they paid Jerome cash. Why? They saying Jerome took some money don't belong to him?
No, but if money does turn up missing, they might claim he took it.
I can tell you right now he ain't have no money. I feed him his breakfast and make him his lunch. And he liked the Randolphs. They treat him real good. And now they dead. Jerome ain't got no job,
Added Miss Jessup.
How's that make any sense, I ask you?
I might have you help me write out my closing argument, said a smiling Jack.
This ain't no joke.
Jabbed Pearl.
They gonna try and kill my husband.
Jack pressed his palms against the warm table where the sunlight hit it and said, I know this is no joke. And at least right now, Virginia does not use the death penalty, so Jerome would be looking at life in prison. Pearl said,
No way they gonna let a color man who they say killed 2 white people stay alive in prison.
You may be right. And I checked the list of items he was arrested with. He had no money on him. She took out an envelope from her pocket and slipped some bills from it.
Speaking of money, how much you need? Jerome said you need money to do the work.
Yes, a retainer. But I know Jerome didn't get paid last week.
I got a good job during the week, and I work a second one on the weekends.
But you have 3 young children.
My mama helps out a lot, and some of my aunts, and my granny here when she ain't at Ashby's. Now how much?
$200 for now. I have no idea how long this will go on, you understand? But I promise I'll make the money go as far as possible. She carefully counted out 9 20s and 2 10s and slid them across.
You just tell me when you need more.
I will, thank you. He wrote her out a receipt and handed it to her. The paper went into her purse with the rest of her money. I will need to come out to your house to talk to you about the case. Pearl looked at her grandmother with a surprised expression.
I just come and meet you here,
She said hastily.
when you need me to.
Do you have a car?
No, but it only a couple of bus rides.
But it would be far easier for me to visit you. Wait, do you have a phone? She shook her head. Okay. He handed her a piece of paper and a pencil. Just write your address down for me. I'll be glad to come and meet with you there. She slowly wrapped her strong, calloused fingers around the pencil in a way unfamiliar and almost fearful, at least to Jack's mind, as though he had asked her to handle a viper and not an instrument of writing. Glancing nervously at Miss Jessup from time to time, Pearl slowly formed the letters and numbers like a clumsy novice skater stumbling fretfully over the ice. Finished, she set the pencil down and slowly moved the paper across to Jack. He glanced at the writing and his brow wrinkled in confusion. Miss Jessup said crisply,
Her address is 16 Old Anna Street. No signpost, but you turn right at the big oak that's split in half after you get off the bypass where the old fairgrounds was. House at the end of the road. Got blue shutters and a lean-to on the side. Can't miss it. Only one other house down there.
I'm sure I can find it, said Jack. Thank you. Pearl rose and Miss Jessup mirrored this movement. Pearl said,
We got to get back to work.
I can drive you where you need to go. Pearl shook her head.
You got enough trouble coming your way as it is, without having 2 colored women in your car.
Jack watched them walk down the street until they turned a corner and vanished from sight. Are you up to this, Jack Lee? Taking on the whole Commonwealth of Virginia, a coal millionaire, and George Wallace? For $200? Chapter 16. The knock on his office door came at just past 6 p.m. When Jack opened it, he was gazing at 2 uniformed deputies, who stared cautiously back at him. The tall, lean one had his hands on his narrow hips and had puffed out his shallow chest. The short, wide-hipped one allowed his right hand to dangle enticingly close to his holstered .38. Sweat lacquered both their brows and fouled their shirts. The tall deputy pointed to the sign on the wall. John Robert Lee, Esquire, attorney at law. That you, mister? I'm Jack Lee, yes. And you? Deputy Gene Taliaferro, he said, tapping his chest. And this here's Deputy Raymond Leroy. We the ones caught your boy after he butchered the Randolphs. He rubbed his shoulder. That sumbitch knocked me to the floor. He's like an animal. But most of them are. Even the women. Especially the women, volunteered Leroy. You called at the station for us? I wanted to speak with you as part of my investigation. Come on in. The men did so, wiping their boots on the doormat and taking off their hats. What investigation? Said Gene. We got the sucker. Folks rightly expect a chair for something like this, though I guess they don't use that no more. Hope they start back up and let that boy be the first one on the hot seat. Hell, I wish they still hung him. Have you ever done that? Asked Jack. Hung someone for being black? Gene smiled. Hell, lawyer, that'd be illegal. And I'm a man of the law. Jack motioned them to the same chairs Pearl and Miss Jessup had occupied, and wondered what either man would think about sitting in chairs the women had used. Gene said, Hey now, ain't they got colored lawyers for colored killers? Jack drew a legal pad close and picked up a ballpoint pen. So, if you could tell me what happened the evening you made the arrest? Gene glanced sharply at Leroy before saying, We found him in the room with 2 butchered bodies, and then we arrested the nigger that done it. Jack glanced up. There's no cause to use that word. What word? Asked Gene with genuine confusion. Call him black, like we're white? We ain't nothing like their kind, sputtered Gene. You know, the judge could look at your obvious bias and use it as an excuse to throw out your testimony, or even declare a mistrial. Do you want your boss to look upon you as the reason for that waste of time and unnecessary expense? Gene looked at Leroy, who only had hateful eyes for Jack. Then he sat back and ran his fingers along the row of bullets on his gun belt. He eyed Jack shrewdly. Okay. We arrested the Negro and brung him in. You said he was resisting arrest? Before Gene could reply, Leroy spoke up. We had our guns drawn and told him to kneel on the floor, which he done. Gene cuffed him. And the resisting part? Asked Jack as he wrote this down. Gene had a little chat with the colored boy, and he got all riled for some reason, knocked Gene down. So naturally, he had to get the situation back under control. Gene grinned. Boy was strong as a gorilla. Way I see it, the problem is we coddle the Negroes. They don't know how to behave around white folks. And how should they behave? Asked Jack. Well, with respect, and knowing they're around their betters, answered Gene, eyeing Leroy. Hell, everybody knows that. And who told you to go to the Randolphs' home? Asked Jack. And what was the time? Dispatcher, said Leroy. Around 6 or so. What did the dispatcher say exactly? That 2 people were dead and the killer was still there. We got there real fast. How fast? Hell, 3-4 minutes, replied Leroy. You went in the front door, and you found the accused doing what? Jean said. He had his arms round the old woman, maybe doing something sexual. You know how those boys are around our women. Perhaps he was lifting Mrs. Randolph into the chair? Jean snorted. What for? She was dead. Maybe out of respect? Leroy exclaimed. How in the hell is it respectful to kill somebody? You're presuming it was him that did it, answered Jack. I got eyes that I see things with, countered Leroy. And I seen him and only him in the room with 2 dead folks. The actual killer could have already escaped. Leroy smiled maliciously. Good luck proving that. Did the dispatcher say who had called them? Why's that matter? Said Leroy. Well, how did the person know that 2 people were dead and the killer was still in the house? Did you see anybody else? They both shook their heads. Did you search the house to make sure no one else was there? No need to, said Jean. We got the bastard who done it. On your way there, did you see anyone else? In a car? On foot? Jean snapped. Just the Negro, who was resisting arrest real bad. Jack put his pen down. That's all I have for now. I'll take formal statements from you both later. The deputies rose and put their hats back on. Jack stood, glanced at Jean's gun belt, and said, That billy club of yours, what are the notches for? One looks new. Jean grinned and tapped the wood. You know how some fellers mark the bedpost with their women? Well, this is sort of like that, only different. Uh-huh. Jean drew chin to chin with Jack and said, Now look here, lawyer. You know your boy done it. In your heart, you do. He's not my boy. He's my client. And you must have a very different heart from me, deputy. You just get paid to say that, replied Jean, grinning and stepping back. You know how things stand. You let coloreds start thinking they're equal to us, then where are we white folks? Leroy said, Not in America no more, that's for damn sure. Even Abe Lincoln himself wanted to ship 'em all back to Africa. God's honest truth. Read it in a book. As they were leaving, Leroy added, We're in this fight together, mister. You know that and I know that. We need folks like you who know the law real good and how it should be done proper and all, if we're going to win this. And Lord help us if we don't, added his partner. Chapter 17.
How any son of mine,
began his mother. Jack stared dully at her from the other side of the dining room table, with the space between them resembling a potential no-man's land of risky engagement.
When I saw that on Channel 6, I almost had a heart attack. And the Randolphs, of all people. And then they had you talking to that man from George Wallace's campaign. The things you said to him. He's a millionaire, the TV said.
He's a horse's ass. And I know for a fact you can't stand George Wallace. If it had been you there instead of me, you would have put that man in his place so fast it would have made my efforts look downright feeble. Hilly glanced at her husband, who sat worrying at a grease spot on his thumb.
Why do I think this has something to do with Miss Jessup coming around, Francis? And you and Robert drove off somewhere last night. Well, now I know where you went. You put him up to this, didn't you?
I made the decision to represent the man, Mama. I think he's innocent.
Innocent or guilty? This is going to ruin our reputation.
Frank said. I wasn't aware we had any particular reputation, Hilly. And you always taught me to stand up for what I believed in, added Jack.
So what are you going to get out of this? No white woman will ever want to walk down the aisle with you.
She added. Mama, that era is over, and the sooner you accept that, the better. She retorted.
I've seen and experienced things you never will, John Robert Lee. So don't preach to me about the end of eras. And why are you all of a sudden so interested in all this racial business?
You taught me to be kind and respectful to people. All people. You and Daddy take care of black folks at his work and their families when they get sick or injured or need food.
Oh, that was just helping someone in need. I told you that. But different races are not meant to associate outside of situations like that.
Then why encourage me to read all those books that said the exact opposite? He watched her strong, nimble fingers, which had nursed his childhood injuries and dried his little boy tears, play erratically over the tabletop. Jack continued calmly. And when I became a member of the bar, I took an oath to fight for what was right, not for what was easy.
So does an oath to a colored man mean more than your own family, Robert?
Black lawyers represent whites and whites represent blacks every day. She said,
Not in Virginia. Certainly not in Freeman County. I neither have nor want any colored friends, and I'm certain they're of the same mind.
Well, last year, a Virginia case went all the way to the Supreme Court. And in a unanimous opinion, the court said miscegenation laws violated the Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution, and a black can marry a white and vice versa. Now Mr. and Mrs. Loving are happily married and living right here in the Old Dominion.
I don't know how happy they are.
His mother retorted fiercely.
I bet both their families disowned them.
Jack was surprised at his mother's angry tone, which seemed overblown for the situation. As he stared at her quizzically, she looked away, her face full of heightened anxiety that Jack was not convinced was coming only from their debate. And it made him think of a long-ago memory. When he was 5 years old, Jack had snuck into his parents' bedroom while they were out, just to look around. He had found one of his father's pistols in a sock drawer, but luckily it was unloaded. Then, underneath a compartment in his mother's small jewelry case, he had discovered something else. It had been a picture of what looked to be his mother as a young woman and, well, Jack wasn't sure what else the picture contained because his mother had come in at that moment and snatched it away from him. Then she had tanned his hide. For weeks after, she had looked at him with fury. And for years, Jack had half convinced himself he had somehow dreamt the whole thing. Now, as he looked at his mother, he wasn't so sure. And the tanning had certainly been real. He well remembered that. He said, So if a black woman and a white man can be husband and wife, why can't I, as a white man, represent a black person? His mother looked back at him, her features now calmer, her tone less strident.
This has nothing to do with what a court says, and everything to do with just the way things are. God put the blacks in Africa and the whites elsewhere, and if he had wanted them to mix, he would not have done that. I know you learned that in church when you were little.
Indeed I did, but I don't find the Baptist Church a reliable steward when it comes to parsing such issues. And the races got mixed because whites brought them here to be slaves. You think that was God's will? The calmness in her look vanished.
I do not need a history lesson from you, Robert. What I'm saying to you is that is not the world we live in. And the sooner you accept that, the better.
Then maybe we need to change the world. In fact, people are.
Oh, for God's sake. I can see I'm getting nowhere fast with this.
I did see Christine Randolph. Well, now Christine Hanover, he said. Hilly's expression immediately softened.
I thought Jefferson and Christine might get married. But then your brother joined the army instead of going to college like you did. Where'd you see her?
She was coming to her parents' house while I was there.
Did she know what you're doing?
Hilly asked anxiously. No, I just gave her my condolences. Her husband seems like a nice man.
So you're still going to represent her parents' killer?
Their alleged killer. Yes, I am. Mother and son engaged in a drawn-out staring contest, her resolute green eyes versus his determined blue ones. Hilly finally looked away, stood, and declared,
Then I'm going to make sure Lucy is still breathing.
She glided from the room. Jack glanced at his father, who was still worrying at his thumb. Without looking at him, Frank said, "Your mama's a good person, Jackie, with a big heart despite how she comes across sometimes. Now, she has her beliefs. You may not agree with them, but they're what she believes because she never known anything else. And she has seen more than you ever will. Hell, she had to learn to take care of herself at a young age because her folks would just leave her alone up on that mountain for months at a time. Guess after 9 kids before your mama came along, they were just tired of being parents. Getting coal in the dead of night, shooting critters for food and planting and tending the garden, and looking after the laying hens so she'd have something to eat, outrunning bears and mountain lions, going without, pretty much every day of her life. That was what your mama endured up on that mountain. And she was the best natural athlete I ever saw, man or woman. She'd bet the boys she could outrun them, speed or distance, and then she would. Way she earned money to clothe herself. When she was in school, she could put the ball in the hoop and knock it over the fence. I seen all the ribbons and trophies she won. She was proud of them. Then, after Lucy was born the way she was, your ma threw them all away." Jack said, "I never knew it was that bad. She never talks about any of it. What that woman carries, she carries about as deep inside her as a person can. She should have gone to college, become a doctor or a teacher. She has the mind for it, but she never had the chance, and that eats at a person. She was real proud when you went on to law school. I think she saw a bit of herself in you, at least what she could have been." "And what do you think about me representing a black man?" "I work with them folks all day long. Good, solid people. Honest and likable. Do their job and go about their business and never bother nobody. Do I think any of them will be my best friend? No, I don't think so, because I've never done that and neither have they. They stick to their own kind and so do we. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but it's just the way things have always been. But truth be known, it will change. At least I believe so. But I'll be long gone by then. Hell, maybe you will too." "But you wanted me to represent Jerome." His father leaned forward. "What I wanted, Jackie, was for you to do something, I don't know, important with your life. I know how smart you are, and so does your ma. All you needed was a chance. And despite what your mama said, when she was watching you on the TV give back to that ass Pickett as good as you got, she was smiling a mile wide, proud as a peacock." "So this is all about me and my path to shine? What about Jerome?" "I got nothing against him, except if he did kill those folks, he needs to pay for his crime. But is that so wrong, father wanting the best for his son?" "Like you did Jeff?" His father leaned back, and his engaged look faded to nothing. "I'm a veteran. Got the scars on my skin and the memories burned into my head to show for it. So does he, but his situation was different." "I don't see it that way. You wear the uniform, you don't get to choose who you take up the sword against." "And Miss Jessup? She makes a nice iced tea with a splash of rye just like you like it. But you don't socialize with their kind, so it must be a coincidence she knew that." "Like I said, I drove her home a few times and she made me tea as a thank you, and I mentioned that I'll like it with a splash of rye." Jack rose. "So why don't you go see Miss Jessup then? She and Pearl Washington came to see me, but I'm not sure they told me all they could. Find out what you can." "What, you mean right this minute?" "Well, I don't think Mama will be especially good company. Do you?" Chapter 18. The jail's dense humidity compressed Jack's chest and made his throat swell. Somewhere nearby, a dull drumming was emanating from a fan. Jack didn't think it was anywhere near where the prisoners were. He'd represented clients who'd had the life nearly beaten out of them while awaiting trial. When he'd asked what had happened, it was always the same story from the guards. "Fool slipped and fell in the shower." And Jack had nearly always answered back, "What, 6 damn times?" The guard leading him now said, "Your boy's been bellyaching about headaches. Doc went to see him, give him some aspirin. Still bellyaching. But that's what their kind does, I guess." He laughed. "He might have a concussion or a skull fracture." The guard glanced at him, supremely unconcerned. "So?" Once inside the cell, Jack noted that they had finally taken Jerome's clothes and issued him a pair of faded jeans and a light blue shirt that was too restricted in every place that mattered for comfort. Jack pulled up a chair and sat down. "How's your head? I hear you're in pain." Jerome shrugged.
"I'll be fine, I guess."
Jack looked at the bloody bandage. "Hold on. That looks the same as last night. Didn't the doctor clean your wound and change your dressing when he saw you?" Jerome shook his head.
"They took my clothes and give me these to wear. Then a man give me 2 pills and no water to take 'em. He say use my spit."
Jack could now see that Jerome was sweating and shaking, and he didn't think it was just the heat. He felt the man's forehead. "You have the chills and a fever." Jack went over to the door and pounded on it. The guard slid the peak window back. "Already finished with the monkey? Tell the doctor to get back down here and bring his medical bag." "Why? He just seen him." "Tell him to come now, or I go to court and file charges against him and you and everybody else in this damn place for grossly negligent treatment of a prisoner entrusted to your care. And you can go to jail for that. You think you'll like the view from this side of the door? Go do it, now." The man trudged off, cursing Jack under his breath, and came back presently with the prison doc, a stout, barrel-chested man with a fringe of white hair and a cloth dinner napkin tucked in his shirt and spread over his chest, and an angry expression layered over his features. "What the hell do you want? I was just sitting down to my supper." "Has his head been x-rayed? Has his wound been cleaned and redressed?" "You telling me how to be a doctor?" "He's running a fever, so why do I think his wound is infected?" The man waggled his head. "That's not your call to make. It's mine. Now you get out of my business, lawyer." "Well, let me tell you what is my business. If he takes seriously ill or dies before the trial, I can tell you that Mr. Edmund Battle will be one upset attorney general. Wonder who he'll take that anger out on. And I will file a lawsuit against this prison and you so fast it'll make what little hair you have left fall right off. I thought you doctors took a damn oath to do no harm. So what's it gonna be?" The man glanced over at the clearly feverish Jerome. "Well," said Jack. The 2 men stared at each other until the doctor coughed, glanced at the guard, and said, "Bring my bag, son, and tell the nurse to roll the x-ray machine down here. But, look here, we want this colored boy ready for his trial. He don't get off easy." With a glare thrown at Jack, the guard stomped off. The x-ray was completed and showed no fracture, but Jerome had likely suffered a severe concussion, the doctor conceded. The wound was thoroughly cleaned and redressed, and Jerome was given shots of penicillin and some other medication to help with the concussion, infection, and fever, along with 2 bags of fluids. Jack stood right next to the doctor and his nurse to make sure it was all done properly. Then, noting how stiffly Jerome was holding himself, he told the doctor to check under his shirt. Jack felt stomach bile flow into his throat at the sight of the livid, purplish bruises that covered most of Jerome's torso and arms. "What in the hell?" he exclaimed, looking furiously at the guard. The man blanched. "Hey, hold on, man. We didn't do none of that." Jerome said,
"He telling the truth. This be from the cop beating me."
Jack said to the doctor, "You need to do something about that, too, right now." The man grudgingly ordered ice packs and a hot water bottle. "You satisfied, lawyer?" said the doctor after this was done. "Just make sure that dressing is changed every day and that his fever is gone by the morning. Now I need to meet with my client. In private." After they left, Jack sat back down across from Jerome and opened his briefcase. He told Jerome what he'd done so far. The indictment is for first-degree murder. The penalty for that is life in prison. But I spoke with the prosecutor, and he said if the death penalty is revived, he will seek it. I know you don't want to hear any of this, but it's my job to tell you. Okay? Jerome nodded. You haven't talked to anyone, have you?
Ain't said a word to nobody like you told me.
Good. Keep it that way. Are you from Virginia, Jerome?
Nah, I was born outside Jackson, Mississippi. Moved up here with my mama when I was a little boy.
And your father?
Dead, long time ago.
What happened to him? Jerome shrugged.
He went out to his job one morning, and they found him in a ditch with his eyeballs cut out that night. Some say he was looking at a white woman on the street, so they done what they done. Right after we buried him, Mama say we getting the hell out of Mississippi. These white folks crazy, she say. We took us a bus to Tennessee the very next day and then ended up here.
Is your mother still alive?
Nah, her heart stopped 3 years ago.
I'm very sorry that all happened to your family. Jerome shrugged.
Not just us, that's for darn sure.
Jack flipped through some pages and said, Okay, let's get down to details. First, did you call the police when you found the Randolphs?
No, sir. I just got to him when the police come in.
Did you see or hear anyone else at the house that day? Jerome bowed his head as he rubbed his hands together.
They got a man that does the yard work and such. Name's Tyler Dobbs. He get there about 8 and leaves about the time I having my lunch.
So around 1 or so? Jerome nodded.
Yeah, about that.
Does he come every day?
Every other day.
Was he there that day? Jack asked.
Yeah.
Did you see him leave? Jerome nodded.
I had my lunch early and was working on the light where you come up the drive. Wire gone bad. He flipped me off when he was leaving.
Nice guy, said Jack. What time did you get there?
Round about 7.
How do you get there? Asked Jack.
My bike.
Jack thought about where he now knew the Washingtons lived versus the Randolphs' address. That's about 10 miles or so, isn't it?
Closer to 15.
Can you take a bus?
Take too long. Got to change about 3 times. And bus costs money. And I like to ride my bike. That way I ain't have to count on nobody else and I get to where I'm going when I want to.
How early do you have to leave to get there at 7?
I ain't real fast on a bike and got some hills on the way, then across the Jackson Bridge. So's I leave about 5 in the morning. I like to get there before folks around there are up, so they don't get all curious seeing me.
By curious, Jack knew he meant suspicious. Anyone else at the Randolphs?
They got a woman come clean the house and such. Her name's Cora Robinson. She come every day round 9, leaves round 2.
Did you see her leave that day? Jerome flexed his brow.
Nah, I was in the garage cleaning the spark plugs on the Buick round about that time. It way back from the house.
Did she drive there? Jerome shook his head.
She walked to a bus stop way down the road. She colored.
He added, as though that would explain all. Jack wrote this down and said, Anybody else?
Yeah. I seen the mailman leave something on the front porch that morning.
What was it?
White package. Oh, I did see a car out front in the afternoon.
Jack perked up. Do you remember the time?
Oh, be round 4 or so.
Jack looked at the man's naked wrist. You normally wear a watch?
Tell by the sun. Got real good at that in the Army.
So a couple hours before you went to the house to get your pay? Said Jack.
That's right.
Did you see who had driven it there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize the car? Asked Jack, writing some things down.
Look, why you asking me all this stuff?
Jack looked up to see his client scowling at him. Because, Jerome, if you didn't kill them, someone else came that day while you were there and did.
I know that. I didn't kill Mr. Leslie and Miss Ann, but they ain't care. So I don't see what we doing here except wasting time and you making money.
He added sullenly. Then he went back to rubbing his hands together. Speaking of money, Pearl paid me $200. Jerome stared up in shock.
That'd be 5 weeks' pay.
She paid it so I can get you out of here, and I need your help to do that. So did you recognize the car?
No, Mr. Lee, I ain't never seen it before,
replied Jerome, sitting up straighter. What kind of car was it?
Little blue thing. Got the top that comes down.
A convertible? Said Jack.
Yeah.
You see the license plate? Asked Jack. Virginia or out of state?
I think Virginia by the color, but I can't swear to it,
replied Jerome. But the car was gone when you went to the house around 6?
Yes, sir, it was,
replied Jerome firmly. Do you know the Randolphs' children by sight?
I know Miss Christine. She come by right often. And Mr. Sam, he come by a couple times. But he ain't been by for a long time now. Least not when I've been there.
Jack glanced at Jerome's head. How do you feel?
Better?
He had placed the ice packs under his shirt and the hot water bottle against his lower back.
Thank you for getting the doc back in here.
I'll be meeting with Pearl again. Anything you want me to tell her?
Just that my head don't hurt no more. And that...
He faltered. You love her and the kids? Jack quietly suggested. Jerome glanced up at him, seeming to take all of Jack in for the first time.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lee, I do. But don't tell her this.
What?
That I be scared. Like being in Nam, but I ain't got nothing to fight with.
Well, Jerome, for what it's worth, you have me. But I'm not sure I'm enough, thought Jack. Chapter 19. Frank Lee slowed his truck as he turned onto Tuxedo Boulevard. The same large man was sitting alone on the porch next to Miss Jessup's place. What was the name again? Frank thought. Right, Daniel. There were lights on in Miss Jessup's house. The humidity was dense enough to make Frank take extra breaths with his camel-infused lungs. Daniel lifted his can of beer in Frank's direction as he got out of his truck.
Come to see a lady again,
said Daniel. Just come to talk to Miss Jessup.
Your kind ain't need to be here. You understand what I'm saying?
Frank knew if it had been even 5 years ago, the man would not have dared talk to a white man that way, even on his own doorstep. But the blacks were getting more impatient and the whites more desperate, or so his son kept telling him. But he watched the TV too. If Walter Cronkite said it, he believed it. I understand, but my son is a lawyer and he's helping out Miss Jessup's kin, and I just need to ask her some questions.
Uh-huh. Sure you do.
Daniel rose and took a step toward Frank. Thinking quickly for some topic to calm things, Frank said, I saw one of your buddies had on an army jacket. You fight in Vietnam? I fought in the big one.
We all fought in Nam, and we all come back here, and it all the same as when we left. You come back to parades, old man. We come back to shit. And not just the shit the white boys did.
I hear you.
I don't like it. I don't like you.
Frank didn't know if it was the fact that Daniel had not been able to say his piece the last time he had been here, but he seemed determined to voice it now. Any man fights for his country deserves respect. And you got mine, Daniel. Daniel abruptly sat back down and sipped his beer. Frank pulled his hand away from the gun in his rear waistband and headed up to Miss Jessup's. They sat in rocking chairs on the front porch to catch what little breeze there was. In the moistened heat, the smell of the dump was so strong that Frank started breathing through his mouth. Jessup seemed unfazed by the stench, but then Frank knew she had lived in this house for many decades, because she had told him so.
I don't own it, Mr. Lee,
she had said.
No bank loan me no money. One colored man own all these homes here. Charges rent 3 times what they worth. He takes my money with a smile on the first of every month when he drives here in his fine car. Only difference now from 10 years ago. He come with a man who got him a gun. But I don't have a lot of other choices where I can live.
Frank had felt bad for her, but what could he do?
Your boy seems to be working hard on things,
said Miss Jessup. He'll do his best. Now, he wanted me to find out more about Jerome. She stopped rocking.
Well, what you want to know?
Whatever you can tell me about him.
He a good man, fought in the war. He a good daddy to his babies.
Jessup rocked away, cooling herself with a green church fan. How was he when he got back from Vietnam? Anything funny? She stopped rocking again.
He got him some nightmares, guess you'd call them.
Frank shifted in his seat and said, Nightmares?
Yeah, Pearl say they was some bad ones. He sit up in the bed screaming and punching like he's still fighting. Or sometimes she'd wake up and they'd be tears running down his face and the poor man not even awake.
Frank closed his eyes for a few moments. He was instantly back on Guadalcanal with dead and dying men lying all around him, even as the enemy drew ever closer. Frank had never fought anything close to the Japanese. It got to be whenever he killed one, he shot the man 6 more times because he never wanted to have to face him again. His face started trembling at the memory. Nightmares. How many times had he woken up screaming, reaching for a weapon, looking for someone to kill? That was when he'd had Hilly hide his guns.
Mr. Lee, you okay?
He opened his eyes to find her staring worriedly at him. I'm fine, just probably something I ate.
I got bicarbonate.
It's already passed. Look, does Jerome get violent?
What you trying to say, Mr. Lee? He only done that asleep.
I know, but they might say that Jerome might be out of his head sometimes. She started rocking faster.
He done fought for his country, that's why he got him nightmares.
I'm not saying they'll bring it up, but Jack just has to be ready if they do.
Well, I don't know more than what I told you. When he awake, Jerome is the most gentle person I know. Helps me whenever I need it.
A good soldier and a good man.
Speaking of, how is Mr. Jeff doing? You ever hear from him?
No, said Frank. Look, is there anything else you can think of that might help?
Like what?
Frank searched around in his head. Does Jerome know anybody that might want to hurt the Randolphs? Anybody they didn't get along with?
No, at least not that he told me. Pearl might know.
So nothing you can think of?
Well, now that you mention it, Jerome did say something strange had happened.
What was that?
Man come round to talk to the Randolphs one day.
What man? What did he want? Asked Frank.
Jerome said he was a white man in a fancy car and carrying a black bag. He was working near the house and heard some noise, like folks arguing. Then the man, he come running out and scoot off in his car. Then Mr. Randolph come out the house and shake his fist at the car. Jerome asked Mr. Randolph if everything was okay. And Mr. Randolph said something like, "Nobody's making me leave my home."
When was this?
Oh, a few months back.
What do you think it was about?
Got no idea. Randolph's lived in that house 50 years or more. I can't see nobody making him leave. You think that man might have come back and killed him?
I don't know, but I'll sure let Jack know about it. She gave him a calculating sideways glance.
And about Jerome's nightmares?
Jack needs to know if he's going to defend Jerome real good. He took his leave as Miss Jessup went back inside. Frank had just reached his truck when Daniel appeared out of the darkness. He had no time to reach to his rear waistband before the man slammed him against the truck, knocking him down. He felt his back screaming in protest with the impact.
You still here, mister, and I told you to get on with yourself,
said Daniel.
You disrespecting me or what?
Frank slowly and painfully got back on his feet. I'm just now leaving. Daniel pushed him up against the truck again, and Frank felt the side mirror dig into his back. He cried out in pain, Look, I got no quarrel with you.
Well, I got a quarrel with you.
He undid the top buttons on his shirt and pulled the fabric away. Frank saw what he knew to be a bayonet wound, sharp, brutish, and angry in the man's chest near his armpit. He knew this because Frank had one on his leg, courtesy of a Japanese soldier on the island of Saipan.
Got this defending my country or a country, not sure which. Come back here, and it all the same shit.
It ain't fair. That's for damn sure. But even as he said it, everything Frank had been taught and seen over his life rebelled at these words, could not accept them even as they left his mouth. And then he felt a measure of visceral shame about that for perhaps the first time in his life.
Yeah, old man, it ain't fair.
Now Daniel looked like he was going to kill Frank. You know Jerome Washington, Frank exclaimed, because the old Army vet could see this mortal threat plainly in the other man's eyes.
Yeah, so what?
Said Daniel, curling his hand into a massive fist. He's been charged with murder.
He ain't killed nobody.
I believe that.
Sure you do, old man.
My son's a lawyer, and he's representing Jerome. He's gonna do his almighty best to see that Jerome goes free.
Your son the other white man that was here last night?
Said Daniel, taking a step back as he asked the question. Yes, Jack Lee. I was here asking Miss Jessup some questions to help with Jerome's defense. Daniel seemed to take all this in, and then shook his head and stared down at his shoes, his expression as weary as it was hopeless.
Get in your truck and you get out of here. And don't you never come back, you hear me? You come back again, son or no son helping Jerome, you ain't leaving here breathing. You got that?
Yes, Daniel, said Frank.
It's Mr. Daniel to you.
His look was as grave as Frank had ever seen, in peace or wartime. Okay, Mr. Daniel. Frank climbed into his truck and drove off, every limb he had shaking like he was right back fighting for his life on foreign soil. Chapter 20.
Where have you been, Francis?
Said Hilly Lee as her husband walked in the back door rubbing at his spine. Ran out of smokes, Hilly. Went to get a pack.
The store is 5 minutes from here. You've been gone well over 2 hours.
They didn't have my brand.
They didn't have Camels?
She said incredulously. Where's Lucy? He asked.
She looked tired, so I sent her to bed.
Okay.
So you're not going to tell me where you've really been?
Hilly folded her arms over her chest and stared resolutely at her husband. If you got to know, I was running an errand for Jack.
What sort of errand?
It's covered by the attorney-client privilege. If I tell you, it won't be secret anymore.
If that isn't a load of horse shit.
Never thought I'd hear coarse words come out of your mouth, he admonished.
Like our son said, times are changing. But I don't like using that sort of language, Francis. I'm sorry.
Look, I got to work on that engine. Dick Overton wants it by the end of next week. You were talking about getting one of them new dishwashers that hook up to the faucet? Save you a lot of time.
We'll discuss that when you have the money. I've never trusted Dick Overton farther than I could throw him, and that darn wife of his gets on my last nerve.
Well, he's not getting the engine back, lest that cash hits my palm. She eyed him cagily.
What did you think about Robert running into Christine?
I didn't really think anything about it.
Things could have turned out different for Jefferson if he and Christine...
That was never going to happen, Hilly. They had fun, but something permanent was not in the cards. Jeff always wanted to enlist, and we just ain't the right society for someone like that gal.
I can't believe she was part of our lives for over a year. Came here all the time, had meals with us, sat and talked with us.
But we never got invited over there, did we? To her house, did we?
I'm sure back then the Randolphs were very busy.
Right. They just didn't want us riffraff in their fine home.
We're not riffraff, Francis,
she replied heatedly. I fix trucks for a living. Folks like the Randolphs hire people like me. They don't marry 'em. Hell, it would be like a white and a colored getting married.
Well, as our son pointed out, people can legally do that now,
retorted Hilly. Okay, I'm all talked out. He turned to leave, grabbing at his lower back.
What's wrong?
She said. I've pulled too many wrenches in my time, Hilly. All adds up.
And you're okay with your son doing what he's doing? People are talking. They think we're just fine with Robert representing that man.
I don't care what anybody thinks of him or me.
Easy for you to say. You're at work all day. I have to deal with the neighbors.
Hell, you don't even like the neighbors, Hilly.
He's going to ruin his career in Freeman County.
Well, then maybe he'll have to move to a new place. Fresh start. Hilly looked shocked.
What about us? What about Lucy?
He drew closer to his wife. I actually talked to him about taking over her care when we can't do it anymore.
And?
And now that I think about it, why is that his concern? She's our child.
Lucy is his flesh and blood, too,
countered Hilly. He didn't bring Lucy into this world. We did. It's our responsibility, not his. And I regret telling the boy that it was his burden.
I don't understand you, Francis. Does family mean nothing to you?
The fact that family means something to me is why I'm telling you this.
You're making no sense whatsoever,
she replied. Haven't Lucy changed our lives? I'm not saying I'm upset that we had her. I'm not. I love that sweet girl. We made her together. But it broke the natural cycle of things. We have kids, we raise our kids go off and make their own way and raise their own children. Lucy can't do that. And just because she can't, why is it Jack's job to step in? Because if he has her to take care of, his life will be completely changed too. There ain't many women who will marry a fella if they know they're going to have to take care of a grown woman and maybe not have her own kids because of that. Life is complicated enough without adding that to his plate.
And when you talked to him, what did he say about caring for his sister?
He didn't have many answers or opinions, and why would he? He edged closer. Is really none of what I'm saying making sense to you? She glanced down.
I suppose it really isn't fair to him.
Lucy will be taken care of, Hilly, one way or another.
You mean a nursing home? You know we put my mother in one for a single week. When I saw how they were treating her.
You took her out of there and nursed her yourself, in addition to taking care of 3 kids right up until the day she died years later. No child could have done more than you did, even though Lord knows your mama wasn't always there for you. When your time comes, you can rest easy on that. Hilly looked away, her mouth twitching, which Frank didn't quite know how to take. Then she walked off. He heard the door to their bedroom open and then close, with finality. Chapter 21. Frank Lee walked out the back door and trod the short dirt path to his garage. He glanced at the Ford engine block he was rebuilding. He hoped that Hilly would agree to use the money to buy that dishwasher. Several of the neighbors had bought one, and the husbands had been uniform in their opinion that the appliance was a godsend. Happy wife, happy life, said one of them. Lord, let me get there. He slid open the bottom drawer of his rolling toolbox and took out the folded-up paper. Jeff Lee had always had extraordinary penmanship, and Frank enjoyed reading the book reports that his youngest child did for school. However, this letter was from a grown man with significant issues weighing on him. Jefferson Lee had served gallantly in the Army, a decorated soldier, a Green Beret. He had talked about wearing the uniform ever since, as a teenager, he'd seen a picture of his father in his military attire and held some of Frank Lee's old medals. He had been part of the first wave of seasoned warriors to go to Vietnam after the Gulf of Tonkin. Jeff Lee had fought hard and been wounded twice and kept right on fighting. But when he'd come back stateside for a little R&R, he had instead gone to Canada and never returned. His son, a deserter. It had hit the veteran Frank Lee like a tank round to the heart. Folks didn't mention his younger son anymore, but it was the glances they gave him, the pitying expressions that said, "I'm so sorry you raised a coward, Frank." But his son had not been a coward. He'd been brave, earned medals, been shot up. Far more than the sons of the men who looked at him funny had ever done. This letter had come shortly after Jeff had left for Canada. In it, he explained his reasons for doing what he did. He wrote that he didn't expect his father to agree or approve, but he needed him to know. Frank hadn't cared about those reasons the first time he read the letter, or the second, or the 10th. He sat down in his recliner, lit a Camel, and took up reading the fine handwriting again. And as he did so, a part of him began to glimpse reason behind the words, and even eloquence, justifying the drastic action his youngest boy had undertaken in the face of a war in Southeast Asia with dubious origins and intents emerging on a daily basis. He finished and laid the letter on his slack belly. He thought about the bayoneted Daniel coming back to the States after fighting for a country that clearly didn't care about the likes of him, which laid insult on top of injury, on top of unjust damnation. He could understand Daniel not wanting him to come around. Tuxedo Boulevard was all he had. Folks like Frank had everything else. Why should they get that, too? Because if a man didn't have one damn thing to really call his own, then what the hell was the point of being a man at all? He lay fully back in his recliner and let the oppressive heat wash over him. And even with that, Frank Lee felt oddly cold, as though he had no blood left in his body. Hilly Lee sat in front of her small vanity and stared at her reflection in the mirror that held a large crack at the right top corner. That had happened the day she had come home from a hospital she had gone to for a lengthy stay after finding out what was wrong with her daughter, and why. She had stared at herself in the glass just like she was doing now. Then she had slammed her fist into the mirror, breaking it and deeply cutting her flesh. Frank had found her sitting here trance-like with blood pouring out of her. He had called the ambulance and doctored her wound until help arrived. She eased her finger along the crevices scored deeply around her eyes, chin, and mouth. She was old, she thought, and looked it. It wasn't just the years gone by. It was what each of those years contained that had left its marks. A life with challenges that were often far beyond her abilities.
But I'm still here. I made it this far.
As she thought of Lucy, her eyes closed and her lips trembled. She self-consciously rubbed at where the tooth had been that had caused all that pain, all that sorrow. The robbing of the life her daughter should have had. Hilly had been a churchgoer, even up in the mountains, when she'd often shown up alone for the Sunday service because she had no one to go with her. She'd take a seat in the back and listen to the preacher say that God was always with you. For the longest time, it seemed God was the only friend she had. And then she had moved here, had Lucy, and then had endured a difficult talk with another official representative of the Lord. And Hilly had stopped regularly going to church after that, making excuses to folks for her absence that simply deepened her guilt. Her son Jefferson was now lost to her, she believed. He had made his decision, and after what Hilly had read about the war, she agreed with him. And then there was Robert. She unlocked a little box she kept in the vanity drawer and took out the photo. Seeing this, had cost her oldest boy the fiercest spanking she had ever meted out. And yet he had done nothing, really, to warrant that level of punishment. The reason, the culpability, lay solely with her. She gazed at the two people in the photo, and memories from more than 40 years ago trickled back to her like slow water over a faded dam. It was her in the photo, though she looked nothing like that now. And the other person, her eldest son, had represented Hilly's hope for something different. And yet now, when he was seeking to do just that,
I've turned my back on him. I've said things to him that I never used to believe. I've taken the road all the rest did, and I don't think there's any going back now. For me.
She locked the photo back up as she felt the migraine coming on. She soaked a washcloth and turned out the light. Placing the cloth over her eyes, Hilly lay down on the bed and prepared herself to suffer. Chapter 22. The next morning, Jack marched with strident purpose up the steps of the Freeman County courthouse. As he was passing by the clerk's office, Sally Reeve stepped out to confront him with a triumphant smile and blue-backed legal filing in hand.
You need to read this.
She handed it over, and Jack quickly ran his gaze down it.
Hearing's on Friday,
she added. He finished and looked up. The Commonwealth is seeking to have me removed as Jerome's lawyer because I cannot be considered adequate counsel?
Now you don't have to tuck your tail between your legs and slink off to Mexico like poor George Connolly. You can just bow gracefully out.
Come on, the judges here know I'm more than capable of trying this case.
If you really believe this is about legal competence, Jack, you're not as smart as I think you are. And I watched Howard Pickett on TV. You know who he is, of course.
I do now.
Well, he said that any white man who represents a Negro for killing white people should have his head examined.
Is that right?
And he also said that if this case doesn't wake us up, nothing will. The truth is, we've had it with all this civil rights crap coming out of Washington. The government can't tell us what to do. It's why I'm voting for George Wallace. He's the only candidate addressing the colored issue. They need to find their own country.
Sally, black people helped build this country, including the damn courthouse we're standing in. She waved her hand dismissively.
Only because we showed them how. And we saved them from running around naked in the jungle and getting eaten by lions and such. And taught them how to speak English.
They were slaves, Sally. Are you really saying slavery is okay?
But that was just a little blip in our history. And I hate that people are trying to make it some big deal. I never owned slaves, and neither did my daddy or my granddaddy. And I've never done any harm to a colored person in my life. And we freed them.
No, this country fought a war over that, and the South lost.
But my point is, now they are free. And with all that, they want to go to our schools, eat in our restaurants, ride next to us on trains and buses, pray in our churches? Well, nobody's telling me who I got to associate with. They stay over there and we stay over here. Fair is fair.
So they only get to live in part of this big country they helped to build? How the hell is that fair? Reeves leaned in and said in a hushed voice,
You have to pick a side, Jack, because there is no middle ground. Just make sure you pick the right one.
She walked off. After his father returned from the war, Jack vividly recalled as a child driving with his parents in their old Ford station wagon when their route took them through one of the black areas around the county. Their mother instructed her children to lock their doors and not make eye contact with those people. He and his brother had followed their mother's command, while a smiling, happy teenage Lucy simply gazed out the window at everybody and everything. Then a curious Jack had decided to have a look of his own. The shirtless black boy on the sidewalk was lean, with every rib and muscle showing. Jack had been blowing bubbles with his gum, and he had used his tongue to get some of the residue off his chin. The black boy, obviously thinking that Jack had stuck his tongue out at him, angrily raised a fist at him and yelled out something. The hand and the angry words were only in the air for a second, though, before a man appeared, probably the boy's father, and grabbed the child's hand and yanked it down. As Jack craned his neck around to see, the man scolded the boy for his dangerous reaction to the perceived slight from a white person. Jack had turned back around to see his mother also watching this stark familial confrontation. Jack thought he saw a tear trembling at the woman's right eye. When she saw her son staring, Hilly Lee said in a hoarse voice,
"You see, son? Even they know."
She didn't speak for the rest of the trip. And that episode added yet another bewildering element to the puzzling picture that was Hilly Lee. Chapter 23. The knock on the door came right when darkness had overtaken the light. Jack stared up at the tall, heavily built man with a broken nose that had been badly reset and hung crookedly to the left. "Can I help you?" Jack said. "I sure hope so, friend." The man pushed his way in and was followed by 3 other men, nearly as large as he was. They were all dressed in black slacks and white short-sleeved shirts, showing off defined muscles. One held a blackjack in his hand. The others just made fists. Jack backed up to the wall as the men made a fluid and purposeful semicircle around him. "Y'all need to leave here right now, before I call the cops," barked Jack. The first man said, "They know we're here, and they ain't coming. We're here to convince one of our own to be loyal to his kind." "And I got your message loud and clear, so y'all can leave now." "No, I think you need some persuading." Jack put up his hands as 2 of the men charged him. He ducked a wild swing and caught his attacker with a punishing right flush to the jaw that knocked him off his feet. But the other man pinned Jack's arms to his sides, while a third attacker wailed away at his midsection, driving the air out of Jack's gut with his rapid punches. When the man let go of his arms, Jack fell to the floor. When he tried to get back up, the man with the blackjack leveled him with a blow to the jaw. The first man said, "Okay, now repeat after me. I am no Nick lawyer. Say it now or you're gonna get some more ass-kicking." Jack wiped the blood off his mouth and stood unsteadily. "Say it." When Jack remained silent, one of the men kicked him in the side while another punched him in the face. Jack staggered over to his desk and toppled against it. "Okay, now you ready to repeat after me? I am no..." The man froze when Jack pulled the revolver out of the drawer, took careful aim, and shot off the top part of the man's right ear. He screamed and grabbed at the gaping wound, blood streaming down the side of his head. Jack pointed the gun at the other men and declared, "Who's next?" They tumbled over each other to get out the door. After they were gone, Jack limped over and locked it. He used a tissue to scoop the remains of the man's upper ear off the floor and threw it out the window. He next grabbed some ice from the small fridge, wrapped it in a handkerchief, and held it alternately against his ribs and his face. He phoned the Carter City Police Department and reported the incident. They sent over an officer whom Jack had gone to high school with. "Didn't recognize any of them?" asked the officer. "I will if I see him again, Ben." "Well, we'd have to find him." "Shouldn't be too hard. One's a big man missing half an ear. He's probably over at the hospital right now getting it seen to." Ben put away his notepad and gazed at Jack. "You need to say something?" Jack asked. "We were good friends in school, played ball together, and I know your mama and daddy, and they're fine people, and I do not want to see you get hurt." He glanced at Jack's battered face. "Hurt anymore. You need to let this drop, man. Your mama and daddy are like my mama and daddy. Fine people, but not in every way. So are we going to be that way too? Go right up to the line of doing the right thing but never ever cross it? It's all I was ever taught. You want me to just flip that on its head?" "What I want you to do, Ben, is ask yourself, if the shoe was on the other foot, what then? How would you feel? What would you do about it? But the shoe ain't on the other foot, is it, Jack? And I can't just close my eyes and imagine something that ain't real, can I? You're asking the impossible. You remember when we played those boys from York County? Everybody said they were too damn big and too damn strong. Everybody said just lay down in front of them and don't get hurt. And what did we do? We played our butts off and beat 'em bad. You threw 3 touchdown passes and your brother ran for 2 more. And you sacked their QB in the end zone on the very last play of the game. Ben smiled briefly at this memory, and then he drew closer, his expression sliding to somber. But we ain't kids anymore, Jack, and this ain't no game. You're a good lawyer. Don't throw it away over this. If I can't throw it away over this, what the hell else is worth fighting for? Ben shook his head, turned, and left. Jack locked the door after him. About 10 minutes later, another knock came at the door. He stood and readied his gun. "Who the hell is it?" he said sharply, half expecting it to be the police coming to arrest him for shooting the ear off a man who was trying to kill him in his own home.
Desiree DuBose,
said a voice. Jack slowly opened the door, revealing a tall, slender black woman in her late 30s standing there, professionally attired and clutching a leather satchel along with a pocketbook over her shoulder.
Are you Jack Lee?
She said politely. He eyed her curiously and nodded. Yes, ma'am, I am. She studied the injuries to his face and then saw one hand pressed against his side, and the other one holding the gun.
I see they've already been by to see you.
Who has? She hiked her slim, dark eyebrows and said nothing. He took a step back and lowered the gun. And who are you exactly?
I might be the answer to your prayers, Mr. Lee. May I come in?
Chapter 24. DuBose insisted on seeing to his wounds using a small medical kit that she took from her satchel. When he asked her about it, DuBose said,
I never go anywhere without essentials, especially south of the Mason-Dixon.
He eyed the deep, hook-shaped scar perilously close to her right eye. She noted him staring and said,
One of several, Mr. Lee, though that is the only one that shows. And I have to say, I'm proud of every single one.
DuBose had him take off his shirt and undershirt, and she delicately probed his ribs with her fingers, causing him to flinch and gasp.
Badly bruised, but not cracked or broken,
she concluded. You a doctor?
No, but I have a lot of experience with beatings.
She cleaned his cuts, applied topical medicine to the abrasions, bandaged them, and then wound some tape around his bruised middle and secured it.
Keep using the ice. Takes down the swelling.
She put her kit away, and they sat on either side of his desk after he put his clothes back on. You said you were the answer to my prayers? She took a copy of Time magazine out of her satchel and handed it across. On the cover was her. He glanced up in surprise.
Start on page 14. I'm not being vain. It'll just save a lot of explaining.
He dutifully read the 4-page story on one Desiree Evelyn DuBose. She had gone to Howard University and then Yale Law School, where she had been an editor of the Law School Review. Remarkably, she had entered Howard at age 16 and finished college and law school in 6 years. Jack looked up. Impressive academic pedigree, Miss DuBose.
I wanted to go to Yale undergrad as well, but they didn't deign to admit women of any color until this year.
I didn't know that.
I graduated from law school the year the Supreme Court handed down Brown v. Board of Education.
Did you clerk at the court? She looked surprised.
There has never been a black female law clerk on the Supreme Court, Mr. Lee. Bill Coleman was the first black man to clerk there, under Justice Frankfurter in 1948. But I had a friend from Yale who clerked in the court for Justice Douglas when Brown was decided. Eisenhower later said, picking Earl Warren as his Chief Justice was the biggest mistake he ever made. But if Chief Justice Vincent hadn't suddenly died of a heart attack, Warren would never have been on the court, and Plessy's separate but equal doctrine would still be the law of the land. I'm not really speculating, because my friend told me that Justice Douglas had taken an informal count that had it 5-4 to uphold Plessy.
That would have changed a lot, noted Jack.
That would have changed everything.
Jack read some more and said, "You were born and live in Chicago and you work for the Legal Defense Fund?"
It originated with the NAACP's legal department, but Thurgood Marshall founded the LDF as a separate entity in 1940.
He kept reading and learned that DuBose had won a case before the Supreme Court the previous year, and then she had done legal business in his neck of the woods. "You helped take on the Harry Byrd machine here in Virginia?"
The state closed all schools that desegregated and provided public funding for private schools that promised never to admit a black student.
But the Virginia Supreme Court ultimately ruled that was unconstitutional.
I'm impressed. Most white lawyers I know hardly keep up on such matters except to bitch about them.
White folks can be pigeonholed too, I suppose. She compressed her lips.
I'm sorry if that's how you interpreted my remark.
Jack looked back at the article. "You marched at Selma." She rose and walked around his office, keeping her gaze roaming.
I never thought anyone could be meaner or crazier than Bull Connor in Birmingham, but I hadn't yet run into Jim Clark in Selma on Bloody Sunday. When we came over that bridge, Clark ordered his state troopers to charge, and they came at us with batons and bullwhips and tear gas and anything else they could get their hands on.
"Is that where you got that scar on your face?"
A policeman hit me there. I woke up in a hospital the next day. But 2 weeks later, Dr. King led us across the Pettus Bridge with thousands of supporters, all under federal protection. It was a glorious sight.
"I'm sure." A few seconds of silence followed until DuBose sat back down and assumed a businesslike tone.
And more pertinent to your situation, I've handled over 24 capital murder cases, and I've won more than I lost.
"And now you're here in Freeman County. Why?"
I go where I'm needed, and Virginia seems to be calling me once again.
Would that be because Howard Pickett and George Wallace are focused on my case?
I do know of their involvement, and that is one reason I'm here.
And the other reasons?
Jim Crow is finally on his last damn legs, Mr. Lee.
Make it Jack. And I wouldn't be too sure about that. Laws are laws, but people are people, Miss DuBose.
Please call me Desiree. And laws shape people and their behavior. Otherwise, too many folks would be thieves and murderers. So my job is to keep driving the stake into that son of a bitch's heart until it beats no more.
She crossed her legs, smoothing down her skirt and resettling her canny gaze on him.
And this case was made known to me. And then I was told that Edmund Battle is to lead the prosecution.
You know him?
We last butted heads in the Loving case, when he was representing the Commonwealth before the United States Supreme Court. It was the battle of constitutional amendments. Virginia relied on the 10th, while we went with the due process and equal protection clauses under the 14th Amendment. And our argument prevailed.
Excitement danced in her expression.
And now, if I can win this case, we might have Virginia solidly in our column.
If you win it?
I've devoted my life to this, Jack. I can find a Virginia attorney engaged in the cause to be my local counsel. Then you can step away.
Jerome has already retained me as his attorney and his wife has paid me money.
You can return the money less what you've billed, and they can retain me.
And what if I don't want that?
Have you ever represented a black person before?
She asked. There's a first time for everything, she said.
You've already been beaten up. The next time might be far worse.
If you get to know me, you'll find that just makes me try harder. And I grew up here. I know things about Freeman you never will.
Are you absolutely sure you understand the risks?
He touched his battered face. Pretty damn sure, yeah.
How about if I'm lead counsel and you're second chair? If Mr. Washington is okay with that. And if we win, I can move on to other campaigns that need my attention.
You make it sound like a battle plan.
That's exactly what it is. Because we're at war. We have the enemy on the run. One enormous change is that they no longer have the law on their side. So they come to rely on people like Howard Pickett and George Wallace, and their money and their connections and their lies, and their vitriol used to rile up the public.
She ran her gaze over him.
Why don't we have a drink and discuss this further? I passed a place. They didn't wash all the paint off, so I can still see the no coloreds allowed. But I assume it's okay now?
With her help, he struggled into his jacket and put his gun in his pocket. She said,
Think you're going to need that?
The night's still young. Chapter 25.
The Golden Leaf?
Said DeBose, staring up at the sign on the building. Tobacco, the cash crop that built Freeman County, answered Jack.
Of course.
The no coloreds allowed was, as she had said, still visible, like a knife wound semi-healed to a blistered scar that might never fully vanish. There were about 20 people in the bar, one bald, tattooed man tending to the drink orders, 2 waitresses housed in slinky outfits serving those drinks, and a mustached, cowboy-hatted man and his guitar, strumming well but singing poorly. Jack and DeBose took their seats at a table, and the stares commenced. You get these looks in Chicago? Asked Jack, noting the gawkers.
I don't really have experience being out with a white man. But there are a lot of mixed-race couples in the Windy City, so most people don't take much notice anymore.
A waitress with frizzy blonde hair and thick eyeliner came hurrying over.
My God! Jack? Jack Lee?
She exclaimed. He looked up at her, recognition dawning. Hey, Amy, is that you? She smiled.
Good Lord, I haven't seen you in forever. And you haven't changed a bit. Still the same tall, good-looking Jack Lee. Give me a hug, you handsome thing.
He stood and did so. She squeezed him so tight that Jack's bruised ribs ached like someone had hit him again. She must have had eyes only for Jack, because when Amy finally noticed DeBose sitting there, the smile vanished like someone had shot it off her face. She snatched a glance at Jack as he sat back down.
You with her?
She's a professional colleague, DeBose said.
Nice to meet you, Amy.
Amy looked around at all the people staring. Even the singing guitar player had ceased his vocals to ogle. When Amy looked back at Jack, she said,
What happened to your face?
Just a disagreement among some folks. Amy eyed DeBose.
Jack was quarterback on the football team and also president of the debate club. All the girls were crazy about him, and his brother Jeff. The Lee brothers were pretty famous around here. And then Jeff became a Green Beret, and now Jack's a lawyer and all.
She looked at his empty ring finger.
And never found himself a wife, if you can believe that.
Amy gave Jack a bewildered look as if to say, And now you're here with her? DeBose said politely.
Well, some people just aren't the marrying kind.
Jack interjected, How have you been, Amy? She gave him a sour look.
I'm divorced with 12-year-old twins. I live with my parents right now. Sort of in between things.
I'm sorry to hear about your divorce, he commented.
I'm not. He was an asshole.
This remark drew a smile from DeBose, which Amy picked up on. She smiled too, but then she seemed to catch herself and the frown returned.
What are y'all having?
She said irritably.
Do you have white wine?
Asked DeBose.
I think so.
Amy said curtly. Rum and Coke for me, said Jack. And can you bring me a glass of ice?
With water?
He pointed to his bruised face. Nope, just the ice, thanks. She went off to get their orders, and DeBose turned to Jack.
How does it feel to be famous around here?
Right now, I'm infamous, and I don't see that changing.
So you met with Mr. Washington?
Twice.
I've heard some of the facts. Give me your version.
Jack did so, although he paused about halfway through when Amy came back with her drinks and the glass of ice. DeBose looked down at her glass of white wine. Floating on the surface was what looked to be a mouthful of spit. Jack saw the blob. For God's sake! He stared angrily up at Amy. Amy's cheeks flushed.
I didn't do that.
DeBose said.
I'm sure you didn't, Amy. Please give the bartender my thanks for so personally attending to my wine.
Amy turned and hurried off. Jack said, I'm sorry, Desiree, you want mine?
He probably put poison in yours.
Jack pushed his drink away. Saying thank you to the man who did that? Is that Dr. King's pacifism coming through?
Nonviolence is not the same as pacifism. It's done to flush out the other side, make them show their true colors.
How so?
In Montgomery, when Rosa Parks wouldn't give up her bus seat, the boycotts started. That involved deciding not to partake of services. In Nashville, with the sit-ins, we were demanding service just like whites, not withholding patronage. That was peaceful but directly confrontational. In Selma we marched, and were beaten while the whole world watched. You see, protest makes change occur, but attitudes are slow to come along for the ride. But real change transforms attitudes, and with that you have sustained change.
I never really thought about it along those lines.
That's because you never had to,
She replied.
Now let's get back to the case.
He picked up the glass of ice and held it against his jaw. Jerome didn't have a drop of blood on him, even though he had tried to lift Mr. Randolph off the floor and did put Mrs. Randolph into a chair. If he had cut those two people up, there is no way he doesn't have blood all over him. He said it was all dried up when he found them.
And you said the maid usually left at 2, but he didn't see her leave that day. And Jerome saw the blue convertible there at 4, but it could have been there earlier?
That's right.
Do you have a time of death yet?
No. Battle said he would get it to me, only he didn't say when.
Battle actually said he would provide it to you?
Yeah, why?
As you know, Virginia is an ambush state when it comes to criminal pretrial discovery. They now have to adhere to the Brady rule because the Supreme Court said so. But Brady only covers exculpatory evidence.
Right. Any evidence that might help the defendant. Funny thing, though, I've never once gotten any exculpatory evidence from a Commonwealth's attorney.
Everything else they can withhold until trial. But that sword cuts both ways because we can surprise them, too. So no money found on him. No murder weapon. Thus, no motive, no means.
But he had the opportunity. That may be all the Commonwealth needs.
Jerome said a package was delivered that day by the mailman. Did anyone find it inside?
Not that I know of. I looked around some, but I didn't do a thorough search. Okay. If you want in on this case, you can be my co-counsel.
So you see Jerome as what? Your springboard to a partnership in a big firm?
Taking this case will ensure I never get that, at least not in Virginia.
Why are you doing this, then?
Well, maybe I can aspire to be a lawyer like you.
Is that what you really want?
She said skeptically. You can find out. As my co-counsel.
It can get very dangerous, Jack. As in life-threatening?
I already told you, I don't run from a fight.
So long as you're sure. Now, any way to track the blue convertible?
Jack said, I have an investigator I use, Donnie Peppers. He also told her about the former counsel, George Connolly, waiving Jerome's right to a preliminary hearing.
We can always threaten to raise the issue to get an advantage elsewhere.
She noted. The formal charges from the indictment were read at the arraignment.
Should we request a bill of particulars?
DuBose asked. I looked at the transcript. It was pretty clear, and Battle wants to take this sucker to trial as fast as possible. What about a change of venue motion?
Where else in this state would we take the case?
She said.
Richmond? Danville? How about Lynchburg? No. We plant our flag and make our stand here. Now, what about bail?
The Commonwealth objected to any being requested. I talked to a couple of bail bondsmen I know. It's doubtful the Washingtons have the money to post their share, or that a bondsman would even agree to put up the rest. They don't own their home, so a surety bond is out of the question.
But we'll also hold that in our back pocket.
There's also a motion on the docket for Friday to replace me as counsel because I've never done a murder case before.
Really? Any thoughts on the lawyer Battle will want to replace you with?
Hey, Jack, buddy, who's your friend? They looked up to see a stocky man, Jack's age, dressed in a seersucker suit and carrying a martini, as he appeared next to their table. His slurred speech and unfocused eyes evidenced that he had imbibed more than he should have. Jack began, This is... DuBose held out a hand.
Dee Dee. Nice to meet you.
Mr. Douglas Rollins, he said, not shaking her hand. Jack, don't tell me this is the wife of the Randolph's colored errand boy killer I hear you're representing. Can't be. She's dressed too nice. Jack stood, towering over Rollins, and said, Doug, call a taxi, go home, and take a cold shower before you get yourself in trouble. Oh, what a big man you think you are showing off for this colored chick. Go home, Doug, now, said Jack as he put a hand on Rollins' shoulder. Rollins leered at DuBose as he walked off. DuBose said,
You showed more self-restraint than I imagined you would.
I shot a fella's ear off tonight. I doubt Dr. King would have condoned that.
No one has the right to take your life without a fight.
Jack sat back down. I was horrified when I heard about Dr. King's assassination. And my mother, who, to tell you the God's honest truth, would be horrified that I'm here with you, was even more upset than I was about it.
Interesting. I just presumed the state that once held the capital of the Confederacy would be jumping for joy at his death.
My mother came from dirt poor in the mountains. Small farms, no plantations. Lots of coal mines and just a damn rough life. She could have been a doctor or, hell, a fine lawyer. But people like her were just considered hicks who talked funny. Not worth the trouble. My daddy told me she worked for years to get rid of the accent and work on her elocution so people wouldn't look down on her. But she just can't seem to bring herself to... He shook his head, unable to finish.
To understand that maybe she has more in common with black folks than she has with the likes of Douglas Rollins or Howard Pickett?
Yeah, something like that.
People with money and power in this country have pitted white and black workers against each other for centuries. That exploitation has made a very few very rich, with everyone else barely keeping their heads above water.
Jack nodded. W.E.B. Du Bois made that point clear in his works. The powers that be promise one thing to the whites at the bottom of the ladder. DuBose said,
That they will always be above the blacks. So, W.E.B. Du Bois, is that how you came to be the way you are, then? By reading books?
You wouldn't think it would take cracking open a single volume. Just looking around at how people are being treated should have been enough. But don't mistake me for someone I'm not, Desiree. I'd be staring just like the people here are.
So long as we are making confessions. I've looked at white people as the enemy all my life. I'm not sure I'll ever be able to see them any other way.
I can understand that. But we need to commit to each other for this case.
I wouldn't be here if I hadn't already made that commitment.
She said curtly.
And after this, I will go on to the next case. And I will continue to do so until...
Until when? She looked at her spit-upon wine.
Until that stops happening, I suppose.
I hope you have the patience of Job,
Oh, I left Job in the dust a long time ago,
she replied. Chapter 26. On the walk back to his office, Jack asked DeBose if she wanted to accompany him to see Pearl Washington. I don't want to take you to see Jerome just yet. You'll need to show ID at the jail, and they'll be sure to tell Battle all about it. I know when you told Doug your name was Dee Dee, you wanted to keep your being here a secret for now.
Yes. Do you have a car?
I do?
Let me guess. A big old pickup truck?
How'd you know? When he escorted her to his Fiat, she said,
You going to keep surprising me?
I don't know, Desiree. This is all new for me. As they drove off, DeBose said,
What was your impression of Pearl?
Sharp as a tack, and she minces no words. He glanced at her. But
what?
I'm not sure she can write. Pretty certain Jerome can't read.
They're in their mid-20s.
That's right.
Separate but unequal was in full flourishing bloom when they were in school. And that, unfortunately, is the result.
Pearl came to the door when they drove up, and she shone a flashlight at them.
Who y'all? What you want here?
It's Jack Lee. I've brought another lawyer with me to help. Pearl pointed her beam at DeBose.
Her?
They approached the house, and Jack said, Yes. Pearl Washington, this is Desiree DeBose. She's come down from Chicago.
Chicago?
Said Pearl.
She a lawyer?
DeBose answered.
I am a lawyer, Mrs. Washington.
And she won a case before the United States Supreme Court. We're lucky to have her help us.
What happened to your face? And why you look all stiff?
This query came from Miss Jessup, who had walked out with a plump-cheeked baby girl fixed on her hip. It's nothing, Miss Jessup, said Jack. Just being clumsy and fell down.
Uh-huh,
Said Miss Jessup, shaking her head.
He brought us a woman lawyer.
Said Pearl.
She must be better and good.
Noted Miss Jessup.
And why do you say that?
Asked DeBose politely.
'Cause, honey, they must have put up every roadblock there is to keep you from being one. So you must be something special, all right.
Pearl said,
What y'all be doing here?
We wanted to ask you some more questions, said Jack. If you have time.
Baby got to go down.
Said Pearl, looking at the little girl on Miss Jessup's hip.
I can take care of Darla Jean.
Said Miss Jessup.
You pour out some iced teas and get out those cookies I made and get down to it. This is for Jerome. Ain't nothing more important than that.
They all went inside. The space was half the size of Jack's place. At least 5 people lived here, he knew. And unlike his home, it was spotless. He saw all the crocheted pillows with little sayings that looked hand-sewn by talented fingers. Pearl led them to the kitchen and asked them to sit while Miss Jessup put Darla Jean to bed. Pearl bustled around, getting the iced teas and cookies.
I think I heard you was from Chicago.
Miss Jessup said as she rejoined them.
Yes. My parents were from Shreveport, Louisiana originally, but they left 2 years before I was born to find work in Illinois. Lot of black folk headed north or west,
Said Miss Jessup.
I was born in Alabama, had 3 of my children there. We were sharecroppers. All colored people round there were. I could pick my weight in cotton by the time I was 10. Penny a pound, and the white man took the rest. Lord, you know how much cotton you gotta pick to make a pound? Fingers all cut up, back bent, knees hollowed out.
She shook her head.
Field of cotton looks right pretty from a distance. Close up, it is ugly. But we made do. We got by.
Jack stared blankly at her. He knew none of this. Granted, she had never offered, but then again, he had never asked. Pearl set a plate of cookies down on the table, along with 2 iced teas.
Thank you, these look wonderful.
DeBose picked one up and bit into it.
And they taste even better than they look.
Pearl said hesitantly,
Thank you, ma'am. It's just Desiree. May I call you Pearl, or would you prefer Mrs. Washington?
Pearl's gaze now lifted to DeBose's, and her features brightened.
Oh, you can call me Pearl, Desiree.
Miss Jessup turned her gaze to Jack.
Your daddy come by to see me last night.
I know. I asked him to.
I told him about a man that come to see Mr. Leslie a while back. Mr. Leslie got real mad. Run that man off and told Jerome nobody gonna make him leave his house.
Who was the man? Asked Jack.
Don't know.
Pearl added,
Jerome say he ain't never seen Mr. Leslie that mad. Did he mention anything else that Mr. Leslie might have said?
Asked DeBose.
Like, why he thought someone was trying to make him leave his house?
Miss Jessup shook her head.
No, Jerome might remember something more.
Have you ever met the Randolphs' children, Pearl? Jack asked.
I met Miss Christine. The Randolphs asked us to come over one day. We got all dressed up and Miss Ann, she made us this delicious lunch we had out by the pool.
She paused and hunched forward.
She told Jerome to bring some swimsuits. So's we did, and they let the children swim. Now, my kids ain't know how to swim, so I didn't think I wanted them in the water. But Jerome say Miss Ann got these floaty things they wear to keep 'em up. And we just stayed in the part where it weren't too deep anyways.
DeBose glanced at Jack for a moment.
The Randolphs had you to lunch and a swim in their pool.
Miss Jessup cleared her throat.
Surprised me, too. Mr. Randolph ain't known for being like that with colored folks. I mean, who is round here? So why?
Persisted DeBose. Pearl answered.
Jerome say Miss Ann told her husband that she want to do it. Now I believe that with Miss Ann,
Said Miss Jessup.
I worked for them some long time ago, cooking and cleaning. She come from Boston, I believe, so she might think different about people like us.
DeBose nodded and looked at Pearl.
Go ahead with your story, Pearl. We were fixing to leave when Miss Christine and her family showed up. And were they friendly toward you?
Asked DeBose pointedly.
Oh, yeah. They seemed fine. And when did the luncheon happen?
Asked DeBose.
First day of June. I know 'cause it was Darla Jean's birthday the next day. Okay. Anything else that we might need to know about that day?
Asked DeBose. Pearl shook her head.
No, I don't think so.
Jack glanced at DeBose and said, You need to know that they're trying to have me removed as Jerome's lawyer.
Can they do that?
Asked Pearl anxiously. I was worried they might until Desiree showed up. Now I think we'll be okay. Miss Jessup fixed a discerning gaze on Jack.
You talked to your daddy yet?
No, I haven't.
Then you might want to. He took a chance coming by my house again.
Jack stared at her, concern flicking over his features. Did anything happen?
You go on and talk to him.
She glanced at Pearl.
He tell you what all I said.
Her gaze moved to DeBose.
And you can introduce Desiree to him. And your mama.
She and Jack had a little stare down. Okay, I will.
Tell your mama I said hello.
Chapter 27. When Jack opened the door to his parents' house, Lucy appeared and gave her brother a crushing hug. "Lucy, this is Desiree DuBose, a friend of mine." Lucy next gave DuBose an embrace that almost knocked the woman off her feet. "Lucy loves hugs," said Jack, grinning. "Getting and giving them." A startled DuBose said breathlessly,
I can see that.
Lucy bellowed,
"Mama, Daddy, it be Jack, and a girl."
She turned and scuttled off.
"Mama, Daddy, it be Jack, and a girl."
DuBose looked at Jack with a questioning expression. "My mother went to the dentist before she knew she was carrying Lucy." Laughing gas. "Not good for a baby in the womb, apparently."
I'm so sorry.
"Robert?"
his mother called out. Hilly Lee appeared a moment later and looked at him, smiling.
"A girl?"
When her gaze caught on DuBose, she turned to her son with a stunned expression.
"Robert?"
"Mama, this is Desiree DuBose. She's a lawyer. She's going to be helping me on the Jerome Washington case,"
"Can't you take the whole thing on?"
said Hilly hopefully. "No. We're partners on this,"
"Francis?"
Hilly called over her shoulder. Frank Lee appeared a few moments later. "Jack, I was going to call you about that, thing you asked me to do, and—" He saw DuBose. "This is Desiree DuBose, my new co-counsel on Jerome's case." "Well, ain't that good," remarked Frank with an anxious glance at his wife. "We just came from Pearl Washington's house. Miss Jessup was there. She told us about the man that came by to see Mr. Randolph and how he got angry."
"What man?"
asked Hilly. Jack looked at his mother. "Just something to do with the case?" His mother suddenly noted her son's injuries as he turned more into the light coming from the house.
"Oh my God, what happened to you?"
she exclaimed. "It's nothing, Mama."
"When you end up dead, will it be nothing?"
She shot DuBose an angry look. Jack said, "I'll be fine. Now, Daddy, I would like to find out what else Miss Jessup told you. She didn't seem to want to talk about it in front of Pearl."
"So that's where you went, Francis?"
said Hilly. "Yes, Hilly, that's where I went." He turned to his son and DuBose. "Why don't y'all come out to the garage? I'm working on that engine job." He shot DuBose a glance. "If you don't mind."
My father works on the delivery trucks for Marshall Fields in Chicago.
"I sure heard of them," said Frank appreciatively.
I wanted to work on trucks too, but my father wanted me to focus on my education.
Hilly grudgingly gave her an impressed look and said,
"Smart man."
"Oh," said Jack. "Miss Jessup told me to tell you hello." His mother gazed at him without speaking, long enough for Jack to draw 2 breaths.
"I'll be here with Lucy. Robert, you take care of yourself, honey. Y'all can just walk around the house to the garage, fastest way."
She closed and locked the door. Frank said uncomfortably, "Hilly's right. That'll save time. And trouble," his son finished for him. As they walked to the garage, DuBose said,
Why does she call you Robert?
"It's a long story and not one worth telling." In the garage, Frank pulled up a wooden chair and wiped it off for DuBose to sit in before he commenced working on the engine. DuBose watched him and said,
My father has forearms like you, Mr. Lee.
"Comes with the territory, but the aches and pains do too." "Miss Jessup," said Jack in a prompting manner. "What else did she tell you?" "Jerome has nightmares about Vietnam. He wakes up fighting and screaming." "But only when he's sleeping?" said Jack. "Yeah, but—" Frank glanced nervously at DuBose.
But the Commonwealth could argue there's something wrong with Jerome's mind because of his war service.
She said. "You had nightmares too, Daddy," said Jack. Frank put down his wrench and pulled a cigarette and lighter from his shirt pocket. "You mind?" he asked DuBose.
It's your garage, so you set the rules.
Frank glanced at the house. "You'd think so, right?" he said, his eyes lit with mild amusement. He took a puff on his smoke. "Yes, I had nightmares when I came back. To tell the truth, I still have them sometimes. He eyed DeBose. It gets in you. Things you saw. And then it can't get out of you.
I understand that your other son is a Green Beret?
Frank shot Jack a look, who said, "Someone who knew us both told Desiree that."
Why?
She said.
Is he okay? Is he in Vietnam?
He was, said Frank. And now he's not. But he's okay. At least I think he is. Just got the one letter from him, and that's been it. You never told me you got a letter, Daddy, Jack said. You just said he called and told you what he was planning to do. He looked at DeBose. My brother fought over there. They sent him home on leave, and then he wouldn't go back. He's a deserter, interjected Frank. He's in Canada.
It is a complex situation,
said DeBose diplomatically. And not one we need to debate, added Jack. Did you tell her about your brother and the Randolph's daughter, Christine? Frank asked. Jack said to her, they used to date way back in high school, so we all knew her. I ran into her at her parents' home when I was over there investigating things.
Does she know you're representing Jerome Washington?
Asked DeBose. I suspect she does now. Anything else, Daddy? Just the fact that I'm not going back over to Miss Jessup's house anymore. Why? Because I was told not to by someone who seemed like he meant it. He rubbed his stiff back. And unlike you, my pain is where it don't show.
Are you okay?
Asked DeBose, looking concerned. Frank wiped his hands on a rag. I'm fine. Now I don't mind helping you out, Jack, but I ain't getting myself killed over it.
Of course, Mr. Lee,
said DeBose.
You needn't do anything else.
Call me Frank. Even my daddy wouldn't go by Mr. Lee, and the man had airs about him.
And I'm Desiree.
Frank said, Can I ask you something, Desiree? A favor?
Certainly, Frank.
Please don't get Jack killed. He's the only son I got left. Daddy, you wanted me to take this case on. I know that, son. And I know something else now, too. What? That I was damn wrong. DeBose was staying at the George Wythe Hotel in the center of Carter City. Jack stopped the Fiat in front. Don't you have a suitcase?
I checked in already. I just walked here from the train station earlier.
You take the train all the way from Chicago?
No. I was in North Carolina, so it wasn't that far.
Trying another case?
No, I was visiting one of my sisters. She lives near Raleigh.
He looked at her finger. No husband or kids?
I don't discuss personal issues with my law co-counsel,
she replied tersely. Jack glanced away. Sorry. You want to meet up tomorrow at my office? I need to file a response to Battle's motion.
I wouldn't bother filing any paper. We'll let the hearing do the job for us. Any idea which judge we'll be in front of?
Malcolm Bliley, most likely. He's the chief judge, and with Battle being the prosecutor, I could see Bliley wanting to be in the loop on this from the word go.
Tell me about him.
He moved here from New Jersey and hung out his shingle before running for circuit judge. I've always found him fairer than most of the other judges we could get.
I'll be at your office at 8 in the morning. Is that okay?
I sleep right overhead, so I'll be there with the coffee hot.
You like living over your office?
I liked it fine until tonight. Now I'm gonna watch you all the way into the hotel. Anything seems out of whack, you have my card with my phone number. Day or night.
I can take care of myself, I assure you,
she said sternly. I'm not worried about you in the least. It's everybody else that puts me on edge. She seemed surprised and even touched by his concern.
All right. Good night.
He watched her until she was inside the front door of the well-lighted hotel. Then Jack Lee drove off to end what seemed like the longest day of his life.
Chapter 28.
DeBose sat on the bed in her plain room and surveyed the brittle and worn furnishings that looked like they had been here since the South had seceded from the Union. She had been in hundreds of such rooms in over a dozen states ever since joining the Legal Defense Fund. They all looked and smelled alike. The only difference was in the last few years, the hotels where she stayed also contained white people. As she had told Jack Lee, this case had been made known to her, and DeBose had found it to be a golden opportunity. Her superiors at LDF had concurred, and she had taken the first available train from North Carolina to Freeman County, a name she found sardonic at best. She undressed, put on her nightclothes, washed her face, and wrapped her hair in a silk cloth. She took out a photo from her wallet and gazed at the young couple captured there before putting it back. This was her ritual. She had several of them to sustain her, especially in foreign lands like this one. Then she stood at the window and looked out over Carter City. She had traveled throughout the Deep South litigating cases to further the cause of freedom and equality for her race. She normally came into town with a contingent of other lawyers. She was not used to partnering with strange white men who had never lifted a finger to help the cause to which she had devoted her adult life. Jack Lee seemed sincere and willing, but she really didn't know him. She would have much preferred that he had withdrawn from the case. But Lee had not backed down, and she seemed saddled with him. "That's a bit harsh, Desiree. The man was beaten up, and he could easily have turned tail and run for it. Give him some credit for that." But Edmund Battle was a highly experienced trial lawyer and a tough opponent, and he had the full weight of the Commonwealth of Virginia behind him. If Lee faltered, if he couldn't handle the pressure of what was coming, which was not simply a legal trial, she well knew, the publicity around this case would be immediate and unrelenting. She moved away from the window, sat down at the small desk, took out a legal pad and pen, and began making notes. She had her standard strategic plans and checklists, but each one had to be revised to meet individual conditions on the ground. "I'm a battlefield officer without a uniform. No, that's wrong. My uniform is my black skin." In short order, she covered several pages with notes and thoughts. Then she laid down her pen, and her mind turned to something that the entire country was starting to focus on. In November, America would elect a new president. The men running for the country's highest office were conventional candidates, with one exception. George Wallace represented the American Independent Party, a far-right collection of people and policy platforms that were designed to carry America directly back to the past, where only whites enjoyed any rights and freedoms. DeBose could not believe that he would win, but his campaign was gaining momentum and his rallies were raucous affairs. Thousands of Americans filled the venues and expressed their undying loyalty for the man who they earnestly believed would lead them to their version of the Promised Land. This was not only the case in the South, but with working-class folks in the North and Midwest. DeBose had heard Wallace speak. He was a fiery orator who could rile up a crowd far more effectively than the likes of Richard Nixon, Hubert Humphrey, or Eugene McCarthy, the other men in the running. Robert Kennedy also had had that effect over his supporters. DeBose had seen that firsthand. But he would not be president now. While the two official candidates would not be decided until August, according to people DeBose trusted, it seemed that Nixon would be the Republican candidate and Hubert Humphrey would represent the Democratic Party. She was not terribly excited about either man, although Humphrey had vowed that, if elected, he would continue Lyndon B. Johnson's support of the civil rights movement. But she would prefer either of them over Wallace, and his message of white supremacy and division. DuBose and all the folks she respected were terrified that even if Wallace didn't prevail in the election, he would do well enough that the eventual winner would need to pacify Wallace and his followers by agreeing to some of their demands. And with the momentum for civil rights possibly stalled, the American people might slide back to old ways that would once more entrench blacks in a second-class status. However, Howard Pickett's being dispatched here by the Wallace campaign was the real reason DuBose had come to town. She and the man had had quite a few battles over the years, long before Wallace threw his hat into the presidential ring. Pickett was arrogant, racist, and transactional, lacking empathy for anyone or anything that could not help him in some way. And the fact that he was here told DuBose that they sensed an opportunity in Virginia. Still smarting after the Loving case allowed blacks and whites to finally marry, they would assuredly rejoice to see a black man go to the electric chair for killing an elderly white couple, no doubt hoping it might compel enough Americans to turn against the effort to make blacks fully equal with whites. And it is my job to make sure that does not happen. So, here we go again. She turned out the lights and got into bed. Then she stared at the ceiling as she thought over tonight's events. She had very much liked Pearl and Miss Jessup. Straightforward, good souls caught up in a legal nightmare. She assumed that the evidence against Jerome had been trumped up, as it often was with defendants of color. But she was not drawing any firm conclusions before viewing the facts. She knew that Battle would not have signed on to prosecute this case without good grounds to do so. Whether those grounds were factual or fabricated, she didn't know yet. But regardless of guilt or innocence, it was part of DuBose's task to make certain that, whatever happened, it would not negatively impact her strategic mission of eventual racial equality. She next turned to Jack Lee's family. His mother, despite what Jack had said about her grief at Dr. King's and Robert Kennedy's murders, seemed like a typical racist. She clearly didn't want me in her house, and she was nearly apoplectic when she thought her precious son might be dating a black woman. As if. She had liked Frank Lee, who seemed down to earth and had the same occupation as her beloved father. But even he was clearly uncomfortable around her. And his plea at the end, for her to make sure his son did not die. Well, Jack Lee was a grown man who could make his own decisions. DuBose had suffered the loss of many she cared for at the hands of racists. It was not her job to keep Jack Lee safe. As she closed her eyes, she concluded that much of this case would probably unfold like many of the others she had handled. But something told her that there would be differences too, possibly profound ones. With this troubling thought, DuBose finally fell asleep, in another strange, uncomfortable bed, in another foreign, discomforting place.
Chapter 29.
All rise, said the bailiff. The Circuit Court for Freeman County, Virginia is now in session. The Honorable Malcolm T. Bliley presiding. All those with business before the court draw near and you will be heard.
Jack stood, as did Edmund Battle and his two associates, and all the spirited public spectators in the pews. The front rows were occupied by, at least it seemed to Jack, the full force and credit of the local and statewide media. All these journalists had their notebooks and sharpened pencils and full pens and agile news reflexes ready to forge masterpieces in print. A moment later the doors opened and in walked Howard Pickett. Every head in the place turned their attention to the millionaire man who firmly had George Wallace's ear. He surveyed the room like a reigning king looking over his court with mocking interest, before he took his seat in the back so as to keep everything in front of him. The door behind the broad bench opened, and out popped Malcolm Bliley like a rousted quail. He was short and rotund, with a pile of white hair topping his 60-year-old head. He wore black-rimmed spectacles and had the air of a jurist in command of his courtroom. Jack thought they would have to see about that.
"Be seated," said the bailiff.
"Mr. Attorney General," said Bliley, "shall we get to your motion?" Battles said,
"It gives me no pleasure to do this, Your Honor, but in good conscience the facts will allow for no other action. It is clear that Mr. Lee has neither the experience nor the requisite legal ability to try this case. Heretofore, as was outlined in our documentation filed with the motion, the highest felony he has defended was armed robbery. Now, this is a murder case requiring extraordinary legal capacity, and this could indeed become a capital case if the death penalty is reinstated. Thus, we cannot allow the defendant to be represented by anything less than the best we can offer him."
"And who did you have in mind?" asked Bliley. Battle pointed to the far end of the first row.
"A man you know well, Mr. Douglas Rawlins of the firm McGuire, Russell & Williams. He's a graduate of the University of Virginia Law School and has been assistant defense counsel on a number of murder cases and is highly recommended by the partners at his prestigious firm."
And now stone-sober Rawlins glanced over at Jack with a look of gripping fear. Jack eyed him, shook his head, and got to his feet.
"Judge Bliley, the Commonwealth's motion has been rendered moot by the arrival of my new co-counsel."
On cue, the doors opened, and Desiree DuBose strode confidently up the aisle as all heads and notepads turned to her. Jack watched Pickett's expression as his gaze lit on DuBose. It was not a look that Jack would ever want anyone to have when staring at him. He said,
"This is Desiree DuBose, Judge Bliley, lead counsel in dozens of murder cases, and she has also won a case in front of the U.S. Supreme Court."
Bliley said, "I also read of her involvement in the Loving case, which, as you know, commenced in Virginia." He eyed Battle. "And if memory serves, Mr. Battle, on that matter you were at times on the receiving end of this lady's legal skills." Battle, who did not look remotely surprised at DuBose's appearance, said,
"She is also not a member of the Virginia State Bar."
The Virginia Supreme Court did not have an issue with that,
said DuBose, coming to stand next to Jack.
"I was waved in on a pro hoc vice basis, as is normal."
"That was an appellate court appearance," countered Battle. "This is the trial component of what is shaping up to be a capital murder case. The lawyer defending the accused should be a full-fledged member of the bar where the killings occurred, not some foreign lawyer flitting in from out of state and who doesn't know our ways."
DuBose said,
"So then you propose to put in Mr. Lee's place Mr. Douglas Rawlins, who we happened to meet the other night, and who described the man he would be representing as a colored errand boy killer."
Bliley swung his gaze over to Rawlins. "Did you make such a statement, sir?"
"I was there too, Judge, and he most assuredly did," said Jack.
Battle glanced at the mortified Rawlins, and the fury in the Attorney General's expression was palpable. Rawlins stood on trembling legs and said, "I don't really remember saying words exactly to that effect, Your Honor, but in my defense, I had been drinking maybe more than I should have that night."
"Well, that's surely a good attribute for counsel in a murder case, that he drinks too much,"
noted Jack. Battle said in a booming, confident baritone, "This is easily resolved, Your Honor. There are numerous lawyers ready, willing, and able to step in." He gave Rawlins a dismissive glance.
"And I imagine quite a few of them are teetotalers."
He held up a letter.
"And I have a document here signed by Mr. Washington, whereby he acknowledges that Mr. Lee is inadequate to represent him and has requested that different counsel be appointed."
Jack exclaimed, "Do you mean to say that you visited my client without me being there? That is the most egregious breach of professional ethics."
"May we see the letter?"
asked DuBose. Battle made a show of handing the document to Jack and not her. They read down the typed letter and then looked at the signature.
"And you're claiming that Mr. Washington signed this?"
said Jack.
"I was told that he did."
A remarkable performance, since he uses an X as his signature. Jack opened his briefcase and took out the document that Jerome had signed appointing Jack as his lawyer. "Approach the bench, Judge." Bliley motioned them all forward. Jack handed the document to Bliley. "Mr. Washington signed this in my presence at the jail. Put me under oath and I'll swear to it, and my client will do the same." He looked sternly at Battle. "And put him under oath and let him swear that forgery is my client's signature." Bliley said, "Mr. Battle, you mentioned you were told the defendant signed this."
"Yes. If there's any discrepancy, I'm sure it can be explained."
"I wish I was as sure as you," said Bliley doubtfully. "That fact notwithstanding, I also need to object to Mr. Bowes serving as co-counsel, which still leaves us with Mr. Lee being inadequate to try this case." "On what grounds do you object?" asked a clearly puzzled Bliley. "She is more than competent to be defense counsel on this matter, and Mr. Lee can assuredly waive her in as local counsel, since I do not agree that a Virginia lawyer must represent a Virginia defendant at the trial level. I myself litigated such cases in New York after being waived in by local counsel, since I was admitted only in New Jersey at the time."
"I understand, Your Honor. However, the problem is actually due to her race."
Excuse me?
exclaimed DuBose.
You can't be serious. A black attorney can try cases in the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Keeping his gaze on Bliley, Virginia's highest-ranking lawyer said,
"A Negro lawyer representing a Negro defendant accused of killing two prominent white people? There is a great deal of prejudice surrounding this case, and I don't want to add to it."
"You're going to need to explain that, sir," demanded Bliley.
"While it pains me to say so, Your Honor, if we can't find a qualified white attorney to represent Mr. Washington, there is not a white juror in this entire area who will be able to objectively judge his guilt or, in the tiniest of probabilities, his innocence. They will simply assume he is guilty because no white lawyer would take the case. And while we believe him to be guilty and the evidence for that is overwhelming, I have a reputation of being scrupulously fair in my dealings before the bar."
"Really? Like Mr. Washington's signature that wasn't?" interjected Jack. Battle ignored this and continued.
"And the last thing that I would want is the race of Mr. Washington's counsel to be the deciding factor. One need only look around and see the state of this country today. There's a lot of anger on both sides, and we ignore that reality to the peril of Mr. Washington. And while Mr. Lee and Miss DuBose may be willing to risk a man's freedom on that, I am not. Ironically, I find myself playing defense counsel right now, standing my ground in support of the defendant's right to a fair trial. I would hope that opposing counsel understands my position, seeing as how I'm trying my best to do right by their client."
Well, that was slickly done, thought Jack. When he looked at DuBose, he could tell she was most likely thinking the same thing. "All right, Mr. Battle, I see your point," noted Bliley. DuBose said,
Your Honor, I have defended black people in front of white juries all across the South, and I have also won more times than I have lost, which directly cuts against the argument Mr. Battle is attempting to make here.
Jack added, "And I obviously am a white lawyer, and might I also add that the white public defender that represented Mr. Washington at his arraignment abruptly resigned shortly thereafter, and there were no other white lawyers apparently willing to defend Mr. Washington. So it strikes me as quite odd that Mr. Battle can apparently summon a legion of them at the drop of a hat. And besides that, Mr. Washington's family has already paid me monies to defend him, and surely a defendant should be able to choose his attorney." Bliley said, "All right, Mr. Lee. Those are all valid points. Then let me make another one, Judge. If the standard is competency, then I would respectfully argue that competency also includes a sincere belief in a client's right to a fair trial and a sincere desire to win the case. Contrast that with Mr. Battle being ready and willing to entrust the fate of a man to an attorney who already believed him to be guilty. Now, Mr. Battle may profess to a high standard before this court, but my daddy always taught me that words are cheap and actions are dear.
Your Honor,
began Battle, but Bliley waved him off. Step back, all of you. They returned to their respective counsel tables, and Bliley said, The Commonwealth's motion to replace defense counsel is denied. It is clear to this court that defense counsel, on a collective basis, can provide competent legal representation, and that the defendant is not indigent and is entitled to the attorney of his choosing. Coupled with the fact that the Commonwealth is unable to validate the document that the defendant allegedly signed, he added with a piercing glance at Battle. Mr. Lee, do you desire to waive Miss DuBose into this court for purposes of this case?
I do, Judge.
Have you filed the necessary paperwork to do so and paid the required fees?
We have, Judge.
Then let's proceed with the formalities. Jack said the requisite words, and DuBose added her accompanying piece. Bliley declared, Miss DuBose, you are duly admitted into the Circuit Court of Freeman County, Virginia on a pro hoc vice basis for the sole purpose of serving as co-counsel for the defense in the matter of Commonwealth v. Jerome Washington. Court is dismissed. He banged his gavel and scooted back into his chambers. As Jack and DuBose were preparing to leave, Battle strolled over to them. Round one goes to you, Desiree.
It goes to Mr. Lee and me,
she replied. Battle looked at Jack.
If you think you're leading the defense, think again. This young lady does not know how to play second fiddle to either man or beast.
Do you have the cause and time of death for us yet?
Interjected DuBose.
Or are you going to ambush us at trial? If so, we have a number of pretrial motions we can file, including a change of venue and a request for a preliminary hearing.
That was waived.
By incompetent counsel, rendering that decision null and void. I know the supporting case law by heart, Edmund,
countered DuBose.
We'll see about that.
I saw your son last month. Brett is doing God's work with the Civil Rights Division at the Justice Department in Washington.
Battle glared at her. You have a funny definition of God's work.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. Right versus wrong?
Noted DuBose. Battle glanced away from her and looked over Jack's facial injuries.
No room for that in our legal system, Mr. Lee. I'm truly sorry it happened to you. But when you push them against the wall, some folks don't know any better than to strike back.
He left with his legal posse. The reporters flocked after him, pestering the man with questions. A few moments later, Howard Pickett came forward. Miss DuBose, how nice to see you again. She barely looked at him.
I wish I could say the same.
You got the best of us a couple of times, but we returned the favor.
Yes, by sending 4 innocent men to prison for life and spending 3 years and hundreds of thousands of dollars of your money trying to keep little black kids from getting the same education as white children.
Pickett laughed and turned to the reporters who had left the non-responsive Battle and gathered around the pair, sensing blood. A lawyer every second, twisting facts around to make it seem like she's doing good, when all she's really doing is destroying what America stands for.
And what exactly does America stand for?
She asked.
Liberty and equality, but only for some.
What we stand for are good family values, a strong defense, small government, and the right to live the American dream, and the true and natural supremacy of the white race in the greatest country on earth. And we can make it even greater if we can stop the damn federal courts from horning in where they don't belong.
Well, good thing the Founding Fathers didn't agree with you on that,
said DuBose.
Seeing as how they created the federal courts as an equal branch of government to do exactly what they're doing right now.
And what is that exactly? Said Pickett in a bland tone.
Giving full force to the language of the founding documents we rely on to be a great and everlasting democracy, starting with all men are created equal. I figure if we adhere to that one literally, but also include all women, good things will follow.
Well, it'll be a long wait then.
Oh, I'm a patient person,
replied DuBose. It may not be up to you, retorted Pickett.
Well, it certainly won't be up to you,
she shot back. Pickett grinned, spun on his heel, and walked out. As Jack and DuBose exited, the flock of reporters turned on them, but Jack quickly led DuBose through the gauntlet, out onto the street and down a narrow alley lined with dented garbage cans where eager blackbirds were trolling for their breakfast. The reporters finally gave up pursuit and wheeled around to sprint to the nearest phone booth to report in. Jack and DuBose slowly walked back to his office. So I take it Pickett has a habit of showing up and getting in your way?
His idea of America is antithetical to everything this country should stand for. And yet millions of people believe the man makes perfect sense.
As they turned another corner, someone darted up to them. He was around 50 and unhealthily thin, not much more than flesh on bone. He was also breathing erratically, like his lungs were unwilling to perform in synchronicity.
Jack Lee?
Yes?
I saw you in court and wanted to talk to you,
said the man, gasping for air. Look, if you're a reporter, The man took a deep breath and said,
I'm Sam Randolph.
Oh, I didn't recognize you. I'm truly sorry about your loss, sir.
I've spoken with Mr. Battle. He seems to think the evidence is incontrovertible.
Prosecutors always do, but that's why we have trials.
I just want whoever did this to be punished.
So do we, said Jack. Only we don't believe it was Mr. Washington.
Do you have any idea who it might be then?
DuBose spoke up.
Mr. Randolph, with all due respect, we are in the middle of a murder trial. I'm sure you can understand that it would be against legal ethical standards and also against the interests of our client to discuss the case with you.
He wheeled on her.
I'm not going running to battle with whatever you tell me. My parents have been murdered.
Which makes it critical that we adhere to the rules governing legal proceedings.
Randolph looked her over, and his lips twisted.
You talk all high and mighty.
I speak, I would hope, like a lawyer, which I happen to be.
He then glanced at Jack.
Is she the best you could do?
Before Jack could say anything, Randolph turned and stalked off. Jack said, Do you think he was working for Battle?
I don't know. I assume he stands to inherit a lot of wealth. So maybe he's more worried about what we might find out during our investigation.
Meaning we have to prove Jerome's innocence beyond any reasonable doubt? She gave him a patronizing look.
Welcome to my world, Jack.
Chapter 30. Curtis Gates was an old-school trusts and estates lawyer with the dour look and dusty, estate box-littered office that stamped the breed of attorney who presided over death, taxes, and property with a certain grisly relish. In his 60s, with thinning white hair, blotchy skin, rounded shoulders, and a thickish belly, he eyed Jack and DuBose as though he was bewildered as to why they were sitting across from him. The will is to be read next week, and then only to the beneficiaries. He was interrupted by his secretary bringing in a pitcher of water and 2 glasses in response to Jack's and DuBose's requests. She poured out the drinks and exited, glancing at Gates with a dubious look as she nudged the door closed. I understand that, Mr. Gates, said Jack. But we need to know now because we have a case to try, and this information is pertinent. What exactly are you implying? Said Gates, sliding his wire-rimmed specs onto his long, wrinkled brow. We just need to know where the estate is going, and if they left Jerome Washington, who? He was a handyman who worked for them? I can tell you definitively that name appears nowhere in the estate documents of Mr. and Mrs. Randolph. Wait, isn't he the man accused of killing them? Yes, replied Jack. And you were his lawyers? Both of you? Both of us, confirmed Jack. And we need to know who gets what. Surely you are not suggesting that the beneficiaries had anything to do with their death. Wasn't that colored man found with the bodies? We need to track down every possibility. His life is on the line. As well it should be, considering he ended 2 other lives, said Gates huffily.
Allegedly did so,
Corrected DeBose. Gates glared at DeBose as she sipped her water. This is all highly irregular.
Well, I would imagine so is 2 of your clients being murdered.
Pointed out DeBose.
We are duty-bound to do our job, Mr. Gates. I hope you, also being a lawyer, can understand that.
Looking put out, Gates shuffled some papers and said, Christine and Sam split the money left by their parents equally. How much money are we talking? Said Jack. I will not give you a number until the will is officially read. And the house the Randolphs were living in? And the land? Gates hesitated. That is dealt with separately.
That's unusual, isn't it?
Said DeBose. Who are you again? Gates said abrasively.
Co-counsel for the defense.
Replied DeBose.
Can you please tell us the testamentary provisions of the real estate?
Gates cleared his throat and said, The house and surrounding property goes to the surviving child without exception. But there are currently 2 surviving children, pointed out Jack. I'm aware of that, growled Gates. The property is to be held in trust until there is only 1 surviving child. The French had a term for something like it. They called it tontine. When 1 beneficiary dies, the payouts to the survivors increase correspondingly. It's a bit controversial because of the incentive to, well, you know.
To murder the other beneficiaries?
Suggested DeBose. Gates cleared his throat noisily. To put it bluntly and crudely, yes. And while this situation is not, strictly speaking, a tontine, in a testamentary disposition of property owned outright by the testators, one can leave one's property to anyone they want and under pretty much any stipulations, and this is what the Randolphs wanted, that only 1 child should inherit the property. So you're saying they didn't care which of the 2 inherited? Said Jack. Christine or Sam? I don't remember saying anything of the kind. Well then, persisted Jack. Gates said primly, Well then, nothing. I assume you've heard of attorney-client privilege? Okay, and when was all this done? Asked Jack. Why does that matter?
If you could please answer the question,
Said DeBose. No, I don't think I will, Gates declared petulantly.
All right, just to be clear. If Christine predeceases Sam, he gets the house and property free and clear, and Christine's children get nothing?
Said DeBose.
And vice versa.
Correct, Gates said grudgingly.
Can you tell us how much the house and property are worth?
Inquired DeBose. Gates perked up. It was actually appraised about a year ago. The valuation came back at nearly $2 million, and I know of at least 3 developers who would pay more than that and just for the land. It's near the country club and is also adjacent to Faulkner's Woods, and that amount doesn't come close to its potential. What do you mean? Asked Jack. You knock down all those trees on the forested part of their property, you could put up over 50 luxury estate homes and sell them for over $250,000 or more each. My son, Walter, is a developer, so I know more about that business than most. Why would the Randolphs have done that? Asked Jack, making sure that only 1 child benefited and having to wait until the other died. Once again, that is privileged information, and I have no intention of sharing it with you. Or her, Gates said, glancing disgustedly at DeBose. Now, if there's nothing else... He spoke into his phone, and his secretary came in to take away the tray. She scrutinized the glasses after glancing at Gates, who inclined his head to the right. Neither of them noticed DeBose picking up on this unspoken exchange. As they were leaving, DeBose poked her head into the small kitchen off the main reception area in time to see Gates's secretary dump one of the water glasses into the wastebasket. She was about to tell the woman that she had drunk from the other glass just to let her know that DeBose knew what was going on. But her anger faded, and she returned to Jack, who looked at her curiously. "Anything wrong?" he asked.
Nothing I haven't seen before,
DeBose said wearily. Chapter 31. When they returned to Jack's office, they found an envelope tacked to his door. "Battle strikes again," he said after reading the document inside. "He's asking for the trial to commence in 1 week, and there's a hearing scheduled for that on Monday. He also says that based on the evidence, they will make no formal plea offer. However, if Jerome confesses his guilt, they will take the possibility of execution off the table if the death penalty becomes active again. But he will be sentenced to life without the chance of parole, and he will have to provide an allocution in court." He looked up at DeBose. "We have to present this offer to Jerome."
which is why Battle made it.
It took DeBose showing her ID along with her Illinois bar card to 3 different guards and Jack swearing on a stack of Bibles that she was his co-counsel before they would allow DeBose in to see her own client. Jerome gazed up curiously at DeBose while Jack introduced her. She said,
I work for the Legal Defense Fund. Have you heard of them?
No, ma'am.
It used to be part of the NAACP. You've probably heard of it.
Jerome nodded.
But why they care about the likes of me?
DeBose sat in the chair opposite him.
Because it's our job to make sure you get the same rights as anyone else.
She paused.
First thing, Mr. Washington. Did you sign a letter asking that Mr. Lee be removed as your counsel?
He shook his head.
Letter? Nobody brought me no letter in here.
DeBose glanced at Jack.
Okay. Now, the Commonwealth has made an offer to you, Mr. Washington.
Just call me Jerome.
All right, Jerome. The offer says that if you plead guilty and stand up in court and say how and why you committed the murders, the state will waive any right it may have to ask for your execution, and you will spend the rest of your life in prison without the chance of ever being paroled.
How I stand up and say stuff I ain't done?
I understand, but we were duty-bound to present the offer to you. Do I take it that you do not want to accept that offer?
Jack said, Jerome, we mean to defend you with all we have, but they may very well bring back the death penalty.
But even if we do lose at the trial level, I'm confident that we will win on appeal,
said DeBose, drawing a surprised look from Jack. You may want to talk to your wife before you decide, Jack suggested.
I ain't saying I killed them people because I didn't do it.
Fine,
said DeBose decisively.
We will communicate your decision.
Jack took a deep breath. All right, Jerome. Now, do you remember anything about the man who came by to see the Randolphs a while back and where Mr. Randolph got so mad? Pearl and Miss Jessup told us about it. And do you recall the make and model of the car he drove? Jerome looked down at his shoes.
It'd be light gray with white trim. I remember that. It'd be a 4-door, a Chrysler hardtop.
He thought some more, scrunching up his features, and then he looked up.
Yeah, it'd be one of them New Yorkers. Nice car.
Jack wrote all of this down. And the man? Can you describe him?
He a little shorter than you, and thicker. He got on a dark suit and tie, and he was carrying a black bag.
A bag? What did it look like? Asked Jack.
Like a doctor carries round.
DeBose and Jack exchanged a puzzled look.
How old was he?
She asked.
I reckon he may be about 40 or so.
And he was white?
Asked DeBose.
Oh, yeah. He gone in the house and all. And he come out the front door.
Okay.
DeBose said with a glance at Jack.
And Mr. Randolph said nothing other than nobody was going to make him leave his house?
That right. Ain't nobody making him get out his own house. He say that.
And you never saw the man again after that? Asked Jack.
No, sir. Not one time.
Pearl said that the Randolphs invited you and your family over for lunch and a swim in the pool,
said DeBose. Jerome grinned.
Yeah, they take us round to the back and we ate out there, of course. But then Miss Ann say, "Hey, kids, you want to go swimming?" Now, Miss Ann tell me she gonna ask that, so Pearl had got him some swimsuits and she got one for herself, too. They changed in the garage. They ain't never been in no water except the bathtub, but they had a real good time.
And Christine Randolph showed up at some point? Said Jack.
Yeah, Miss Christine and her husband and the kids walked in the backyard when we was fixing to leave. They real nice. Asked how we liked the food and the pool and all. Just a real nice day. So I don't see how nobody think I could kill these folks who been so good to me and my family. Now I ain't got a job and I'm in here.
He shook his head in frustration. Jack said quietly, "We understand that you have bad dreams from time to time." Jerome glanced sharply up at him for a moment before looking away.
I don't really have them no more.
Did they make you angry, or?
I seen things, Mr. Lee, over in Vietnam that I ain't never seen before. And I hope to God I don't never see again so long as I live.
I'm sure, said Jack, who was now thinking of his brother. DeBose said,
We're only asking you this, Jerome, because the Commonwealth may bring it up. Their argument might be that you had one of these episodes while you were at the Randolphs, and it caused you to attack them.
I ain't never had none of that except when I be sleeping. I went in that house to get my money 'cause they didn't answer the door, and they didn't answer the door 'cause they be dead. That's all I got to say.
He bowed his head and looked at the floor. DeBose eyed Jack.
Okay, well, I think that's all for now.
We'll be back to see you soon, said Jack. Anything you need? Jerome never took his gaze off the floor.
Just to get out of here.
We are doing our best to make that happen,
said DeBose. Back in the car, Jack said, I wish we had let him talk to his wife before he made that decision on the offer.
Jack, there was no way that man was going to agree to spend the rest of his life in prison.
She looked at him.
Are you having second thoughts about trying this case?
No, but you told Jerome if we lost, you were confident we'd prevail on appeal.
I am confident.
Did you win most of your appeals?
Every case is different, and I feel good about this one.
We haven't even seen the Commonwealth's case, Desiree, and we may not until trial. And I doubt that Battle would risk his reputation unless he was damn sure of winning it. And let me tell you, if they get that conviction, they won't waste any time getting him in that chair if the death penalty gets reinstated.
We will file appeals, Jack. That takes time.
Not so much in Freeman County and the Commonwealth of Virginia. Before the moratorium on the death penalty came into effect, we used to execute more people faster than any other state by a country mile.
We better make sure we win at the trial level then,
she said brusquely. And we're going to do all this in a week?
No, we will oppose Battle's ridiculous timeline.
Look, as co-counsel, I thought I had the right to speak my mind. She gazed at him coldly.
You do. But don't forget that I have a lot more experience than you. So I think we trust my professional instincts over yours.
Later they walked to a restaurant near Jack's office and endured yet more stares and crude comments they could not fail to hear. They were finishing up when their attention was captured by a small TV that hung from a wall of the restaurant. It was a special news broadcast from Richmond. The announcer, looking appropriately stern, said, At a special session of the General Assembly in Richmond called by the governor, the moratorium on the death penalty was lifted, and the bill was immediately signed by the governor. All murder cases satisfying the necessary elements that have been charged, but not yet gone to trial, can once more invoke the death penalty. Jack looked at DuBose. Well, that changes everything, he said. DuBose said,
And it means when we win this case, Jack, it will bring even more attention to the cause.
My only cause is getting Jerome off for murder, he said, frowning. She glanced at him with an impassive expression.
I care about what happens to Jerome in ways you probably can't understand. But I also have to think of the bigger picture.
What's bigger than a man's life?
You just don't get it, Jack, being white.
I'm just trying to be a good lawyer for my client, black or white.
And you think I'm not?
I didn't say that. DuBose leaned in closer, her expression a diamond-hard wall of determination.
I have been working my entire adult life to bring basic fairness and equality to my race. Things you have never lived without for even 1 minute of your life. And I will do whatever I have to do, including taking on the Edmund Battles and Howard Picketts of this world, to make that happen. Because, frankly, failure is not a damn option. Are we clear on that, Mr. Co-Counsel?
Crystal clear, replied Jack. Chapter 32. On Monday, the bailiff ordered them to rise once more. The excitement in the packed courtroom had a carnival-like feel, as though they were all waiting for the bearded lady or a knife thrown within an inch of a frightened face. Judge Bliley took his seat behind the bench and nodded at Battle. Battle stood and said, Your Honor, there is no reason on earth why this case couldn't be tried tomorrow, but to be fair, we are giving the defense an additional full week in which to prepare. There is almost nothing in dispute and the facts are clear. When Bliley looked at the defense table, Jack rose and said, We haven't even started our investigation, Judge. We also haven't gotten the autopsy report from the medical examiner. And we just found out that the death penalty was reinstated, so we don't even know if this is a capital murder case or not. Then let me allay any concerns you might have on multiple fronts, announced Battle. He nodded at his associates, who carried 2 large boxes over to Jack and DuBose's table and set them there. Battle said, In those boxes are all the exculpatory evidence required under Brady, Your Honor, little though there is. In addition, there's the Commonwealth's complete theory of the case, its list of witnesses, the autopsy reports, and the facts and physical elements that we intend to introduce into evidence. We are not required to give the defense any of that, except for the Brady material, but are doing so voluntarily in the interests of justice and fair play. And we have duly amended our filed charges and are hereby asking that, if convicted, Mr. Washington be put to death. In addition, we have conducted a search of Mr. Washington's home, and the results of that search are in with what we have just provided defense counsel. DuBose said,
You searched our client's home without notifying us?
Just like you, Miss DuBose, we have the right and duty to conduct a thorough investigation of this matter, and we have done so. And Mr. Lee is being more than a little disingenuous about having had no opportunity to undertake an investigation, since I personally allowed him to go through the entire crime scene and he took pictures and asked questions and we were thoroughly accommodating to him. Bliley looked over at Jack. Is that true? I use an investigator to really dig into the case, since I'm no trained fact finder. We're meeting with him shortly, and I don't know why the Commonwealth feels like we need to rush this case. Battle was clearly ready for this. The 6th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution and Section 8 of the Virginia Constitution require a speedy trial for the defendant. But unless the defense can point to any prejudice to their client, I fail to see what leg they have to stand on. And we have presented our entire case to them. Indeed, I believe that once they review it, the next thing I'll hear from them is not about a trial but a plea deal. He paused, gave Jack and DuBose a meaningful look, and added, And the Commonwealth is also amending its pleadings to include a murder charge against a second individual. And who is that? Demanded a stunned Jack. Mrs. Pearl Washington. I can assure you that our amended filing will make for interesting reading. Bliley said, I will take all this under advisement and apprise you of my decision by tomorrow. He looked ominously at Jack and DeBose. But I would advise the defense to waste no time in preparing its case. He smacked his gavel and returned to his chambers. Jack marched right over to Battle. That is some cheap stunt to charge our client's wife and wait until we're in front of the judge to tell us. Battle shrugged. The ink is hardly dry on our filing.
And where is Mrs. Washington?
Asked DeBose, joining them. She was arrested this morning, and the indictment was handed down before her arrest, so you're not entitled to a preliminary hearing. She will be arraigned tomorrow, which will give you a chance to formally enter your appearance as her counsel. Although, with what we have found out, she may want a separate lawyer. We will oppose any talk of bail. She's currently in the women's jail, which, I'm sure you know, is right next to the men's. Maybe she and her murderous husband can holler out the windows at each other.
Are you claiming that she helped kill the Randolphs?
Yes, and we are seeking the death penalty against her as well, since she helped plan the killings and assisted in their execution.
How can you imagine that Pearl Washington is involved?
Exclaimed DeBose. I think your client and his missus might have some explaining to do. And piece of advice, next time, before taking on a case, do a little due diligence first. With that stinging shot, Battle and his team left. DeBose opened one of the boxes and stared down at the contents. Jack looked over her shoulder and whispered, I don't like the sound of that.
Let's get these back and start going through them. And then we need to get ready for Pearl's arraignment.
Well, first we need to go by the Washingtons' house. We need to make sure everybody's okay. DeBose glanced at him, a bit shamefacedly.
Yes, of course.
I'm going to call my investigator and have him meet us later today.
I hope he's good.
Donnie Peppers is better than good. Jack turned to look behind him when someone called his name. Christine Hanover motioned to him from the front row. Her hair was tied back in a single braid, which emphasized the delicate lines of crow's feet around her eyes. She had always been slender, but now she looked like she had lost weight just since he had seen her last. He walked over and said, Christine, I should have told you before that I was representing Jerome Washington. It was just mighty awkward at the time. In fact, I didn't even know that your parents were involved when I was first approached about taking on the case. She nodded.
I understand that, I guess. It was still a shock to find out.
How are your kids? I'm sure they took this hard, he said.
Fortunately, they're all away at a summer camp. We called and told them about what happened, leaving out the details.
Of course. She glanced over at DeBose.
You have a new law partner?
Desiree DeBose, from Chicago. Oh, I saw your brother. He doesn't look too good.
He has some health problems, but I don't know what they are. To tell you the truth, we don't really see one another anymore.
Sorry to hear that. I'm sure your husband has been supportive of you.
Gordon is always a rock,
she said.
You ever hear from Jeff?
I just found out my daddy got a letter from him when Jeff made his decision. But I don't know what it said.
People are finding out this war is not all we were told it was. So I can understand why an honorable man like your brother would decide to do what he did.
She walked away as DeBose came over carrying one of the boxes.
Who was she?
Christine Hanover, the Randolph's daughter, said Jack.
Do you think she knows about the tontine arrangement?
If she doesn't, she will soon. Chapter 33. Jack and DeBose pulled into the front yard of the Washingtons' home. Miss Jessup answered their knock, with Darla Jean again wedged on her hip. We just heard, said Jack.
Y'all come on in,
Miss Jessup said curtly. Inside, Jack saw another younger woman holding onto the hand of a little boy.
This is Maggie, Pearl's ma, and my daughter. And this here's Elijah. Maggie, this is Jack Lee and Desiree DeBose, Jerome's lawyers.
Jack and DeBose greeted Maggie, who was petite with hair that fell to her shoulders. Her eyes were red-ringed, no doubt from crying, and her face puffy for the same reason. Jack knelt and shook Elijah's hand. "You got yourself a strong grip, young man," he noted.
You gonna be Pearl's lawyers too?
Asked Miss Jessup. "Yes," said Jack, standing. "Her arraignment is tomorrow morning. We just wanted to make sure things were okay here." Miss Jessup handed Darla Jean to Maggie and placed her hands over Elijah's ears. She said quietly,
Police come early this morning. Pulled Pearl out of bed. Good thing Maggie was sleeping over, else the children would have been left all alone.
"Surely the police wouldn't have done that," said Jack.
The hell they wouldn't.
Snapped Maggie. Miss Jessup said,
Maggie said Pearl was half crazy when they took her away. Police were calling her name so bad Maggie had to take the children out the room. Now you two go on and see that poor woman right now, please.
On the drive over to the women's jail, DeBose read through the new filings.
Damn,
She exclaimed. "What?"
You can hear when I ask Pearl about it, but it's not good.
At the jail, they were led down a dark, bleak hall that smelled of equal parts bleach and urine. Behind a secure door, they were directed to a cell with a barred portal. Inside was Pearl, dressed in faded prison denim that was 2 sizes too large. It was so hot in here that Jack immediately felt a little nauseous. Knees drawn up to her chest, Pearl sat on the floor next to a filthy commode that bulged from the wall like a tumor. "Pearl," Jack said. She looked up and then stood on trembling legs. The jailer opened the door and locked it behind them. "Are you all right?" said Jack, looking her over. Tears slid down her cheeks.
I don't know what be happening, Mr. Lee. They come and say I helped Jerome kill those people. The kids were bawling. My mama?
She started hyperventilating. DeBose clutched her hand and said calmly,
Take some deep breaths, nice and slow. Now, sit on the bed. Take as long as you need, and then just tell us what happened. We're here to help you. Deep breaths. Take your time.
They stood in front of her bunk as Pearl composed herself. After a minute or so, her breathing normalized. She said,
They come early in the morning, about knocked my door down, pulled me out my bed, and I was in my undies. My kids were bawling, and they put their handcuffs on me and put me in the car. And all the time they jabbered away about me helping to kill them people.
DeBose glanced at Jack.
They're saying that you went to the Randolphs that day with clean clothes and shoes for Jerome. That you took the murder weapon from him and his bloody clothes and shoes. They searched your property and found some money in the lean-to they assert you stole from the Randolphs. Ain't none of that true. And I don't know nothing about no money in the lean-to.
DeBose said,
The reason they brought you into this is because Jerome had no blood on his clothes or shoes, and no murder weapon or money was found on his person. Those are big gaps in the prosecution's case. To get around that, they concocted this whole story about you and Jerome planning the murders together. That closes all the holes in their theory. And now that they've found the money, or more likely planted it, that bolsters their argument.
DeBose perched next to Pearl.
But they're also saying that you weren't at your job the day that the Randolphs were killed. They must have checked on that before they laid out a plan to charge you. Otherwise, their scheme wouldn't have worked. Which means you weren't at work on that Friday?
Pearl dabbed at her nose with her wrist and wouldn't look at either of them. "Where do you work during the week?" asked Jack.
Winston's. It's only a mile from my house. It's where folks like me get our food. What do you do there?
Asked DeBose.
Unload the trucks. Stock the shelves. Hard work, but it pays good.
So you weren't there that day? Asked Jack.
No,
She said in a small voice.
I had something else I had to do.
What was that? Her mouth twisted, and she said defiantly,
My business. The Commonwealth is making it their business, Pearl.
pointed out to Bose.
If you tell us where you were, we can assert that as a defense. I ain't telling nobody where I was.
Pearl said fiercely. Jack and DeBose exchanged a worried glance. DeBose said,
Okay, as I mentioned, the Commonwealth also found $50 in an envelope in your lean-to. You really have no idea where that came from. No. All our money's in a coffee can on the top shelf of the pantry.
DeBose rose.
All right. Do you need anything? Yeah. I need to get back to my kids.
Pearl said tearfully. Jack said, We went to your house. Your mother and Miss Jessup are there.
My grandma's there. What about Ashby?
I don't know.
She gonna lose her job? That old man don't care about nothing except himself.
DeBose said,
Do you want us to be your lawyers? I guess so, yeah.
She said distractedly.
Then we need you to be truthful with us. Everything you tell us is confidential.
Pearl wavered for a moment, but then shook her head. Jack said, Your arraignment is tomorrow. We'll be back to prep you for it. As they walked over to the men's jail, DeBose said,
If she doesn't tell us where she was, we have no real way to defend her.
She looked at the entrance to the men's jail.
Now let's go see what Jerome has been withholding.
Jerome was sitting on his bed when they walked in. They told him about Pearl being arrested and why. A furious Jerome slammed his fist into the skinny mattress.
That be crazy. I didn't kill nobody, and she didn't do none of them things. It all a pack of lies.
Only she wasn't at work the day the Randolphs were killed, Jerome, said Jack. His anger instantly transformed to puzzlement.
Then where was she?
She wouldn't tell us. You don't know? Asked Jack.
No, Mr. Lee, she never missed work. She missed work, she ain't get paid.
DuBose urged,
We have to know, Jerome.
Can I talk to her?
Jack said, We can arrange a phone call.
You do that then.
Now, Jerome, the police searched your house and property, said Jack.
Why they done that?
DuBose said,
They found $50 in an envelope in a hole in the wall of your lean-to. Do you know how that might have gotten there?
Jack's gut clenched when he saw the expression on Jerome's face. It was not surprise or confusion, but nervousness. Perhaps guilt.
Miss Ann give me that money.
When and why? Asked Jack sharply.
When we was at the house for lunch. Miss Ann, she pulled me aside when they in the pool, and she say I doing a good job and I had a nice family. And
what?
Asked DuBose.
Pearl's birthday coming up, and I wanted to get her something nice.
Did Mrs. Randolph know that?
Yeah, I told her. I think that one reason why she give me the money. But I ain't asked for it. And $50 is more I make in a week. But she wanted me to take it, so's I did.
Did you tell anyone else about this? Asked Jack.
No, sir. I wanted to surprise Pearl.
Did anyone other than Mrs. Randolph know about the gift?
She maybe told Mr. Leslie.
And now they're both dead,
said DuBose, giving Jack an ominous look. She sat down next to Jerome.
See, the thing is, Jerome, the Commonwealth will argue that you stole that money when you killed the Randolphs.
But that be a lie,
he said angrily.
With no one to show that it was a gift, it looks bad.
Jerome rubbed his face with his hand and shook his head wearily.
It don't matter. White man who brought you in here say they got the electric chair all fired up again. He say that where I be going.
Not if we can do something about it.
said DuBose.
And we can.
Jerome did not appear to be listening to her.
Look, how I get Pearl out of this? The kids gotta have their mama. How do I do that?
He looked at them pleadingly.
How? Tell me.
Jack glanced at DuBose and said, "If you're really serious about this, we could talk to the prosecutor and see if he'll accept a guilty plea from you on the condition that the charges against Pearl are dropped, with prejudice, meaning they can never bring them again. Then she'll be free."
Then you got to do that, Mr. Lee. You got to.
Jerome said emphatically. Jack again looked at DuBose, who was now gazing stonily at the concrete floor. He said, "We have Pearl's arraignment tomorrow, and then we can address it."
Don't wait too long. Tear me up, Pearl being in a damn cage like this.
Chapter 34. Jack poured out 2 more cups of coffee as DuBose sat at the work table in his office. They had gone over all the documents provided by Battle, and DuBose had made a list of issues and follow-up items. But what was most troubling was what their clients had not told them. Jack handed DuBose the fresh coffee and sat down across from her.
When is your investigator going to be coming?
She asked. Jack checked his watch. "Any time now."
He has his work cut out for him on this one.
Jack picked up her list and read down it. "The Commonwealth's case is pretty straightforward," he said. Jerome needed money. He had been inside the Randolphs' house before to use the bathroom. DuBose nodded.
And on the day of the murder, Pearl was not at work.
And they found cash money hidden in Jerome's lean-to. Money that Jerome says he was given, but we have no way to prove that without putting him on the stand. Battle will then have the right to tear him apart on cross-examination, or else we're forced to instruct Jerome to plead the Fifth, and we could lose the whole case right there." DuBose said.
They also have sworn testimony from Curtis Gates that the Randolphs were going to fire Jerome because they were afraid of him. No wonder he was so smug about Jerome being guilty,
she added bitterly. Jack picked up another piece of paper and read from it. "And the gardener, Tyler Dobbs, will say that Jerome had acted belligerently toward the Randolphs, which supports Gates's testimony, and that Jerome told him he needed money. And they also talked to Gordon Hanover. He'll testify that Leslie Randolph thought Jerome had stolen from him and was going to fire him. And lastly, Sam Randolph will testify that his father told him he was going to leave something to Jerome in his will, which would be another motive." He dropped the paper and shook his head. "Does not look good, Desiree,"
This all seems woven too neatly.
replied DuBose.
But yet it's also contradictory. Randolph was going to fire Jerome, but he was also going to leave him something in the will. Jerome was stealing, but Anne Randolph gave him a bonus.
"I guess you've seen a lot of manufactured evidence," he said.
Not that they needed to go that far. Most white juries have already convicted black defendants before the trial even starts.
"And they have footprints from Jerome's shoes in that room. Not from the blood, but from dirt he had on his shoes and that left an imprint."
He doesn't deny he was there.
Pointed out DuBose. "But the medical examiner's report says his footprints are the only ones other than the 2 deputies," pointed out Jack.
And he also said the murder weapon had a blade at least 18 inches long. That was no kitchen steak knife. So whoever killed them came prepared to do just that.
"And where was Jerome going to hide that while riding his bike to work?" Jack said, shaking his head in frustration. "Except for Jerome being in the room, it's all speculation and circumstantial."
They're also suggesting, as part of their grand plan, that Pearl called the police from a payphone so they'd be sure to find Jerome there.
"If true, that was risky as hell," said Jack.
But how would Jerome and Pearl know someone wouldn't happen along after the maid and gardener left? In fact, someone did. That person in the blue convertible.
"If Jerome is to be believed about that," said Jack. She shot him a harsh look.
You think he's lying?
You never had a client lie to you?
I could hardly blame them with the deck stacked against them.
Whoever did it certainly knew the routine of the place. By 1, the gardener was gone. By 2, so was the maid. Jerome said he saw the convertible around 4. Jack pulled out a document. Okay, let's go through alibis. Cora Robinson and Tyler Dobbs both have solid ones for the time in question. Christine and Gordon Hanover were in Washington, D.C. all day. They didn't get back here until very late that night.
But Sam Randolph has no alibi,
said DuBose.
so we'll need to talk to him.
Jack dropped the file and said, But do we really have to do that? Jerome wants to sacrifice himself to save Pearl.
What if Battle won't agree to waive the death penalty?
We won't know until we ask him,
Jerome is not thinking clearly,
she commented. You apparently thought he was thinking clearly when he didn't want to take the plea deal that Battle offered. So why not now? When she didn't respond, he added, Hell, Desiree, if I were on a jury, I might convict both of them on the evidence the Commonwealth has compiled.
So you believe they did it?
Doesn't matter what I believe. And I'm sorry if that doesn't dovetail with your big picture strategy. But if we can get Battle to do a deal, Pearl will get to go home to their kids, which is what Jerome wants.
And he rots in prison for the rest of his life?
At the end of the day, it's his decision. She was about to respond when someone knocked at the door. Jack rose and pulled his pistol from his desk. Who is it? He called out. Donnie, the low voice answered. Chapter 35. Jack opened the door, and there stood Donnie Peppers, a bald, muscled man in his 50s with a silvery mustache curved over his top lip. He had on black slacks and a white short-sleeved shirt that revealed thick, tattooed forearms. He lifted his sunglasses, revealing a pair of penetrating blue-gray eyes. Hey, Donnie, come on in, said Jack. Peppers noted the gun Jack held and said, Heard you had trouble. Piece of advice? Trade that pea shooter in for something a little more robust. Like this. From his waistband clip holster, Peppers pulled out a large revolver with custom wooden grips. Single-action Sturm & Ruger Super Blackhawk chambering the .44 Remington Magnum cartridge. It's definitely a two-hander, but it'll drop a bear. Thanks for the recommendation, said Jack. He introduced DuBose, who said,
We certainly can use your help.
I heard some of it. Tell me the rest. Jack and DuBose went through the entire case, and Peppers wrote down some things in a black notebook. He then leveled his gaze on DuBose. What's your story?
Do I need one?
She said coolly. So you just dropped down from heaven to help Jack? What's in it for you?
Would justice for the accused work?
I don't know, because I don't know you, at least not yet. He turned to Jack. Word is there are important people outside the state who are watching this case. We've met one of them, Howard Pickett, one of George Wallace's cronies. Peppers nodded. Country's at a tipping point, and this black-white stuff is right in the middle of it.
Black-white stuff?
Parroted DuBose in a scolding tone. Peppers glanced her way. I was just making an observation. And Bliley? What about him? Asked Jack. Don't think he's going to beat the judge on this. Jack gaped. What are you talking about? They brought Battle in, so why can't they bring in another judge? Jack started to say something and then looked at DuBose. No reason at all. Some people want to make a political statement by snuffing your clients. He looked at DuBose. Which explains why you're here, even if you don't want to admit it.
I have no trouble admitting my principles and beliefs, Mr. Peppers.
Just make it Donnie.
So which side of the black-white stuff do you come down on, Donnie?
Before he could answer, a tall, lanky black woman in her early 30s and dressed in tight jeans and a red sleeveless blouse strode in. She wore big, chunky platform shoes that raised her impressive height another few inches.
How much longer, Donnie? I'm roasting out there, babe.
Peppers frowned. I told you to leave the engine running and the AC on, Cheryl. I'm working here.
Every time I do, that damn car overheats. And and we're going out to dinner. I'll be a big ball of sweat again.
Okay. Peppers turned to DuBose. Cheryl, I'd like you to meet Jack's co-counsel, Desiree DuBose. This is my wife, Shirley. DuBose looked startled for a moment, but then put out a hand.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mrs. Peppers.
Shirley shook her hand.
Just making sure.
She paused and gave DuBose an appraising look.
I kind of dig your hairstyle, Desiree, but you could do a lot more with it. I have my own salon, Cheryl's Curls.
She slipped out a business card and handed it to DuBose.
If you're gonna be here a while, come and see me. I'll give you a new look. Guarantee you'll love it.
DuBose looked down at the card.
Thank you. I might take you up on that.
Now, as to what side I come down on, began Peppers. DuBose held up the card.
Don't give it another thought, Donnie.
Peppers punched Jack lightly on the arm. I'll start mowing through this. Thanks. Okay, let's go, Cheryl. I'm starving. And hustling business for my clients while I'm standing right here? It's embarrassing. He grinned, chortled, and then belly laughed before quickly walking out, leaving Cheryl to stare after him, one hand on a thrust-out hip. She eyed DuBose with a sideways, long-suffering glance.
Girl, if I didn't love that man so much. One day, you know.
DuBose smiled weakly.
I know.
Cheryl left, and Jack closed and locked the door. He turned to DuBose.
You could have told me,
she said. I wanted you to find out on your own that Freeman County is not exactly how you think it is.
I already knew that, having met you.
Donnie fought in World War II and Korea. He also tried to volunteer for Vietnam, but they said he was too old. He's the toughest man I've ever met in my life. And Cheryl intimidates the hell out of him. He just tries to act cool with her to hide that.
When did they get married?
A month after the Loving decision, but they've lived together for years.
And how do people in Freeman County look upon their marriage?
They hate it, but everyone's too scared to tell them.
So, a new judge?
Said DuBose.
Any thoughts on who it might be?
He eyed her resignedly. Desiree, it doesn't really matter. Whoever it is will not be good for us. And that's another reason to cut a deal. Chapter 36.
All rise, said the bailiff. The Circuit Court of Freeman County, Virginia is now in session. The Honorable Josiah T. Ambrose presiding.
As the bailiff intoned on, they all stood. Through the chamber doorway strode a tall, slim man with a pencil-straight nose topped by gold-rimmed specs. His black robe was in conspicuous contrast to his white hair and trim beard. The bailiff boomed,
Be seated.
DuBose whispered,
Do you know Ambrose?
Jack shook his head. Never heard of him. He turned around to look at Howard Pickett. The man didn't appear to care one way or another about this development, which instantly made Jack suspicious. He and DuBose had earlier made their formal appearance as Pearl's attorneys and had represented the woman at her arraignment, where bail had been denied. Ambrose peered down at everyone with an oddly benevolent expression.
Miss DuBose, may I welcome you back to the Commonwealth? My friends on the Virginia Supreme Court sang your praises during the Loving appeal, though they ultimately ruled against you. But you and your esteemed colleagues, of course, prevailed in federal court.
Thank you, Your Honor,
she said, looking surprised. Ambrose focused on Battle, who was sitting placidly with his hands on the table in front of him.
Mr. Battle, 1 week preparation for a death penalty case? Really, sir?
Both Jack and DuBose sat up straighter and looked on with heightened interest. Battle stood.
Judge Ambrose, though we had no obligation to do so, we have provided our entire case to the defense. I also made a plea offer which would have precluded the need for a trial entirely, but they rejected it.
You rejected a plea offer?
said Ambrose, eyeing DuBose and Jack, it seemed, with disappointment. DuBose rose.
We did, Your Honor, because our client maintains his innocence.
She did not mention the fact that Jerome now wanted to exchange his life in order to let his wife go free. Nonetheless, 1 week is more than sufficient time, said Battle. Ambrose looked at DuBose.
Response?
She said,
There is no reason to rush this case, Your Honor. Indeed, we just learned that the Commonwealth has added another defendant. We need time to properly evaluate the evidence, do our investigation, and prepare an adequate defense.
How much time?
queried Ambrose.
1 month.
Ambrose fingered his gavel and looked suitably troubled by the decision he was about to render.
I would agree with you but for the fact that Mr. Battle has provided you with far more discovery than is required. I was a defense lawyer many moons ago, and I can't recall receiving anything near to what you did from Mr. Battle.
But this is now a death penalty case,
countered DuBose.
That does not alter the fact that the Commonwealth has been far more than accommodating with its pretrial discovery. Now, I would have preferred that a plea arrangement had been struck, but it was not. However, I agree with you that 1 week is not enough time.
He considered for a few moments.
Trial will commence in 2 weeks. Jury selection will not exceed 1 day.
Ambrose smacked down his gavel.
Court is dismissed.
He disappeared back into his chambers. Jack looked at DuBose. Well, it's better than a week, but not by much. Battle peered over at Jack and DuBose. I assume by now you've had a chance to review the prosecution's case.
You covered a lot of ground in a short period of time,
conceded DuBose. Well, it's an important case.
Yes, it is. But for whom?
said DuBose, glancing sharply at Pickett as he walked out of the courtroom. Battle picked up his briefcase and left without responding. A black woman around Jack's age walked up to DuBose and him.
Miss DuBose?
DuBose turned.
Yes? I'm Cheryl Miller with the local CBS affiliate.
Miller eyed Jack and said,
Hey, Jack.
He closed up his briefcase and came over to join them. Hey, Cheryl.
You two know each other?
asked DuBose. Cheryl's dad works with my father at Old Dixie Transport, Miller said.
I have a cameraman outside. It won't take long. Would you mind doing an interview?
Jack began, I'm sorry, Cheryl. I don't like to litigate cases in the...
I would be delighted,
interrupted DuBose. In an alleyway between the courthouse and another building, they set up the shot. Jack whispered to DuBose, I don't think this is a good idea.
I am not ceding the airwaves to the likes of that man,
she said, indicating Howard Pickett, who was talking to a group of eager reporters at the next corner while a cameraman filmed it.
And if used properly and judiciously, the press can be a valuable part of a sound defense.
And it can also piss off the judge.
I'm willing to risk it. And Ambrose seems fairer than I thought he would be. We're ready,
said Miller. On camera, Miller introduced both Jack and DuBose, then asked DuBose some preliminary questions about her career and past cases. Then she turned to Jack.
And what is your opinion so far on how the case is proceeding, Mr. Lee?
It's moving along. We'll see how it goes, he said curtly. DuBose stepped back into the shot.
I think the fact that we have the Virginia Attorney General coming all the way here from Richmond to try the case speaks for itself. I'm afraid they are using this tragic event to advance a national political agenda.
Miller said,
Mr. Lee, your thoughts on that?
Look, I just want folks to know that Jerome and Pearl Washington deserve the same presumption of innocence as any other defendant. He glanced at DuBose. I'll leave the politics and rest of the country to my co-counsel. DuBose's smile tightened at his words. Miller said,
Mr. Bowles, you have a sterling reputation as an advocate for racial justice in this country. What do you hope to accomplish with this case?
DuBose glanced at Jack before saying,
To be clear, my focus is the successful legal defense of Jerome and Pearl Washington. No one should want to see an innocent husband and wife railroaded to a date with the electric chair, a punishment that was brought back in this case clearly to intimidate an entire race of people. And after we prevail in this case, the fight will go on, until Jim Crow is no more, and equal justice and opportunity actually applies to all, which is the real dream of this country.
They wrapped up the shot, and Miller thanked them both.
How do you really feel about the case, off the record?
She asked. Jack said, "Well, there might not be a trial."
What? Why?
"Because a man loves his wife so much he's willing to go to prison for the rest of his life so she can go free to raise their children," said Jack somberly. DuBose eyed Jack with a harsh look and hastily added,
That is strictly off the record, and it is by no means certain.
Miller said,
Absolutely. And I'm sorry if that's how it turns out.
Can anybody join this party, or is it some kind of private thing?
They turned to see Howard Pickett striding purposefully up to them. He held out his hand to Miller.
Howard Pickett, ma'am, and you are?
Cheryl Miller, CBS.
You folks have a grudge or something against the American people?
I'm afraid I don't understand,
said Miller. Pickett looked at the cameraman.
Can I get some equal time here?
Miller hesitated, but then nodded at her cameraman, who readied his equipment.
Okay, Mr. Pickett. You were saying?
Said Miller.
The American people are fighting a war against the commies in Vietnam, but to hear you folks and others tell it, we're the bad guys. But America is always the good guy, so we need to let our fine citizens know that our cause is just. The commies are godless. We are not. And we are fighting another war right here, for the soul of this nation.
Thank you, Mr. Pickett,
said Miller politely.
Hold on there, I'm not finished, honey. The soul of this nation. George Wallace knows that. He hears the real people of this country, the moms and dads trying to keep a roof over their heads and bread on the table, understands their concerns, not the elites, not the wealthy.
Wealthy like you, Mr. Pickett,
interjected DuBose, stepping into the shot.
I use my money for the common man, said Pickett smoothly. George Wallace understands that. We had great prosperity in the 50s and folks knew their place. Now let me say up front and unequivocally, I got nothing against the Negroes, not a racist bone in my whole body. Colored man drives me around, in fact, and I pay him fair and square. But the fact is we are a country founded by white Anglo-Saxons. Now, so long as everyone knows where they stand, or can sit, or eat, or sleep, things will be fine. I can't think of anything fairer than that.
Miller said.
Mr. Pickett, did you know that George Wallace used to advocate for equal treatment for blacks?
Pickett grinned at her.
Then he ran into John Patterson in the 1958 governor's race and got his ass handed to him because Alabamans didn't want anything to do with being forced to associate with certain folks. That's not democracy, that's not freedom. That's what dictators do.
So we all go back to Jim Crow then,
said DuBose.
That's your solution.
Worked fine for both whites and coloreds. Just ask 'em.
Miller motioned to her cameraman to cut the shot. Pickett saw this and smiled.
Some people just don't like to hear the truth, do they? Could tell you were one of them just by looking at you, hon.
Miller thought for a moment and then said,
All right. While you're here, I do have some questions to ask you.
She motioned to her cameraman, who started to record once more.
Fire away, little lady,
said Pickett.
Your coal mines have the worst safety record in the country, with numerous fatalities, and your company has been fined more than 50 times for serious violations. In addition, pollution from one of your mines near Wheeling, West Virginia, tainted the area's entire water supply. And strikebreakers employed by you attacked and badly injured 3 miners, for which you have been sued and are also being investigated by the FBI. How would you respond to all that?
Pickett slowly took out a toothpick from his pocket and rolled it around his mouth. Your viewers will see right through what you're trying to do, changing the subject to frivolous lawsuits against me and trying to hide the truth of my words from the American people. Well, good luck with that. My money is on average Americans knowing exactly what I'm trying to do and how George is going to protect them from godlessness and angry, dangerous folks that are as different from them as it's possible to be. After he walked off, Miller said,
Just so you know, we will not run any of his lies, but I will show the piece on the coal mining.
She smiled. Miller and her cameraman departed, and Jack said to DuBose, Let's go talk to Battle and see what deal he'll take, if any. Chapter 37. Battle had set up his legal war room at the Carter City Government Building. They were ushered into his office, where he sat behind a large, cluttered desk. His jacket was off and his tie loosened. He was methodically packing a pipe with loose, pungent tobacco from a tin of it, and he looked up as they were escorted in. My, that didn't take long, he said with mirth in his eyes, as he struck a match and lit the pipe. Have a seat. They sat down across from him. He puffed on the pipe stem. Well? Our client would like to make a deal, began Jack. What sort of deal? Jerome Washington will plead guilty in exchange for all charges against his wife being dropped with prejudice, and he will accept a life sentence. How kind of the man, replied Battle sarcastically.
So?
Said DuBose.
What do you say, Edmund?
He eyed her with an amused expression. You are royally upset, Desiree, because you so badly want to try this case.
I believe my client to be innocent.
And yet he's willing to say he did it?
To save his wife and allow his children to have a mother to raise them.
Clenching his pipe in one corner of his mouth, Battle said, Now here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try this case, and I'm going to win this case, and I'm going to get the death penalty for both of them. She's as guilty as he is in my mind. Jack said, Jerome is willing to accept life in prison. Isn't that enough? Battle took his pipe out. No, Mr. Lee, it's not enough. Two fine people who should still be alive are not, because of your clients. And yet you ask me to spare his life and let her go free to live her life? No, sir. Life for a life. In this case, 2 lives for 2 lives. So you can go back and tell your clients that the Commonwealth has no interest in a plea from either of them now, and that the electric chair over in Richmond is where they will take their final breaths. They have young children, said Jack. You're not going to persuade me trying sympathy, Mr. Lee. I'm plumb out.
You mean from defendants with a certain color skin?
Said DuBose. As a judge and a prosecutor, I've overseen many a white man on an appointment with Mr. Sparky, said Battle, referring to the electric chair. And not everything in the whole damn world is based on race.
It is for people like me,
retorted DuBose. I'm real sorry to hear that. Whole years go by without me checking my skin. Now, if I were you, I'd start preparing for trial. He motioned to the door. Outside, Jack said, Well, I guess we better let Jerome and Pearl know.
A big scary black man and his evil scheming wife killed 2 old white people in their home. Can you imagine how that will play out across this country?
And how does that added pressure make you feel? Asked Jack. She glanced at him.
Nervous, but energized and optimistic. You?
Right now, honestly, I'm just feeling the nervous part. Chapter 38. They met with Jerome and then Pearl and told them both what had happened with Battle and that the trial would commence in 2 weeks. Jerome had broken down and sobbed into his hands, muttering the name of his wife over and over. They left him inconsolable. For her part, Pearl was only upset that Jerome had even offered to enter a plea without talking to her first.
He didn't do it, so he shouldn't be punished. No, no, no. All right, but you really need to tell us where you were that day,
said DuBose. However, Pearl curled into a little ball of stiffened resistance and refused to answer. Jack and DuBose headed out in his Fiat. Their next stop was the medical examiner's office to see the bodies. Herman Till was tall and loose-jointed, with ruddy cheeks and curly gray hair, and wore a stained lab coat. He escorted them over to a wall with metal drawers.
"How's your mama?"
Till asked Jack. "Doing okay?" Till said to DuBose,
"We go to the same church. She sings in the choir, has a fine voice."
He eyed Jack curiously.
"I know your daddy doesn't come anymore, but Hilly did with Lucy, only they haven't been attending lately."
"Mama's going through some things right now," replied Jack. Till nodded.
"Well, let's get to it."
He opened one door and slid out the tray. He picked up a clipboard lying on the chest of the sheeted deceased.
"Mr. Leslie Randolph. Very nice fella. He sponsored me into Willow Oaks."
He lifted off the sheet to reveal the dead man.
"Multiple slashes to the neck and chest. One hit the carotid artery right there,"
he added, pointing to a dark, jagged spot on the man's neck with his pen.
"The slash is at a 45-degree angle and was struck with an upward motion. Almost completely severed it. Would have bled out real fast, and the killer was almost certainly right-handed."
DuBose glanced at Jack, who recalled Jerome signing his X with that hand. He nodded.
Time of death?
Asked DuBose.
Your report said between 3 and 5?
"Yes, I'm confident with that range."
"And you noted the footprints?" said Jack.
"That's right. Sheriff's deputies took the shoes the defendant was wearing and compared them to the marks found in the room. Perfect match."
"Dirt marks, but not blood marks with the shoes," said Jack.
"Correct."
"How about Mrs. Randolph?" asked Jack.
"Her carotid was fully severed. It was strange, though."
"What was?" asked Jack quickly.
"She had a slew of old injuries. Bone fracture to her right scapula, broken left wrist, badly healed index finger on the same hand, and there were others."
So not from her killer?
Said DuBose.
"No, these were from years ago. Poor thing probably fell a lot."
Can we see her body?
Asked DuBose.
"Sure thing."
He opened another drawer, slid out the table, and lifted the sheet. The petite Anne Randolph looked supremely wilted in death, as though only barely half of her remained. Jack took out his Brownie camera. "You mind?"
"Fire away."
He took pictures of the mortal wounds on both bodies.
"You can see the cut right there on her neck. Same angle, only it came on a downward stroke,"
said Till.
Looks like a deep bruise on her left cheek.
Said DuBose.
"It is. Probably during the struggle. Room was a real mess."
"I saw no injuries on Jerome, other than what the deputy did to him," Jack said.
"He's a big, strong young man, and the Randolphs were old. They had no chance."
So did Leslie Randolph have bruises or other injuries that would show he'd been in a struggle?
Asked DuBose.
"No, nothing like that."
Till slid the drawers closed. "And Jerome Washington's footprints were the only ones there?" said Jack.
"Other than the deputies. Let me show you."
Till opened a file drawer and pulled out some photos.
"That's your client. His shoes, his footprints."
Jack looked at a couple of the pictures and said, "And these are from where he was kneeling beside Mrs. Randolph as he lifted her into the chair?"
"I don't know about him lifting her, but they match his shoe soles."
Lots of places where the blood spatter is all mashed together.
Said DuBose.
"Well, they were struggling, like I said,"
noted Till.
"In fact, it smeared the Randolphs' footprints completely. Couldn't find a one of them in the blood."
But how long could they really struggle?
Asked DuBose pointedly.
Like you said, they were old, and Jerome is a big, strong man.
Till shrugged.
"Don't know. I wasn't there. All I can do is look at the evidence."
Do you have Jerome's clothes here?
Asked DuBose.
"Yes, ma'am, over in that closet."
They took a look at them. Jack said,
"There are no bloodstains on his pants or shirt. How is that possible if blood was flying all over the place?"
He cut their carotids for sure, but if the blow caused them to face away from him, the blood spatter might have missed him. He said he tried to lift Mr. Randolph into his chair and did lift his wife. I'm assuming their clothes were covered in blood? Oh, yes, they sure were, replied Till. Then how did he not get blood on him? Well, he said he put her in the chair,
But she was found in the chair.
said DuBose. Till scratched his ear. Well, after she was struck, she could have just fallen into the chair, or she was attacked there in the first place. That might also account for the angle the weapon hit her from.
Does the evidence show that was actually possible?
DuBose asked. Well, I don't think it shows it was impossible,
But that doesn't explain her handprint being found on the floor, does it?
said DuBose.
That was also in your report.
Till looked uncertain. No, ma'am, it sure doesn't.
In your report, you said a long-bladed instrument was the murder weapon.
Noted DuBose. Yes, nearly cut poor Mrs. Randolph's head off. The mortician will have a job with that unless they're going to have a closed casket. How do you think it might have been wielded? Asked Jack. Till squared his feet, lifted his right arm in the air, and took a downward swing with it, his hips rotating and the heel of his right foot lifting off the floor. Sort of like a tennis player serving a ball. Now, that was Anne Randolph. With Leslie Randolph, the blow came from below his neck and hit him at an upward angle. He lowered his hand and lifted it. Like that,
And the blood patterns substantiate that?
said DuBose. Well, close enough. Anything else?
Can we see the shoes?
Asked DuBose. He opened another door and pulled out a pair of large, battered brogans that had no visible blood on them. While DuBose held the shoes, Jack snapped several pictures of them. Okay, we appreciate it, Mr. Till. You tell your mama to come on back to church. I miss her voice. I sure will. Under his breath, Jack added, There are a lot of things I miss about her. Chapter 39. Jack drove down a narrow dirt and gravel street with run-down buildings on either side. Cora Robinson lived in a 2-room apartment in one of them. Robinson was small-boned and wiry with short dark hair. Her wide eyes were brown and watery. She had Jack and DuBose sit on the couch while she took a seat in a chair across from them. I understand you have children, said Jack.
Yes, sir. Little boy and a girl. So that's why you always left at 2 from the Randolphs?
Said DuBose.
That's right. I go to the school to fetch 'em, and we walk home together. Their last day of school was when the Randolphs were killed. Just awful.
And your husband? Asked Jack. She looked down.
Been 4 years now since he died.
I'm sorry.
Hard work with just one of me. After I get the children from school, I do sewing. I get paid for it. Place give me a Singer sewing machine to do the work for them. My mama taught me. I do all sorts of dresses and coats and pants and whatnot for the customers. After dinner and then when the children go to bed, I keep right on sewing. But now I got to get another job cleaning during the day. Sewing alone don't pay the bills.
Can you tell us about that day? Asked Jack. She looked at him nervously.
I talked to the police.
I know, but we're representing Jerome and Pearl Washington, and we need to hear it directly from you. Her lips trembled.
I like Jerome. He a good man. You don't think he killed the Randolphs?
Asked DuBose.
I never thought Jerome would hurt a fly. Okay. Just take us through the day, and then we'll have some questions based on what you told the police.
Robinson cleared her throat.
I get to work about 9 unless the bus is late. At the Randolphs, I do the housework and help with the lunch and all. And did you see the Randolphs that day? Oh, sure, I see 'em both.
And they seemed normal? Asked Jack. Her facial muscles tensed.
Yeah, nothing off that I could see.
And did you see Jerome that day? He asked.
No. Sometimes I do, but sometimes not. Depending on what he's doing and all.
When did you leave that day?
I clean up the lunch dishes and give the kitchen a good wipe down till right round 2. I got my purse and left.
Did you say goodbye to the Randolphs? Asked Jack.
No. After lunch, they usually take a little nap at the back of the house.
And do you lock the front door when you leave?
I don't go out the front door. I go out the back. Just close it behind me. I don't have no key.
Did you see a blue convertible out front when you were leaving? Or did you see it driving by when you were walking to the bus stop? Asked Jack.
No, I never seen nothing like that.
Did you see anyone else that day?
Mailman come round that morning. And he left a package on the porch, we heard?
Said DuBose.
Yeah, he did.
Did you see the package? Asked Jack.
Yes, sir. I took it inside and put it on the table in the front hall. Do you remember anything about it?
Asked DuBose.
Who it came from? Who it was addressed to? Its size or shape? I didn't look at the label or nothing. It was about this size.
With her hands, she made a small rectangular shape. Was it heavy? Asked Jack.
No.
Could you hear anything rattling around inside?
No. I think it might have paper inside. Felt like it. Was it still on the table when you were leaving?
Asked DuBose.
No. I figured the Randolphs got it after I put it there.
DuBose was writing all of this down while Jack asked, Now, you told the police that Jerome had come into the house alone one time before that you know of. Robinson stared down at her hands.
I don't want to get Jerome in no trouble. But he was in the house, and he only supposed to come in if the Randolphs asked him to do some work in there. And Mr. Leslie, he always stay with Jerome when he do come in.
She glanced at DuBose.
It's just how he liked to do things.
She added quickly. Did you ask Jerome why he was in the house that time? Asked Jack.
Yeah. He say he have to. You know, use the toilet.
She looked down at her hands again, clearly embarrassed to be revealing this. Don't they have a bathroom for him to use? Asked Jack. I mean, the man is there all day.
No, they don't got no bathroom outside. Jerome, he just goes behind a tree if he has to pee. But that day, he come in the back door and said he had to do the other one real bad. The Randolphs were out taking a walk, so I didn't see no harm in it. I showed him which bathroom to use, and I went in there after and gave it a real good scrubbing down. Then I give Jerome a roll of toilet paper and tell him to keep it in the garage. That way, he can go behind a tree for the other one and then take care of his business after.
Jack shook his head, and his mind was Miss Jessup being at Ashby's all day. Surely to God he lets her.
Did you tell the Randolphs?
Asked DuBose.
No, I never had no reason to tell them. I scrubbed it down real good. They'd never be able to tell he was in there. And how did you come to tell the police this?
Robinson looked scared.
They asked me if I ever seen Jerome in the house before without Mr. Leslie being with him. They say if I lie, I go to jail. I can't go to no jail. I told him he had to use the toilet. Okay, that's fine, Mrs. Robinson. Now, how were things between Jerome and the Randolphs?
Asked DuBose.
Oh, real good. They liked Jerome a lot.
You never heard any harsh words between them? Asked Jack.
Harsh words? Why, no.
Were you there when they had the Washingtons over for lunch and to swim?
No, but he told me about it. It was on the weekend, and I don't work then. He said his children really liked it.
She looked disappointed.
They never let me bring my children over there for lunch and swimming. And I've been working there longer than Jerome.
Did he tell you he saw Christine Hanover and her family as they were leaving?
Yeah, he did.
Have you ever seen Christine or Sam Randolph? Asked Jack.
Miss Christine come pretty often. I haven't seen Mr. Sam in a long while, but he could come over when I'm not there.
Jack said, "Were you there when a man came by to talk to the Randolphs? Jerome said Mr. Randolph was very angry about it."
Yep, I see him. He was dressed in a nice suit and carrying a black bag. I thought he a doctor or something.
Jack asked, "Did you hear any of the conversation between them?"
No, sir. But when the man left, I heard Mr. Leslie say something like, "I got me enemies all over the place, and I won't stand for it." And Miss Ann, she was crying.
Did you ask them what the trouble was?
Said DuBose.
Oh, no, ma'am. I think they'd be mad to know I hear what I did. So I didn't say one word about it to them. But Mr. Leslie, he real mad.
Did he get mad often?
Asked DuBose curiously.
Yeah, he had a temper all right. And
what?
I don't know if I want to say.
Please, Mrs. Robinson, we really need to be told everything. We don't know what might help Jerome and his wife,
said DuBose.
Well, Mr. Leslie, when he gets riled sometimes at Miss Ann, he might hit her round some.
She looked down and seemed frightened at having disclosed this. DuBose and Jack exchanged glances.
You saw this?
She asked.
They don't know I did, but I did, yeah.
And what did Mrs. Randolph do?
Asked DuBose.
She calmed him down. She real good at that. Then Miss Ann go on upstairs and fix herself up, and Mr. Leslie go get himself a drink.
Did he drink a lot?
Asked DuBose.
More'n he should,
she said candidly. Well, I think that's all for now, said Jack, standing. However, DuBose remained seated.
Mrs. Robinson, when Jack asked you if the Randolphs seemed normal that day, you seemed to hesitate for a moment. Is there something you were thinking about?
Robinson fidgeted with her hands for a few moments.
It was during lunch that day. Mr. Leslie, he just seemed mad about something. Fuming, so to speak.
Do you know what about?
No, but he had a real sour look on his face.
And Mrs. Randolph?
She looked worried.
Well, thank you for telling us, Mrs. Robinson,
said DuBose.
And were you allowed to use the bathroom at the Randolphs?
Oh, no, ma'am. But I'm only there for 5 hours, so's I just hold it. And there's some bushes behind the bus stop where I can do my business.
DuBose squeezed her hand.
Thank you for speaking with us.
I hope Jerome will be okay and all. He never killed nobody.
Now, we just have to prove it,
said DuBose. Chapter 40.
So that might explain Anne Randolph's old injuries that Herman Till told us about,
said DuBose after they left Robinson's home.
They probably resulted from her husband beating her.
So Leslie Randolph was not the nice guy everyone thought he was.
So where to now?
She asked. Tyler Dobbs, the gardener. As they were walking back to Jack's car, a sheriff's patrol car slowed to a stop, and 2 men got out and headed toward them. Jack whispered to DuBose, the deputies who arrested and then beat up Jerome. What in the world are you doing in this part of the county? Said Jack as the pair approached. You aren't following us now, are you? Gene Taliaferro eyed DuBose and then glanced at Jack. I heard about this gal, but I didn't believe it till I seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Believe what, deputy?
Said DuBose pleasantly. I ain't talking to you, woman, am I? Barked Gene. Mr. Bowes is in town to help me, said Jack.
You mean to tell me you're working with this here nig?
I don't appreciate your offensive language, Deputy,
said DeBose stiffly.
And I don't appreciate you being in my county,
Jean shot back. Jack stepped in between them.
Okay, we'll be moving on,
Leroy said.
They're gonna fry both of them now we got the electric chair all fired up again.
Jean got in Jack's face.
Hey, I wonder if we can get you fried at the same time.
He glanced disdainfully at DeBose.
Maybe they can strap both of you on. Chocolate and vanilla sundae on fire,
he added gleefully. DeBose edged up to Jean, who looked immensely pleased with himself.
Deputy, let me just tell you that I have been baited by white men far superior to you, and they failed spectacularly. So someone with your decided lack of ingenuity and intelligence will have no chance whatsoever. But if you try to lay a hand on me, though I have given you no cause to do so, I will have you arrested. And then I will sue you for everything you have, everything your family has, and everything you or they might have in the future. And on top of that, I will have a team of United States attorneys prosecute you for violations of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, which carry a lengthy sentence in a federal penitentiary. I hope I've made myself clear.
His patronizing grin vanishing, Jean took a step back. Leroy said,
Oh, we understand all right. And you understand this. You're in Freeman County now. The federal government don't count for shit here.
She turned to him and coolly said,
2 flags fly at every courthouse in this country, including Freeman County, and the one on top is always the Stars and Stripes.
Jean looked at Leroy for a moment before turning to Jack.
Boys that came for you, they ain't done. I can tell you that.
Well, I need to shoot the rest of that asshole's ear off anyway. You can tell him that, since I'm sure you know him. Jean and Leroy got back into their cruiser and slowly pulled away. DeBose said,
We need to really watch our backs now.
I've been watching both our backs ever since you got to town. He opened his briefcase to show her his gun inside. Tyler Dobbs lived in a ramshackle cottage a few miles from Jack's parents. In the backyard was a small greenhouse and stacks of gardening supplies and tools. An old rusted Dodge pickup was slant parked next to the house. Its bed was piled high with tools and bags of seed and what smelled like manure. There was a trailer hitched to it that held a lawnmower and other equipment. They got out and Jack ventured over to the greenhouse and peeked inside.
Hey, what the hell y'all doing here?
Barked a voice. Jack looked over to see a cornstalk of a man with a cold gaze and stubbly beard standing in the doorway of the cottage. He was holding a shotgun.
Tyler Dobbs?
Asked DeBose.
Who wants to know?
He said. Jack and DeBose walked over to Dobbs. Jack Lee and Desiree DeBose, attorneys for Jerome and Pearl Washington.
What that got to do with me?
You're on the prosecution's witness list. You have provided testimony to them against our clients. Because of that, you have to talk to us.
Who says?
The law.
I don't see no law around here.
He brandished the over and under shotgun.
Just this gun.
Well, let me put it to you this way. If you don't talk to us, we can have your testimony stricken from the record, and you may end up getting our clients found innocent. I wonder what the police will think of that. Dobbs said sourly,
What you want to know, lawyer?
DeBose took out her notebook.
You said that the Randolphs were going to get rid of Mr. Washington because he was belligerent?
You talking to me?
Dobbs snapped.
Yes, I am. Belligerent? Can you give me an example?
Dobbs came off the steps and said,
Who the hell are you? As a rule, I don't allow coloreds on my property. They're always stealing stuff.
Jack said, I already told you who she is. She's an attorney for the Washingtons. Dobbs looked like he might laugh.
A colored woman lawyer?
DeBose said brightly.
They've actually been turning us out for a long time now.
The hell you say?
Now, An example of belligerent?
She prompted. Well, that was the word the lawyer used, not me,
What would be your word then?
asked DuBose. He was being, uppity, shooting off his mouth. He stopped and looked at DuBose. They were scared of him,
And when did this happen?
she asked. A lot of times.
Then why did they keep him on?
They were scared of him, like I said. He's a big man, could put the hurting on you. And he did, he killed him. Why would he do that? Asked Jack. 'Cause he needed money. He told me so. When? Few weeks ago. Said he needed money and was figuring out how to get it. At that moment, they heard a dog barking. A few seconds later, a large German shepherd hurtled from the open door and sprinted flat out at them. Jack jumped forward to block the dog, but Dobbs kicked the animal as it passed by him, sending the beast sprawling violently in the dirt. It lay there, whimpering and shaking one of its paws. Dobbs walked over and kicked the dog in the side, making it yelp. Damn dog! Now it's lame. Well, that's that. He pointed the shotgun at the animal's head. DuBose rushed over to stand between him and the injured dog. She screamed.
Don't you dare shoot that dog!
The hell I can't. It's my damn dog. DuBose knelt next to the panting and injured dog. She placed a calming hand on its heaving chest and said in a soothing voice,
It's okay, baby. We're going to take care of you.
She looked at Dobbs.
What's her name?
She ain't got no name. Just a mutt I found wandering around. Damn useless. Should have got rid of her a long time ago. DuBose noted the ribs showing and the filthy fur and skin of the animal.
She's obviously undernourished and has mange.
So? DuBose looked at Jack.
Do you know a vet?
I do, yes.
Can you carry her to the car, Jack?
Dobbs barked. You ain't taking my dog. I'm gonna kill it.
How much do you want for it?
What?
How much money do you want for the dog?
Said DuBose. Dobbs lowered the gun and scratched his chin. $10. DuBose pulled out a $10 bill from her purse and handed it to him.
Now she's my dog.
Jack gingerly lifted the animal and put her in the back seat of the Fiat. DuBose looked at Dobbs and asked,
You have any more animals?
Nope.
Good. Keep it that way.
DuBose rode in the back with the dog and gently stroked her ears. Jack looked at her in the mirror. I take it you like dogs? She eyed him with a sad smile.
Sonny. He was a chocolate lab I had growing up. He died in my arms when I was 15. I've never cried that hard in my life.
I had one of those too. What are you going to call her? DuBose looked the dog over and her features brightened.
Queenie. She has a noble look about her. Do you really think Dobbs would have shot her?
Hell yes. I thought he was going to shoot us too. They drove to a vet who determined Queenie had no broken or fractured bones. They ran some blood tests and the dog was given a bath. The vet gave DuBose some medications for the pain and said he would call when the test results came back, but he suspected Queenie had worms, among other things. Otherwise, it doesn't look like anything's much wrong with her that some good food and a lot of love won't fix, said the vet kindly. They stopped at a store, and DuBose bought dog dishes, food, a leash, and a comfy blanket for Queenie to sleep on. She said,
I'll make arrangements for her.
No need, Desiree. If you hadn't bought her off that bastard, I was going to. Jack carried Queenie inside his office. DuBose fed the dog and gave Queenie water and the first dose of her meds. Queenie licked DuBose's hand appreciatively, a simple gesture that caused the woman's eyes to glisten. She sat on the floor next to Queenie, stroking her head, and the dog promptly fell asleep with her muzzle on DuBose's lap. 20 minutes later, DuBose slowly disengaged her, and Queenie rolled over and continued her slumber. She said,
It's amazing what a simple act of kindness can inspire. Humans should try it more often.
That unconditional love thing is pretty damn powerful, noted Jack. DeBose glanced at him with a troubled look.
And there always comes a time when it exacts a heavy price.
Chapter 41. During dinner at Jack's place, DeBose put her fork down.
Did you always know you wanted to be a lawyer?
He smiled. No, at first I wanted to be a mechanic like my daddy, then a pilot and then an astronaut. But growing up, I had a neighbor named Ashby. He was a lawyer. No, he was not the sort of lawyer I wanted to be, but he talked to me some about the profession, and I read all the Perry Mason books. I had just started law school when the TV show with Raymond Burr came on. It got me thinking.
So you wanted to be Perry Mason then?
She said, looking amused. I wanted to be something, I guess, he said contemplatively. At least more than what I was. But I believed I could help people who needed it. Criminal defense work is pretty much all I've ever done. Most of my clients aren't bad. They've just had bad things happen to them, and then they made poor decisions because of that. My daddy always said, don't judge anybody unless you've lived in their skin. And I don't. At least I'd try not to. He peered at her. How about you? What were your dreams? DeBose sat back and looked off for a moment, gathering her thoughts.
I originally wanted to be a teacher. You know, exposing young minds to all the things they needed to know, and showing them how to be kind and tolerant. There's far too much hate and anger in folks.
But you didn't end up teaching?
I had just finished my first year of college when a relative was killed in Louisiana by a local sheriff.
What happened?
My cousin was trying to travel to the north for work, and the sheriff had been paid a bounty to stop any black person trying to do that. They wanted to scare others from leaving because black folks were needed to do the physical labor down there, or else the southern economy would collapse. He waited at the bus station, said my cousin attacked him, and then shot him. In the back.
Was he arrested? She looked at him funny.
This was the late 1940s in Louisiana, Jack. There was no earthly chance of a white lawman ever being charged for killing a black person.
And that made you want to be a lawyer?
That, and the fact that when we went to the funeral, the man who shot him was at the church. And as we were walking out after the service, he tapped his gun and laughed.
You must have wanted to kill the bastard.
What I wanted to do was make sure his kind could never wear a badge or carry a gun. And I believed I could change this country one lawsuit at a time. And all these years later, I feel both enormously hopeful and terribly depressed, often at the same time.
If this isn't a fight worth having, I don't know what is, Desiree.
How do you manage to live here if that's how you feel?
She said bluntly. He picked at his food and then put down his fork. This is my home, for better or worse. But if you want the truth, I've been wrestling with all these issues since I was little. Only I never did anything about it but think on things, get frustrated at how the country was divided up. I never looked for the chance to do something different either. I guess I was just, I don't know.
Since it didn't really affect you, Jack, you probably just went along leading your life. I'm not saying that was right. I'm just saying it was convenient. And why bring trouble on yourself if you didn't have to? Especially when all you've been taught is that blacks and whites should not mix.
Which makes me even more ashamed the way you just laid it out. Anyway, then Miss Jessup and Jerome came along, and I suddenly had this opportunity to do something risky, but important. But even with that, I had decided not to get involved when I got a phone call that said I was it just called me a real bad name. And it was obvious that Jerome needed to be defended just like any other man because that's what he is, a man. But to be totally honest, I've had second thoughts, I've had doubts, I've been scared. I've never been involved in something like this. You go from one of these situations to another all the time, but this is my first. It makes a man think a lot about what he's done with his life, or what he hasn't done with it, and what he could do with it, if he had enough courage.
You've shown courage,
She said, eyeing the still visible injuries on his face. Not like you. And you're doing it without my skin color, which at least gives me some protection. He paused and added, Look, clearly I'm no Atticus Finch. I'm nobody's hero or savior. Fact is, I can barely save myself most days.
Despite what Harper Lee wrote in that book, I've never once met an Atticus Finch in the South. Quite the opposite.
She gave him a look.
But maybe I will, as this case goes along.
He glanced up from his plate as her meaning broke over him, and shook his head. I'm not sure I have that sort of fortitude in me, Desiree.
You never know until the opportunity arises.
How do you keep doing what you're doing, with all the crap thrown at you?
After hundreds of years of slavery, and then another century of Jim Crow, which is slavery as well, just without the shackles showing, white people ask why blacks can't get their act together, as though white society is the victim and not the culprit. We live with the fact that many white people in this country will do everything in their power to break us. Every minute of every day, both by their actions and their inaction. The sheer wrongness of that is what keeps me going, Jack. And all that hell, all that misery for everybody is simply because of this.
She placed her hand next to his.
But of course, it's not just the color. It's everything that it represents. Whites may be ashamed of what was done to my race. But instead of turning that into constructive action, it's like they have decided that they will use that shame to make our lives as hard as possible. Whether it's because they don't feel responsible since they never owned slaves, or they just feel we are so different that we don't belong here. Even though the sweat and labor of my race helped build this country, they seem determined to ensure that the lives of blacks will never be anything but nasty, brutish, and short, to borrow from Thomas Hobbes.
She looked at Jack and added,
Maybe in a millennium, if the human race is still around, they might look back at this time and wonder how people could be so cruel and wrong.
She shook her head.
But I doubt it.
I hope you're mistaken about that, Desiree, he said somberly.
I pray every night that I am.
Chapter 42. Jack dropped DeBose at the George Wythe Hotel and watched her walk all the way in before driving off. DeBose headed across the lobby to the elevators, nodding and saying hello to the man at the front desk, who stared rigidly back at her without speaking. She ran into another fellow mopping the floors by the elevator. He was around 60 and black, with a twisted spine that made him wince every time he thrust the mop out. He also had a large lump on one side of his face.
Hello,
said DeBose. He looked up at her and smiled.
Evening, ma'am.
You look to be in some pain.
She noted. He shrugged.
Just got me the rheumatism and such. Creak in the bones, I call it.
And the lump on your face?
Something bit me, I reckon.
Have you seen a doctor?
She asked.
Nah, I'll be fine.
I think you should see someone. It looks infected.
Colored hospital a right long ways from here.
The law now says they can't deny you care just because you're black.
He looked surprised by this, but said,
Well, doctors cost money.
She opened her purse and took out a $20 bill.
Here.
I can't take that.
Why not?
Well, I don't know you, and I ain't done nothing for it.
Take it. Go get the lump checked. And maybe they can look at your back, too.
No, ma'am, I'm not gonna do that.
He looked her over and said,
You dress mighty fine. You rich?
No,
but I make a good salary.
What is you?
A lawyer.
replied DuBose. He cracked a grin.
Go on now, Missy. You say you a lawyer?
I am.
What you doing here?
He asked.
Jerome and Pearl Washington? They're accused of killing the Randolphs. I'm defending them.
The grin slowly faded.
Then you best keep your money. You gon' need it.
What do you mean?
Said a startled DuBose.
You gon' need a doctor after all is said and done.
He put the mop in his pail and rolled it off down the hall. DuBose slowly put the money back in her purse. As DuBose waited for the elevator, a man walked around the corner and stopped. Judge Ambrose said,
I didn't know you were staying here, Miss DuBose.
It's convenient.
Yes, it is.
Not to speak out of turn, but I was surprised that they removed Judge Bliley from the case and brought you in.
Not as surprised as I was. I was retired when I got the call.
So how did it happen?
A moment later, Howard Pickett joined them. You two know each other? He asked, looking surprised.
No,
said Ambrose. He glanced at Pickett with what DuBose took to be a mildly disgusted look.
but I understand you and Miss DuBose have a history.
That's one way to refer to it,
said DuBose curtly. They all climbed into the car and Pickett said, Which floor, Miss DuBose? She hesitated, not really wanting to answer.
5.
He pushed the button for the 5th floor and then the 3rd, while Ambrose selected the 4th. Pickett said, Not too long ago this hotel would not have catered to Negroes. Sad they had to be forced to do so. I mean, it's against some folks' faith. DuBose said,
What faith would that be? Ignorance or evil? Or both?
Pickett said, Come on, you know blacks and whites are better off separated. Before she could respond, Ambrose spoke up.
I would strongly advise you to keep your mouth shut before you find yourself in trouble, sir.
Pickett slumped against the wall and kept quiet. He got off on his floor. When they arrived at the 4th floor, Ambrose nodded at DuBose as he stepped off. DuBose shook her head, unable to make sense of what had just happened. Chapter 43.
DuBose undressed, washed her face, wrapped her hair in the silk scarf, put on her nightgown, and sat on the bed. She opened the drawer of the nightstand and took out the Gideon Bible housed there. Instead of following the more traditional Southern Baptist religion, her mother had been a Catholic, and she had raised her children in that faith. However, unwilling to rely on the priest to interpret the Bible for her, DuBose had studied the scriptures. During her youth, they had represented some of the most important lessons in her life, a touchstone that helped guide her through what the world had in store for folks like her. It was no coincidence, she believed, that Dr. King's undergraduate degree had been in divinity and his doctorate in theology, and he had been an ordained minister as well, preaching with his father at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. Only deep faith could keep one going through times like these, she believed. She had never known the Deep South as a child, other than driving there with her parents or taking the train to attend marriages and funerals of relatives there. She would always remember that when the train got near the Mason-Dixon line, it would stop, and all the black passengers would have to give up the seats they had paid for and move back to the decrepit Jim Crow car, as it was known. This was done so that whites could take the black passengers' seats and travel the rest of the way without having to endure the sight of someone who looked like her. DuBose's family also had to pack picnic baskets because the availability of food largely ceased for blacks on the southern side of the country. On the way north, the process was reversed, and she and her family would retake their seats that they had paid for. Her parents didn't really explain any of this to her, but DuBose was smart enough to quickly figure it out on her own.
And when they had traveled for the first time back to Louisiana to visit a relative in the late 1930s, her parents had made clear to her and her siblings the rules of the road, as they called them. She was never to look at, talk to, or touch a white person. She was to move to the other side of the street when a white person was coming along. If the police stopped you, you made no sudden moves, and you never talked back. You never went in a white entrance. DuBose was also taught never to drink from a fountain marked for whites only. She had to use the toilet marked colored women, never the restroom with a sign that read white ladies. And she would always sit in the back of the bus with her gaze in her lap. She also knew that if a white person made fun of her or called her a bad name, she had to keep on walking and bite her tongue. If they tried to pick a fight, she could not take the bait. DuBose stopped making this mental list in her head and thought about the lives sacrificed to overturn almost every one of those rules. Restless, she once more slipped the picture of 2 people from her wallet to complete her nightly ritual. It was a photo of her and the man she had loved and hoped to marry. A man who is now dead. No one had been arrested. No one had been held accountable. She had not told this story to anyone, because she could barely admit it to herself. She traced the man's smile with her finger and then put the photo away. She rose and went to the window and opened it. The hotel did not have air conditioning. The light breeze coming in through the opening was welcome to her. Her parents had liked Chicago well enough, but they had missed Louisiana's raw heat and humidity and the absence of any real winter, and they missed the spicy Creole food, and the daily hugs and smiles from their families and friends. But those were really the only things they had missed about being black while in the South. But all the major northern cities had their black concentrated areas. Harlem in New York, the South Side, where DuBose lived, in Chicago. There were slums and ghettos in Baltimore, Detroit, Philadelphia, St. Louis. This was accomplished by banks refusing to loan to blacks in white areas, realtors not showing blacks any homes in white neighborhoods, and, of course, restrictive deed covenants that outright prohibited sales to blacks. Much like Native Americans forcefully sequestered onto reservations, blacks had thus been relegated to areas where the housing, dilapidated though it was, and other associated costs were exorbitant, the jobs scarce and low-paying, the crime and drug use high, the loan sharks and pawnbrokers ubiquitous, the imperious police omnipresent, and the deep feeling of inferiority and isolation inspired and demanded by the white community rampant. How could anyone really be happy being told where they had to live?
Thought DuBose.
And knowing that it was solely because blacks were deemed not good enough to coexist with whites. With all that, any hope by her race should have been non-existent, DuBose realized. And yet, folks got up every day and went about their lives as best they could. For DuBose, that was all she needed to show that blacks were the equal of whites. Indeed, they had to work harder and more cleverly and cautiously for less than any white person she knew. But then a politician or newspaper would tout that a few had made it out of these dire circumstances. If you just work harder, sacrifice more, tug those bootstraps with more vigor, you, too, can make it out, the message went, even if it was only 1 in 10,000. Yet people's abilities and experiences were not monolithic, and thus one method of success was not easily replicated for everyone. And touting the victory of one amid the failure of 10,000 was fine for the one, but it did nothing to aid the 10,000, and it certainly should not be a reason to do nothing except encourage harder personal bootstrapping. DuBose closed her eyes and mused. If a heart surgery was only successful once every 10,000 operations, or plane landings safely occurred only once every 10,000 times, what would people demand? Change the way it was done. Now. From her satchel, she slipped out an old copy of the Green Book, a publication that she and her family had used for many years, and that told blacks where they would be welcomed while traveling, allowing them to avoid danger. As a child, she vividly recalled that her parents would always leave long before dawn when the family was driving to the south, to avoid traveling late at night. You didn't want to end up in a sundown town on the wrong side of the clock, when whites went looking for blacks to arrest or kill. This often meant that blacks had to drive 15, 20, or more hours without stopping if the distance was great enough, and nighttime driving could not be avoided. DuBose visualized the bucket of cold water and washcloths her mother would pack, and which she would apply to her husband's face and neck to keep him awake as they passed by places of rest unavailable to them. She knew of several families who had lost loved ones in car crashes because the driver had fallen asleep. That was another bite that Jim Crow took out of black flesh. She also was aware that white people often chastised or made outright fun of her race for wasting their money on large, fancy cars with powerful engines instead of buying homes. The reasons, at least to black folks, were obvious. Since blacks weren't really allowed to purchase homes, nice cars were really the only way to show affluence and accomplishment. And the automobiles they typically purchased were large because often whole families had to sleep in them. And the powerful engines were critical to outrun whites intent on doing them harm, including the police. Before they were old enough to really understand, DuBose and her siblings wanted to know why they couldn't stop at a motel or eat at a restaurant along the way like white people. Arguments ensued between them and their parents. DuBose more than once observed the look of deep shame on her father's face, though she now knew the shame had nothing to do with him or them. The Green Book had ceased publication in 1967, after the passage of the Civil Rights Act. Still, DuBose carried the last edition with her because she never wanted to forget how far her race had come. Because if you did, you might end up back where you started. And while one Supreme Court had finally done the right thing in overturning the doctrine of separate but equal, a future Supreme Court could easily take it all away. Nothing was certain or forever. DuBose stiffened when she heard footsteps outside her door. She walked quietly over to it and put her eye to the peephole. DuBose screamed and leapt back an instant before the fired bullet tore through the cylinder of glass and lodged in the far wall. She collapsed onto the floor because her legs had suddenly failed her. She frantically crawled away from the door and jerkily picked at the bits of wood and glass that had ended up on her hair, skin, and nightgown. She then wrapped her arms around her knees and sat there, trying to get her breath, her heart, and her nerves all under control. When it was apparent no one was coming, she managed to rise and walk unsteadily over to the nightstand. She picked up the phone and called Jack.
"Hey, everything okay?" he said quickly.
No, it's actually not. She told him. He was there in 5 minutes. He had called the police before he left. They met him there. 2 patrolmen hurried up to the room with him and interviewed her and dug the bullet out of the wall. No one at the hotel had seen or heard anything. So they said,
"This has to stop," Jack told them. "It's only by the grace of God she's not dead." One of the officers said,
Colored communities all up in arms, what with the preacher getting himself killed, rioting and burning and such. Got white folks on edge. Make 'em do things they might not otherwise do.
Dr. King didn't get himself killed.
snapped DuBose.
Someone murdered him.
The same officer looked at her.
Well, I guess you're entitled to your opinion.
After they left, Jack said, Pack up. You're coming to stay with me.
Jack, I can't. You know what people will.
I don't give a damn about that, Desiree, he interjected. You almost died.
All right. I'll stay with you tonight. Tomorrow we'll see how things are.
You know as well as I do that they're not going to be any better tomorrow. Chapter 44. The next morning, Jack, who had slept on the small couch in his office, rose to find DuBose already dressed and cooking breakfast in the kitchen. Queenie was eating from her bowl. The dog glanced up and wagged her tail at Jack. He gave the dog a pat and sat at the kitchen bar in his robe and pajamas. DuBose poured him out a cup of coffee and then turned back to the stove.
Eggs scrambled and bacon. And toast with butter and jam. Sound good?
Works for me, thanks. How'd you sleep? She gave him a playful smirk.
Much better with you and Queenie to protect me.
Jack sipped his coffee and watched her deftly preparing the meal. You seem to know your way around a kitchen.
My mother was a fine cook, and she taught me.
You said your father works at Marshall Fields. How about your mother?
Cancer took her 2 years ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I also have 2 brothers and 3 sisters.
They all doing well?
Some are doing better than others. Just like every family, I suppose.
Any of them follow you into the law?
No. My oldest brother is a doctor in San Diego. My youngest sister owns an art gallery in Harlem.
That's impressive.
He's a surgeon, and a fine one. My sister exhibits established artists as well as up-and-comers. She's been very successful and influential in her field.
Jack watched her for a few moments before saying, You okay after last night? She put his food on a plate and slid it in front of him, along with a paper napkin and utensils.
It wasn't the first time someone tried to kill me, and it won't be the last.
But I suppose a person doesn't really get used to that. At least I hope you don't. DuBose sat down on the stool next to him and cradled her coffee cup in her hands. She looked at Jack, clearly troubled. What? He asked.
Judge Ambrose and Howard Pickett are staying at the hotel. I was talking to Ambrose when Pickett showed up. We got into the elevator, and Pickett asked me what floor I was staying on. I told him.
And you think... began Jack.
Anyone could have found out what floor I was on. But he didn't know what number my room was. Although he could have gotten that information. I was surprised because Ambrose was polite to me and even stood up to Pickett when he started his racist stump speech.
Jack nearly dropped his fork. Seriously?
Yes. He told me he was retired and then was called in to take this case. I asked him who had called him, but that's when Pickett showed up and I never got an answer.
Well, Ambrose treated us pretty fairly on the trial date. She put her cup down and studied him. What? He said.
Up till now, it's just been the calm before the storm, Jack. Even with the attempt on my life. The real battle hasn't even started.
She looked at him questioningly.
So are you good?
I'm good, Desiree, he replied immediately, meeting her eye.
I hope so,
she said.
I'm counting on you.
After Jack showered and dressed, they headed over to Sam Randolph's home.
I'd like to know how Battle was able to get that search warrant issued that found the money at Jerome's. He had to have a witness to tell him that it might be there.
We should be able to confront that witness, said Jack.
We'll move to get the search warrant and the affidavit and any other information they might have. Maybe we can have all of it excluded.
Jerome doesn't deny he put the money in the lean-to.
But I don't want the jury drawing negative inferences from that discovery. One frame does not make a whole picture, and the whole matters a lot more than the individual parts, because that conveys an entire story to the jury.
They turned down Cottage Street, which contained columns of small, aging homes, some better kept up than others. They pulled into Randolph's driveway, eased from the Fiat, and looked around. The lawn was dead, the flower beds sloppy and untended, the bushes overgrown, with clumps of dead leaves scattered among the green. The house itself was in disrepair. Everything seemed to sag with time and lack of care. A one-car garage with peeling paint stood at the back of the property. Jack walked over and tried the banged-up overhead door, but it was locked. They walked up the crumbling concrete sidewalk to the front door, and Jack knocked. They heard footsteps, and Randolph opened the door. He wore camel-colored slacks and a T-shirt. He held a newspaper and had on a pair of black specs with thickened lenses. His body clearly looked withered, and his coloring appeared grayish in the light.
"What are you doing here?"
he exclaimed. "We need to ask you some questions," said Jack.
"Not now."
He started to close the door, but Jack put a hand against it. "You're on a witness list provided by the Commonwealth. That gives us the right to question you and take your statement."
I was actually going out somewhere. On business."
"Okay, we can follow you, and then we can meet after you've finished your business. What kind of car do you drive, by the way?"
"Jesus Christ. All right.
Randolph stepped back and waved them in. The interior held cheap furnishings, stacks of clutter, smells of fried foods, and an air of general neglect that corresponded with the exterior. Jack noticed the pill bottles lying everywhere, along with some opened mail. Randolph hurried them into the next room, which was a small den furnished with a cracked leather couch and a wooden chair. The square of carpet underneath was badly faded, with loose threads sticking out.
"Let's make this as snappy as possible,"
he said, irritably. They all sat, and DuBose took out her notebook and pen. She made a show of looking around and then settled an expectant gaze on him. Randolph fidgeted for a bit.
"I've some business prospects didn't pan out. And my divorce,"
DuBose said.
Those things can take their toll.
"What exactly do you want to know?"
Jack said. "We will take a sworn statement from you before the trial starts, but we need to get some information so we can prepare that. And it will be very, very soon because the trial will start shortly."
"Okay."
So what did you tell Mr. Battle?
asked DuBose.
"I told him that my father had mentioned to me that he was going to leave some money for Jerome Washington in his will,"
DuBose said.
When did he tell you that?
"About 4 months ago. I had gone by to see them one evening."
Do you know the terms of your parents' will and the disposition of their estate?
"No. Curtis Gates is supposed to tell us shortly."
Mr. Randolph,
said DuBose.
we were told by Mr. Gates that Jerome Washington is not mentioned in your parents' will.
Randolph looked surprised.
"Then my father must have changed his mind. I thought it was absurd. He wasn't family. Why should my parents leave him anything?"
Jack said. "Did Jerome know your father was planning to leave him something?"
"I imagine so."
"Why?"
"Because my father liked to lord his wealth over people. And if he thought it would make this Jerome person work harder, so odds are very good that he did tell him."
"So you're saying that Jerome had a motive to kill your parents?"
"Yes, and I told Mr. Battle the very same thing."
Chapter 45. "Those were prescription drug bottles lying around," said Jack. They were in the Fiat, driving away from Sam Randolph's house.
And there were bills marked past due on his coffee table,
noted DuBose. "So the man is ill and clearly in need of money. which gives him a motive.
But the real wealth is apparently in the property, and it's held in trust until either Sam or Christine dies.
Why would he do that to his children, Desiree?
Sounds like Leslie Randolph was upset about something.
The man who visited with a doctor's bag?
Maybe,
replied DuBose. They next drove to the Randolphs' estate. The police were still there, and they were allowed inside. They were surprised to find Christine Hanover in the room where her parents had died, holding the picture of them that had been knocked to the floor. Christine wore a pale blue day dress and black flats. A string of small pearls encircled her slender neck. Her light blonde hair skimmed her shoulders. "I'm sorry," said Jack. "The deputy outside didn't tell us anyone was here."
It's all right. I just came to collect a few mementos.
"Christine, this is Desiree DuBose, my co-counsel."
Nice to meet you, Miss DuBose.
Likewise. My condolences on your loss. And please, make it Desiree.
And I'm Christine.
She held up the damaged photo.
I'll have to get this repaired. It's the only one of them we have before they were married.
"Nice to remember them by," said Jack.
Yes, it is.
She glanced at the bloodied carpet and then quickly looked away. "While you're here, can we ask you some questions?" asked Jack.
Okay, but I don't have much time.
"It won't take long. You and your husband were out of town when it happened?" She paled and looked distraught.
Washington, D.C. Gordon is the president of Virginia Trust Bank and was testifying before Congress on some financial regulations and was also attending some meetings. I just went along to do some shopping and see some of the sights. With the children at camp, we'd planned to stay the weekend. Then the news arrived about my parents. We got home around 2 that morning. My brother had already identified the bodies. I couldn't bring myself to go to the house. I sat home and bawled my eyes out. But I finally pulled myself together and we came here.
"And that's when I saw you and Gordon," noted Jack.
That's right.
"Do you know the terms of your parents' will?"
No. I assumed they would leave everything to Sam and me. My deceased siblings died young and had no children. I suppose the lawyer will tell us.
Jack nodded. "Curtis Gates. You know him?"
Yes, he handles our estate matters too. We recommended him to my parents.
"Do you know what a tontine is?" asked Jack.
No, I've never even heard the word.
Jack explained about the terms of the will and how the house and property had been split off from the rest of the estate.
That is quite odd,
Christine commented. "Is your brother having money and health problems?"
His divorce was hard, and Sam has his challenges. He's not working right now. And you're right, his health is not good.
What's wrong with him?
asked DuBose.
I don't know, really. But just looking at him, it seems serious.
"So any money coming from the estate will be welcome to him?" said Jack.
Look, the fact is my parents' cash ran out a while ago. Gordon and I have been supporting them for the last few years.
"We weren't aware of that," said Jack, giving DuBose a sharp glance.
We have plenty of money. Gordon came from wealth and he's handsomely compensated at the bank. We live in Faulkner's Woods. It's only a short walk from here.
She eyed Jack.
You know it?
"Just by reputation. It's the nicest area in Freeman County."
I would rather my parents' estate just went to Sam. He needs it. We don't.
You care for your brother?
asked DuBose.
He was going off to college when I was still an infant, so he and I had never been close. We did grow closer when we lost our brother and sister to illness, but the last few years have been difficult for him.
DuBose said,
Did your father ever talk to you about a man visiting here who made him very angry? He has been described as carrying a bag like a doctor does. Your father was heard to say that he had enemies everywhere, and no one was going to force him to leave his home. that might have prompted him to have Gates change their will, separate out the house and property, and create the tontine-like arrangement.
No, he never mentioned anything like that to me.
Jack glanced around and said, "Did your husband come here with you?"
No, Gordon's at Willow Oaks playing golf with some clients of the bank.
"Do you think he would talk to us now?" asked Jack.
I'm sure he would be happy to speak with you. He was going to have lunch there, too. You could probably catch him after that. He was the one who suggested helping my parents, by the way.
"That was good of him," said Jack.
Well, if there's nothing else, I was planning on taking some things and going back home,
said Christine. She added soberly,
I have the funerals to arrange.
"I didn't see a car outside. We can give you a lift."
No, that's all right, Jack. It's just out my parents' rear gate here and a short walk, as I said, to Faulkner's Woods. I can actually use the fresh air.
Christine had turned to leave, but then looked back.
If you ever hear from Jeff, tell him I said hello. And tell him I hope he's okay.
"I sure will," said Jack. After she left, DuBose said,
Why do I think she never got over your brother?
"It's only fair, because I don't believe he ever really got over her." Chapter 46. In the book-lined study, Jack found something in the trash can. It was an opened package that fit the description Cora Robinson had provided. "This might be what was delivered on the morning of the murders. It's from Norfolk," he said, checking the return address. "I didn't search this room the first time I came to the house."
Who's the sender?
asked DuBose. He looked at the name. "Craig Baker, attorney at law," he said in surprise. And the package was addressed to Anne Randolph. I wonder where the contents are.
And I wonder why Battle's folks didn't find it.
Jack said, "I think the only thing they looked at in this house was the room where the murders happened, and they found Jerome."
Presumably, this is Leslie Randolph's study. Pipes in the rack, hunting prints on the wall. So why would a package to her be in his trash can?
"And we need to ask Craig Baker why Anne Randolph needed a lawyer." Jack glanced at the fireplace. "Hold on." He walked over there and moved the screen away from the opening. "Someone's built a fire here recently."
In summer. Can you make out anything?
He gingerly sifted through the ashes before plucking out a half-burned piece of paper. "What does that look like to you?" said Jack, holding it up to her.
It looks like a court pleading. But I can only make out a few words.
As Jack was holding it, the burned paper crumpled to bits and fell to the floor.
Damn!
They both exclaimed. After completing their search inside, they walked past the large pool with its lovely blue water and over to the garage where Jack admired the Randolph's Buick, which sat in the first bay. The garage space was tidy and well organized. "Jerome obviously took pride in his job," noted Jack. He ducked his head inside the Buick and picked up the chauffeur's cap from the front seat. "Jerome said he drove the Randolphs around sometimes. But were they vain enough to make him put on this hat? He didn't wear a chauffeur's uniform."
I'm sure Jerome insisted on it,
said DuBose. He glanced at her, puzzled. "Jerome? Why?"
If he drove them somewhere and they left the car to go shopping or to a restaurant, Jerome would be sitting in this fancy car all by himself. If the police didn't think he was the driver for some white people, they'd arrest him for stealing the Buick. With the chauffeur's cap on, they'd probably leave him alone.
Jack dropped the cap back on the front seat and shook his head. They drove to the sprawling Willow Oaks Country Club, housed in a grand building with enormous windows and sweeping views out to groomed lawns and flower beds, and an 18-hole golf course where educated, affluent men agonized over directing tiny white balls into small holes. Jack angled his Fiat between a Mercedes-Benz sedan and a Porsche convertible.
How much does it cost to join this place?
asked DuBose. I never asked. I'm just not country club material. They inquired about Gordon Hanover and met up with him just as he was finishing a meal with a group of men also in golf attire. Upon learning what they wanted, he led them into an adjoining lounge that was outfitted with leather couches, small club chairs, and an array of small tables with magazines fanned out on them. A liveried black attendant came forward. Hanover ordered an iced tea, and they joined him in that. After the teas were delivered, Hanover said, "Christine is devastated. The day we ran into you there, I tried to dissuade her from going into that room after you warned me, but she insisted. I thought she was going to faint." "I'm sure," said Jack. "Now you say you're representing the man the police arrested?" "Yes, Jerome Washington." "Right. Jerome seemed like a good man. I thought Leslie and Ann liked him."
That's what he says, too. And they had his family over for lunch and to swim recently,
said DuBose.
"Yes, we actually saw them there. I forget his wife's name, but she and Jerome seemed tickled pink about the visit, and their kids were all smiles. Made me smile, too."
They were all thrilled.
said DuBose.
And her name is Pearl.
"That's right, Pearl."
She's also been arrested.
said DuBose. Hanover sat up, looking startled.
"What? Why?"
The Commonwealth's theory is that they planned the murders together.
"That slip of a young woman I saw that day helped plan the murders of two people?"
He shook his head and said forcefully,
"No, I just don't see it. Not at all."
We don't either, but Mr. Battle seems confident.
He made a show of checking his watch and said,
"Now, how can I help you?"
They asked him if he knew the terms of his in-law's will and about the tontine.
"I didn't know until I spoke with Curtis Gates this morning and he gave me a heads up. He handles our estate matters too. I have no idea what Leslie was thinking with this tontine business. It's like something out of an Agatha Christie novel."
We understand that you've been paying their expenses,
noted DuBose. He nodded.
"Their problem was simple. They had outlived their money. So we helped them. It just seemed like the decent thing to do."
They asked him about the man with perhaps a medical bag visiting the Randolphs. He shook his head.
"That's the first I've heard of it. Ann and Leslie had a regular doctor, Joseph Browder."
Can you describe him?
asked DuBose.
"Around 65, short, bald, and overweight."
"No, that doesn't match the man's description," said Jack.
Are you close with Sam Randolph?
asked DuBose.
"No, as a matter of fact, I'm not. He was just never very friendly to me."
"He seems to be in ill health and in dire financial straits," commented Jack.
"Then he could come to me and I'd help him. I've actually tried reaching out to Sam, but he's rebuffed my every attempt."
He told us that his father informed him he was going to leave Jerome some money in his will. Do you know anything about that?
asked DuBose.
"No."
The files that Mr. Battle shared with us indicate that you have information about something your father-in-law told you,
said DuBose.
Hanover sighed. "I don't think you're going to like what I have to say."
We know some of it, but would like to hear it from you,
said DuBose.
"I was over at the house about a week before their deaths."
"So, after Jerome and his family came to eat and swim?" noted Jack.
"Yes. Leslie told me that he suspected Jerome might be stealing from them."
Why, exactly?
asked DuBose.
"Some tools from the garage were missing," Leslie said, "and he kept a box with petty cash in his study. Some of the money was gone as well."
She said,
And what was Mr. Randolph going to do about that?
"Fire Jerome, I believe."
Did he tell Jerome this?
"That I don't know. But I can say that when Leslie got an idea in his head, he usually let you know it sooner rather than later."
Jack said. "This next question is delicate."
"Okay,"
said Hanover, looking apprehensive.
"It seems that Anne Randolph had some old injuries."
and we were told that her husband might have had a drinking problem and might have struck her sometimes. Hanover said slowly, I was aware of the drinking and the abuse. Did you try to intervene? Several times. Christine was absolutely furious with her father. She called the police twice on him, in fact, although we did manage to hush that up. But then we got Leslie some counseling. We thought things were on a better, more even keel. I wasn't aware of any recent, incidences. Okay. Thank you for your frankness, said Jack. Hanover said quietly, My father was an alcoholic. Gave my mother fits. I remember their encounters as a child. He drained his glass of iced tea. Which is why I never touched the damn stuff. He looked at his watch again. I don't mean to be rude, but I have to change clothes and head to a meeting. They all rose and shook hands. I wish you luck defending Jerome and Pearl, he said. What little I've seen of them, I can't imagine how they could have done something like this.
Seems like a nice, honest man,
noted DuBose after Hanover left them. But what he just told us gives Jerome a prime motive for murder.
And it looks like the Randolphs didn't tell anyone other than their lawyer about this tontine thing. Now, we need to know why they set it up in the first place.
Chapter 47. As they were walking back to their car in the parking lot, a sleek red Ford Mustang stopped next to them. It was Doug Rawlins, decked out in a garishly colored golf outfit that Jack had to fight hard to keep from laughing at. Jack, you have been busy, he called out. Well, I've got a murder trial to attend to, and I'm glad you don't. Not talking about that, he eyed DuBose, and then tossed a rolled-up newspaper to Jack, who nimbly caught it. Leave it to you to mix business with pleasure. Rawlins laughed and drove off. What the hell is he talking about? Said Jack.
Let me see that paper.
He handed it over. She searched the front page and held on a story, complete with pictures at the bottom of the fold.
Well, that explains it,
DuBose said. What? She held it up. There was a picture of Jack and DuBose leaving the hotel with her luggage, and another photo of them carrying the luggage into Jack's place. Who took those pictures? He asked.
I suppose it was part of the plan. If I managed to survive the attempt on my life, which the story never mentions. So the gist is that we're basically shacking up.
I wonder if battle had something to do with this. DuBose shook her head.
I think this more likely bears the fingerprints of Howard Pickett. Now, I would hope he had nothing to do with someone trying to kill me, but I've been surprised before on that score.
Jack dumped the paper in a trash can. Let's prepare to be surprised then. They returned to the office where Jack looked up Craig Baker's number in Norfolk and placed a call to him. Baker was not in, so Jack left a message for the man to call him back and said it was urgent. Later, after Jack walked Queenie, they both sat in Jack's office working. Around 11, DuBose put down her pen and said,
Talk to me about jury pools here.
Jack leaned back in his chair. The last jury pool I selected from started with the usual 20 people, almost all of whom were white. I can tell you that that is roughly in line with all my other jury pools. My last 10 jury trials were held before all-white juries, 99% of them men.
Are there not that many blacks in Freeman County?
Oh no, it's about 40% black, and here in Carter City, it's closer to 80%.
Let me guess. People who look like me are either not picked to serve on juries or are somehow excluded from the pools to begin with?
Pretty much. A bolt of lightning flashed outside. The following explosion of thunder was so loud it made them both jump. And then the skies opened and the rain fell so hard they could hear it viciously punishing the metal roof. Jack rushed over and opened the window, and the cool breeze immediately enveloped him. "Desiree, get over here and feel this breeze," he called out. "It is amazing." DuBose smiled.
You sound like a little boy who's been given a new toy.
Temperature must have dropped 25 degrees or more. Thank you, Lord. She walked over and leaned out the window, right as a sudden burst of windswept rain splashed down on her, thoroughly soaking her blouse. She ducked back inside and turned to him, laughing.
I haven't run in the rain since I was a little girl. And when the police opened the hydrants in the summer in Chicago.
Jack smiled as he witnessed this unguarded side of DuBose. He had been dazzled and intimidated by her intellect and accomplishments. But now as he looked at her, he thought, and not for the first time, that in addition to being a superb lawyer, she was also a lovely young woman. She stared back at him and seemed to be reading his mind. Her smile vanished and was replaced with pursed lips.
Well, that was stupid,
she said, folding her arms over her soaked blouse. What was? Jack said, confused.
Ruining my silk blouse?
She hurried over to the table and slipped on her jacket. As the drenched Jack stood there watching her, she said,
I'm going to bed. You too. Busy day tomorrow.
She hurried up the stairs, leaving him alone. Jack leaned back out the window, sucking in one lungful of cool air after the other. His head hung down, with the weight of all the thoughts inside it.
DuBose dried off with a towel in the bathroom and put on her nightgown. She padded back into the bedroom, sat down on the bed, and glanced over her shoulder at the door to the downstairs. DuBose knew exactly what Jack had been thinking. He had given her that look, a critical tell that a woman could interpret as easily as a bird dog did the smell of quarry. He cannot believe that I would become personally involved with a lawyer I'm working with, and a white one at that. She sat up straighter. Hold on, Desiree. Don't think like that. You don't have to date the man, but not because he's white. That's how the other side wants the world to be. That's what you've been fighting against all this time. And you should be flattered that the famous Jack Lee finds you desirable. She glanced in the small mirror hanging on the wall, and DuBose's self-satisfied smile faded. She took the picture from her wallet and looked at the man there. You know it has to be this way in your heart, if only to show you still have one, instead of a million pieces of shattered glass inside your chest.
Chapter 48. This time, Jack was fully dressed and had the breakfast made and the coffee hot when DuBose came down the stairs. Good morning, he said with far too much enthusiasm. Hope you slept well. I already walked and fed Queenie. What a gorgeous day. It can't be more than 60 degrees outside, not a cloud in the sky and no humidity. He paused and added sheepishly, Guess I sound like a damn weatherman. She looked at him quizzically.
Couldn't you sleep?
He shot her a sidelong glance as he ladled fried eggs on her plate. I slept fine. I just felt like getting up early, I guess. They were eating, mostly in silence, their gazes averted from one another, when the phone rang. Jack answered it, listened, and then said, Okay, we'll see you there. He hung up and looked at DuBose. That was Christine Hanover. She's invited us to her home for the reading of her parents' will. The guard at the gate to Faulkner's Woods had their names on an approved visitors list. He opened the wrought iron portal so the Fiat could pass through. Jack asked, Is this gate manned around the clock? The guard, a broad-shouldered, soldierly-looking man in his 30s, nodded. Yes, sir. Very secure here. Needs to be. Lot of money behind these gates. Jack flashed his bar card. We're investigating what happened to the Randolphs. We understand that Mr. and Mrs. Hanover got back here late that night from Washington. They sure did.
You sound positive,
said DuBose. I was the one who opened the gate, worked the graveyard shift that night.
So you saw them?
Oh yeah, big Rolls Royce. Only one like that around. He was dressed in one of them monkey suits. A tuxedo? Said Jack. Yeah, and she had on a fancy dress with a pearl necklace. He looked like death, and Mrs. Hanover was sobbing so hard the poor woman couldn't catch her breath. You happen to know the time? I sure do. We don't keep a record of owners coming and going. But it was so late, and seeing them at that hour was so surprising that I checked my watch. It was 2 a.m. I remember thinking there were 2 of them in the car, and it was 2 a.m. How my mind organizes stuff. Thanks, said Jack as they drove on.
Mercy,
Said DeBose, as she looked at the brick and stone mansions they were passing, with their expansive, lovely green lawns and professional landscaping touches, including stone fountains of varying states of grandeur.
You weren't kidding about this being the nicest area in town.
Apparently, nice means you need a gate to keep everybody else out. They pulled into the cobblestone driveway of a massive Tudor-style home, draped with ivy and bracketed by towering crepe myrtles, fat hydrangea bushes, and lovely dogwood trees. They parked next to a large Chrysler four-door. One of the 3 garage bays was open, revealing a red British Triumph convertible. After they got out, Jack peeked inside the garage. Okay, no blue convertible lurking there, Ann, he reported. Just the silver Rolls Royce and a burgundy Jaguar.
The Hanovers were in Washington at the time.
She reminded him. Someone else could have taken one of their cars while they were gone.
That's true,
She conceded. They were admitted into the house by a black uniformed maid who escorted them down a long, plush hall to a rounded maple door with brass fittings. She knocked, received an affirmative response, and ushered them into what turned out to be a book-lined study. Curtis Gates was seated behind an opulent walnut desk with a dark green leather inlay, while Sam Randolph and Christine and Gordon Hanover were arrayed in chairs in front of him. Next to Gates stood a tall, slim man in his late 30s and dressed in a navy blue jacket, light gray slacks, and a white dress shirt. Gates introduced him as his son, Walter. Jack shook his hand and said, Your father mentioned you were in real estate? That's right. I've done a fair amount of residential construction, including some of the homes in Faulkner's Woods, and a couple of small commercial projects, but I'm hoping to build up a more substantial portfolio. Good for you. As they were about to sit down, there came another knock at the door. Walter Gates opened it, revealing Edmund Battle. Curtis Gates said, Well, I think we're all here now. Let's get down to it. They all settled into their seats as Gates cleared his throat. The estate's lawyer then recited the provisions of the will that were already known to Jack and DeBose. This is absurd, barked Sam Randolph. Why would my parents have created this tontine device? It makes no sense at all. Battle said, Mr. Gates, how much cash is in the estate? Gates consulted a document and said, About $4,000. What? Exclaimed Sam. Then how in the world did they continue to live there? How did they have money for a maid and to pay the man who ended up killing them? Gordon glanced at Christine, who nodded. He said, We have been financially supporting Leslie and Anne for the last few years. Their money ran out, and we wanted them to be able to stay in their home and live out their lives in comfort. Good God! Cried out Sam Randolph. Well, what you did was set them up to be murdered by a man looking for an inheritance.
What do you mean by that?
Said Christine, turning to look at her brother. Battle answered, He means that your father told Jerome Washington that he was to be included in the will. Then he changed his mind when Washington became belligerent. He glanced at Gordon. And he also thought the man had been in his house and had stolen things from him. But Washington didn't know that your father had changed his mind, so he killed them in the hopes of inheriting money. He looked confidently at Jack and DeBose. How do you think that will play out before a jury?
It'll sound somewhat plausible, until we have our turn,
said DeBose. He gave her a condescending expression and said, Uh-huh. Sure, Sam said.
So Christine and I have to wait for one of us to die? That's outrageous.
Your parents were of sound mind when they made the will, countered Gates.
But what will happen to the property until one of us dies?
Asked Randolph.
Who will pay for its upkeep, taxes, and such? Will it just sit there and rot for years?
That was thought of and addressed, said Gates. The estate will sell off 5 acres for development. That will raise more than enough money to keep the property up for a very long time. In addition, the will does provide that one or both of you can live in the house rent-free for as long as you wish, until there is only one surviving child.
I don't want to live there,
snapped Randolph.
I want the money. Now.
I'm sorry, said Gates. That is not how it will work. Jack said, Can you shed any more light on why they made such a will? It's not my job to wonder about such things. It's my job to draft the documents that will implement my client's wishes, replied Gates testily. DuBose said,
But are you saying that Leslie and Anne Randolph were independently aware of the legal structure known as the tontine? I find that very difficult to believe. I would venture to say that most lawyers in this country have never heard of it. I had to look it up myself after you told us about it previously.
Battle glanced sharply at her and said, I have to admit I had to do that too, Mr. Gates, when you told me about it earlier. They all looked at Gates, who, for the first time, did not look so smug. Well, in all candor, I suggested a tontine-style structure, he said.
Why?
Asked DuBose. Because Leslie told me that he wanted only one of his children to inherit the property. I told him that barring an outright testamentary disposition in favor of one child, which undoubtedly would have prompted a lawsuit from the other, a tontine-style arrangement was the most efficient mechanism to execute upon their wishes.
So you're saying they didn't care which of us got the property, so long as it was just one of us?
Said Christine slowly.
Oh, grow up, Christine,
exclaimed her brother.
It was as good as left to you. I'm much older, not in good health, and I'll almost certainly predecease you, and soon, as Dad obviously knew. And then you can walk away with millions,
she said.
I don't need millions, Sam.
Of course you don't,
he replied in a skeptical tone.
Actually, she's right, we don't,
said Gordon testily.
And if they had disinherited you, Sam, would you be surprised? You've done nothing the last several years except act abominably toward them, and toward Christine and me as well.
Randolph rose and stormed out, slamming the study door behind him. Jack excused himself and followed the man. At the front door, Jack watched as Randolph walked off at a rapid pace, turning the corner at the next street. Jack hurried after him. He reached the corner to see that Randolph had slowed considerably, and his breathing appeared to be labored. He started to cough violently. Next, he threw up in the grass. He took a few moments to recover, sucking in air in short bursts before slowly walking off. When Jack reached this spot, he noted the spatters of blood on the lawn. At the next block, where Randolph had turned left, Jack paused and watched. Randolph exited through the front gates and walked to the corner where there was a bus stop. 5 minutes later, he climbed onto a bus and it pulled away.
Gravity's a game we play, floating high then drift away. Parallel hearts, in sync we move, undefined rules, we're here to prove. Stars align, but slightly wrong. Universe sings a twisted song. Butterfly wings painted gold. Future paths untamed unfold. Every step's a magic.
As he ladled fried eggs on her plate. I slept fine. I just felt like getting up early, I guess. They were eating, mostly in silence, their gazes averted from one another, when the phone rang. Jack answered it, listened, and then said, "Okay, we'll see you there." He hung up and looked at DuBose. "That was Christine Hanover. She's invited us to her home for the reading of her parents' will." The guard at the gate to Faulkner's Woods had their names on an approved visitors list. He opened the wrought iron portal so the Fiat could pass through. Jack asked, "Is this gate manned around the clock?" The guard, a broad-shouldered, soldierly-looking man in his 30s, nodded. "Yes, sir. Very secure here. Needs to be. Lot of money behind these gates." Jack flashed his bar card. "We're investigating what happened to the Randolphs. We understand that Mr. and Mrs. Hanover got back here late that night from Washington." "They sure did."
You sound positive,
said DuBose.
"I was the one who opened the gate. Worked the graveyard shift that night."
So you saw them?
"Oh yeah. Big Rolls Royce. Only one like that around. He was dressed in one of them monkey suits."
"A tuxedo?" said Jack.
"Yeah. And she had on a fancy dress with a pearl necklace. He looked like death, and Mrs. Hanover was sobbing so hard the poor woman couldn't catch her breath."
"You happen to know the time?"
"I sure do. We don't keep a record of owners coming and going. But it was so late, and seeing them at that hour was so surprising that I checked my watch. It was 2 a.m. I remember thinking there were 2 of them in the car, and it was 2 a.m. How my mind organizes stuff."
"Thanks," said Jack as they drove on.
Mercy,
said DuBose as she looked at the brick and stone mansions they were passing, with their expansive, lovely green lawns and professional landscaping touches, including stone fountains of varying states of grandeur.
You weren't kidding about this being the nicest area in town.
Apparently, nice means you need a gate to keep everybody else out. They pulled into the cobblestone driveway of a massive Tudor-style home, draped with ivy and bracketed by towering crepe myrtles, fat hydrangea bushes, and lovely dogwood trees. They parked next to a large Chrysler four-door. One of the 3 garage bays was open, revealing a red British Triumph convertible. After they got out, Jack peeked inside the garage.
"Okay, no blue convertible lurking there, Ann,"
he reported. "Just the silver Rolls Royce and a burgundy Jaguar."
The Hanovers were in Washington at the time,
she reminded him.
"Someone else could have taken one of their cars while they were gone."
That's true,
she conceded. They were admitted into the house by a black uniformed maid who escorted them down a long, plush hall to a rounded maple door with brass fittings. She knocked, received an affirmative response, and ushered them into what turned out to be a book-lined study. Curtis Gates was seated behind an opulent walnut desk with a dark green leather inlay, while Sam Randolph and Christine and Gordon Hanover were arrayed in chairs in front of him. Next to Gates stood a tall, slim man in his late 30s and dressed in a navy blue jacket, light gray slacks, and a white dress shirt. Gates introduced him as his son, Walter. Jack shook his hand and said, "Your father mentioned you were in real estate?"
"That's right. I've done a fair amount of residential construction, including some of the homes in Faulkner's Woods, and a couple of small commercial projects, but I'm hoping to build up a more substantial portfolio."
"Good for you." As they were about to sit down, there came another knock at the door. Walter Gates opened it, revealing Edmund Battle. Curtis Gates said, "Well, I think we're all here now. Let's get down to it." They all settled into their seats as Gates cleared his throat. The estate's lawyer then recited the provisions of the will that were already known to Jack and DuBose.
"This is absurd,"
barked Sam Randolph.
"Why would my parents have created this tontine device? It makes no sense at all."
Battle said, "Mr. Gates, how much cash is in the estate?" Gates consulted a document and said, "About $4,000.
"What?
exclaimed Sam.
Then how in the world did they continue to live there? How did they have money for a maid and to pay the man who ended up killing them?
Gordon glanced at Christine, who nodded. He said,
We have been financially supporting Leslie and Anne for the last few years. Their money ran out, and we wanted them to be able to stay in their home and live out their lives in comfort.
Good God!
cried out Sam Randolph.
Well, what you did was set them up to be murdered by a man looking for an inheritance.
What do you mean by that?
Said Christine, turning to look at her brother. Battle answered, He means that your father told Jerome Washington that he was to be included in the will. Then he changed his mind when Washington became belligerent. He glanced at Gordon. And he also thought the man had been in his house and had stolen things from him. But Washington didn't know that your father had changed his mind, so he killed them in the hopes of inheriting money. He looked confidently at Jack and DuBose. How do you think that will play out before a jury?
It'll sound somewhat plausible, until we have our turn,
said DuBose. He gave her a condescending expression and said, Uh-huh, sure. Sam said,
So Christine and I have to wait for one of us to die? That's outrageous.
Your parents were of sound mind when they made the will, countered Gates.
But what will happen to the property until one of us dies?
Asked Randolph.
Who will pay for its upkeep, taxes, and such? Will it just sit there and rot for years?
That was thought of and addressed, said Gates. The estate will sell off 5 acres for development. That will raise more than enough money to keep the property up for a very long time. In addition, the will does provide that one or both of you can live in the house rent-free for as long as you wish, until there is only one surviving child.
I don't want to live there,
snapped Randolph.
I want the money. Now.
I'm sorry, said Gates. That is not how it will work. Jack said, Can you shed any more light on why they made such a will? It's not my job to wonder about such things. It's my job to draft the documents that will implement my client's wishes, replied Gates testily. DuBose said,
But are you saying that Leslie and Anne Randolph were independently aware of the legal structure known as the tontine? I find that very difficult to believe. I would venture to say that most lawyers in this country have never heard of it. I had to look it up myself after you told us about it previously.
Battle glanced sharply at her and said, I have to admit I had to do that too, Mr. Gates, when you told me about it earlier. They all looked at Gates, who, for the first time, did not look so smug. Well, in all candor, I suggested a tontine-style structure, he said.
Why?
Asked DuBose. Because Leslie told me that he wanted only one of his children to inherit the property. I told him that barring an outright testamentary disposition in favor of one child, which undoubtedly would have prompted a lawsuit from the other, a tontine-style arrangement was the most efficient mechanism to execute upon their wishes.
So you're saying they didn't care which of us got the property, so long as it was just one of us?
Said Christine slowly.
Oh, grow up, Christine,
exclaimed her brother.
It was as good as left to you. I'm much older, not in good health, and I'll almost certainly predecease you, and soon, as Dad obviously knew. And then you can walk away with millions,
she said.
I don't need millions, Sam.
Of course you don't,
he replied in a skeptical tone.
Actually, she's right, we don't,
said Gordon testily.
And if they had disinherited you, Sam, would you be surprised? You've done nothing